Hold on a minute, Rob. I think one of the twins is crying. Let me call you back. 19-year-old Trish Logan put down her cell phone, got up from the couch, and hurried across the living room. It was her first time babysitting for the Frawleys, the nice people who had moved into town a few months earlier. Mrs. Frawley had told her that when she was a little girl, her family often visited friends who lived in Connecticut, and she liked it so much she always wanted to live there too. Last year, when we started looking for a house and happened to drive through Ridgefield, I knew it was where I wanted to be, she told Trish. The Frawleys had bought the old Cunningham farmhouse, a fixer-upper that Trish's father thought should have been a burner-upper. Today, Thursday, March 24th, was the third birthday of the Frawleys' identical twin girls, and Trish had been hired for the day to help with the party, then to stay for the evening while the parents attended a black-tie dinner in New York. After the excitement of the party, I'd have sworn the kids were dead to the world, Trish thought as she started up the stairs, headed to the twins' room. The 19th century steps creaked under her feet. Near the top step, she paused. The light she had left on in the hall was off. Probably another fuse had blown. That had happened in the kitchen this afternoon. Trish began to inch her way through the darkness. Suddenly, she stopped. It's not just the hall light. I left the door to their room open so I could hear them if they woke up. The nightlight in the room should be showing. The door's closed, but I couldn't have heard one of them crying if it was closed a minute ago. Suddenly frightened, she listened intently. What was that sound? In an instant of sickening awareness, she identified it. Soft footsteps. The acrid smell of perspiration. Someone was behind her. Trish tried to scream, but only a moan escaped her lips. She tried to run, but her legs would not move. The last thing she remembered was a feeling of pressure on her neck. The intruder released his grip on Trish and let her sink to the floor. Congratulating himself on how effectively and painlessly he had rendered her unconscious, he stepped around her and opened the door to the twins' bedroom. 3-year-olds Kathy and Kelly were lying in the double bed they shared, their eyes both sleepy and terrified. Kathy's right hand and Kelly's left hand were entwined. With their other hands, they were trying to pull off cloths that covered their mouths. The man who had planned the details of the kidnapping was standing beside the bed. "You're sure she didn't see you, Harry?" he snapped. I'm sure, Bert," the other responded. They each carefully used the names they had assumed for this job. Bert picked up Kathy and snapped, "Get the other one. Wrap a blanket around her. It's cold out." Their footsteps nervously rapid, the two men raced down the back stairs, rushed through the kitchen and out to the driveway, not bothering to close the door behind them. Once in the van, Harry sat on the floor of the back seat, the twins wrapped in his beefy arms. Bert drove the van as it moved forward from the shadows of the porch. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the cottage where Angie Ames was waiting. "They're adorable," she cooed as the men carried the children to the hospital-style crib that had been prepared for them. With a quick, deft movement of her hands, she untied the gags that had kept the little girls silent. The children grabbed for each other and began to wail. "Shh, shh, don't be scared," Angie said soothingly as she pulled up the side of the crib. She began to pat their dark blonde ringlets. "It's all right. Go to sleep. Mona will take care of you. Mona loves you." Mona was the name she had been ordered to use around the twins. "I don't like that name," she'd complained when she first heard it. "Why does it have to be Mona?" "Because it sounds close to Mama. Because when we get the money and they pick up the kids, we don't want them to say, 'A lady named Angie took care of us,'" the man called Bert had snapped. "Quiet them down," he ordered now. "They're making too much noise." "Relax, Bert. No one can hear them," Harry reassured him. He's right, thought Lucas Wohl, the real name of the one called Bert. One of the reasons that he had invited Clint Downs, Harry's actual name, to join him on the job was because 9 months of the year, Clint lived as caretaker in the cottage on the grounds of the Danbury Country Club. From Labor Day to May 31st, the club was closed and the gates locked. It was an ideal spot to hide the twins, and the fact that Clint's girlfriend Angie often worked as a babysitter completed the picture. "They'll stop crying," Angie said. "I know babies. They go back to sleep." She began to rub their backs and sing off-key. "Two little girls in blue, lad, two little girls in blue." Lucas cursed under his breath and walked out of the bedroom into the kitchen of the cottage. Only then did he and Clint pull off their hooded jackets and gloves. The full bottle of scotch and the 2 empty glasses they had left out as a reward for success in their mission were in front of them. The men sat at opposite ends of the table silently eyeing each other. Staring with disdain at his fellow kidnapper, Lucas was reminded once more that they could not have been more different in both appearance and temperament. Unsentimental about his appearance, he sometimes played eyewitness and described himself to himself. About 50 years old, scrawny build, average height, receding hairline, narrow face, close-set eyes. A self-employed limousine driver, he knew he had perfected the outward appearance of a servile and anxious-to-please employee, a persona he inhabited whenever he dressed in his black chauffeur's uniform. He had met Clint when they were in prison together, and over the years had worked with him on a series of burglaries. They had never committed a crime in Connecticut because Lucas did not believe in soiling his own nest. This job, though terribly risky, had been too big to pass up, and he had broken that rule. Now he watched as Clint opened the scotch and filled their glasses to the brim. "To next week on a boat in St. Kitts with our pockets bulging," Clint said with a hopeful smile. In his early 40s, Clint was desperately out of shape. 50 extra pounds on his already short frame made him perspire easily, even on a March night like this that had suddenly turned cold. His barrel chest and thick arms looked incongruous with his cherubic face and long ponytail, which he had grown because Angie, his longtime girlfriend, had one. Angie, skinny as a twig on a dead branch, Lucas thought contemptuously. Terrible complexion. Like Clint, she always looked slovenly. Her only virtue in Lucas's eyes was that she was an experienced babysitter. Nothing must happen to either one of those kids before the ransom was paid and they could be dropped off. Lucas lifted the glass to his lips. The Chivas Regal felt smooth on his tongue, and its warmth was soothing as it slid down his throat. "So far, so good," he said flatly. "I'm going home. You got the cell phone I gave you handy?" "Yeah." "If you hear from the boss, tell him I have a 5 a.m. pickup. I'm turning off my cell phone. I need some sleep." Lucas downed the rest of the scotch in his glass and pushed back his chair. From the bedroom they could hear Angie continue to sing. "They were sisters, we were brothers, and learned to love the two." The screeching of brakes on the road in front of the house told Ridgefield Police Captain Robert "Marty" Martinson that the parents of the missing twins had arrived home. They had phoned the police station only minutes after the 911 call came in. "I'm Margaret Frawley," the woman had said. "We live at 10 Old Woods Road. We can't reach our babysitter. She doesn't answer the house phone or her cell phone. Something may be wrong. We're on our way home from the city." "We'll get right over there and check," Marty had promised. Because the parents were on the highway and no doubt already upset, he'd seen little use in telling them that he already knew something was terribly wrong. The babysitter's father had just phoned from 10 Old Woods Road. "My daughter is tied up and gagged. The twins she was minding are gone. There's a ransom note in their bedroom." Now, an hour later, the property around the house and the driveway had already been taped off, awaiting the arrival of the forensic team. Marty braced himself as the kitchen door opened and the parents rushed in. Beginning with his first day as a 21-year-old rookie cop, he had trained himself to retain his first impression of people connected with a crime, whether they were victims, perpetrators, or witnesses. In their early 30s, he thought as Margaret and Steve Frawley moved hurriedly toward him. A handsome couple, both in evening clothes. The mother's brown hair hung loose around her shoulders. She was slender, but her clenched hands looked strong. Her intense eyes were a shade of dark blue that seemed almost black as they stared at him. Steve Frawley, the father, was tall, about 6'3", with dark blonde hair and light blue eyes. His broad shoulders and powerful arms caused his too small tuxedo jacket to strain at the seams. "Has anything happened to our daughters?" Frawley demanded. There was no gentle way to tell parents that their children had been kidnapped, and a ransom note demanding $8 million left on their bed. The absolute incredulity on the faces of the young couple looked to be genuine. $8 million! Steve Frawley exclaimed, his face ashen. We brought every dime we had to the closing on this house. We've got about $1,500 in the checking account right now, and that's it. Are there any wealthy relatives in either of your families? Marty asked. The Frawleys began to laugh, the high-pitched laugh of hysteria. Then, as Marty watched, Steve spun his wife around. They hugged each other as the laughter broke, and the harsh sound of his dry sobs mingled with her wail. I want my babies. I want my babies. At 11 o'clock, the special cell phone rang. Clint picked it up. Hello, sir. The Pied Piper here. This guy, whoever he is trying to disguise his voice, Clint thought, as he moved to get as far away as possible from the sound of Angie crooning songs to the twins. What's that noise in the background? The Pied Piper asked sharply. My girlfriend's singing to the kids she's babysitting. Clint knew he was furnishing the information the Pied Piper wanted. He and Lucas had been successful. I can't reach Bert. He told me to tell you he has a 5 a.m. pickup. He went home to sleep, so he turned off his phone. I hope that... Harry, turn on the television, the Pied Piper interrupted. There's a breaking story about a kidnapping. I'll get back to you in the morning. Clint grabbed the remote button and snapped on the TV, then watched as the house on Old Woods Road came into view. The new owners, Stephen and Margaret Frawley, moved to this address only a few months ago, the reporter was saying. This afternoon, some of the neighbors' children attended a third birthday party for the missing twins. We have a picture that was taken at the party only hours ago. A picture of the twins in their blue velvet party dresses was being shown. They were holding hands. Clint, look how sweet they are. They're just beautiful, Angie said, startling him. He had not heard her come up behind him. Now she put her arms around his neck. I always wanted to have a baby, but I was told I couldn't. I know, Angie, honey. That was a story he had heard before. Then for a long time I wasn't with you. You had to be in that special hospital, honey. You hurt someone real bad. But now we're going to have a lot of money and we'll live on a boat in the Caribbean. We've always talked about that. Very soon we'll be able to do it. I've got a good idea. Let's bring the little girls with us. Clint snapped off the television and jumped up. He turned and grabbed her wrists. Angie, why do we have those children? She looked at him and swallowed nervously. We kidnapped them. Why? So we'd have lots of money and could live on a boat. Instead of living like damn gypsies and getting kicked out of this place every summer while the golf pro lives here, what happens to us if the police catch us? We go to prison for a long, long time. What did you promise to do? Take care of the kids, play with them, feed them, dress them. And isn't that what you're going to do? Yes, I'm sorry, Clint. I love you. In a couple of days we'll give them back and get our money. Clint, maybe we could... Angie stopped. She knew he would be angry if she suggested they keep one of the twins. But we will, she promised herself slyly. I know how to make it happen. Margaret Frawley folded her hands around the steaming cup of tea. She was so cold. Steve had pulled an Afghan from the couch in the living room and wrapped it around her, but it did nothing to stop the trembling that shook her entire body. The twins are missing. Kathy and Kelly are missing. The police had not allowed them to go into the girls' bedroom. Our job is to get them back, Captain Martinson told them. We can't risk losing any fingerprints or DNA samples by contaminating the area. The restricted area also included the hall upstairs where someone had attacked the babysitter. Trish was going to be all right. She was in the hospital and had told the police everything she remembered. She said she'd been on her cell phone talking to her boyfriend when she thought she heard one of the twins crying. She'd gone up the stairs and knew instantly something was wrong because she couldn't see the light in the twins' room, and that was when she realized someone was behind her. She remembered nothing after that. I have to go upstairs, Margaret thought. Maybe the twins are hiding in the closet. I remember they did that once. Margaret closed her eyes. She was vaguely aware that Captain Martinson was talking to someone. Mrs. Frawley. She looked up. Another man had come into the room. Mrs. Frawley, I'm FBI agent Walter Carlson. I have 3 kids of my own, and I know how you must be feeling. I'm here to help you get your children back, but we need your help. Can you answer some questions?" Walter Carlson's eyes were kind. "Why would someone take my babies?" Margaret asked him. "That's what we're going to find out, Mrs. Frawley." Carlson moved swiftly to catch Margaret as she began to slide from the chair. Franklin Bailey, the chief financial officer of a family-owned grocery chain, was Lucas's 5 a.m. pickup. A frequent overnight traveler up and down the East Coast, he was a regular customer. Some days, like today, Lucas would drive him into Manhattan for a meeting and then wait for him and drive him home. It never even occurred to Lucas to say that he wasn't available this morning. He knew that one of the first things the cops would check out would be any workman who had been anywhere around the Frawleys' house. Chances were he'd made their list because Bailey lived on High Ridge, which was only 2 blocks from Old Woods. "Of course the cops have no reason to give me a second look," he assured himself. "I've been picking up people in and around this town for 20 years, and I've always kept below the radar screen." He knew that his neighbors in nearby Danbury, where he lived, looked at him as a quiet, solitary guy. On the way to pick up Bailey this morning, he resisted the temptation to drive past the Frawley home. He pulled into Franklin Bailey's driveway at 5 minutes of 5 and contented himself with envisioning the money he would get as his share of the ransom payment. The front door of the handsome Tudor-style home opened. Lucas sprang out of the car and opened the rear door for his client. Bailey, a silver-haired man in his late 60s, murmured a greeting, his tone distracted. But when the car began to move, he said, "Lucas, turn onto Old Woods Road. I want to see if the cops are still there." Lucas felt his throat tighten. What would make Bailey decide to go by there? Of course, Bailey was a big shot in town, Lucas reminded himself. He'd been mayor at one time. "Anything you say, Mr. Bailey. But why would there be cops on Old Woods Road?" "Obviously, you haven't been watching the news, Lucas. The 3-year-old twins of the couple who recently moved into the old Cunningham house were kidnapped last night." "Kidnapped? You've got to be kidding, sir." "I wish I were," Franklin Bailey said grimly. "I've met the Frawleys a number of times, and am very fond of them." Lucas drove 2 blocks, then turned the car onto Old Woods Road. Police barricades were in front of the house where 8 hours ago he had broken in and grabbed the kids. 2 policemen were standing in front of the barricades. Lucas could see that they were carrying notebooks. Franklin Bailey opened the back window and was recognized immediately by the sergeant in charge, who began to apologize that he could not allow him to park. Bailey cut him short. "Ned, I don't intend to park, but maybe I can be of service. I've got a 7 o'clock breakfast meeting in New York, and we'll be back by 11 o'clock. Who's inside, Marty Martinson?" "Yes, sir, and the FBI." "I know how these things work. Give Marty my card. The Frawleys are new in town and don't seem to have close relatives to rely on. Tell Marty that if I can be any help as contact person for the kidnappers, I'm available. Tell him I remember that during the Lindbergh kidnapping, a professor who offered to be a contact person was the one who heard from the kidnappers." "I'll tell him, sir." Sergeant Ned Barker took the card and made a note in his book. Then, with a somewhat apologetic tone, he said, "I have to identify anyone who drives past, sir. I'm sure you understand." "Of course." Barker looked at Lucas. "May I see your license, sir?" Lucas smiled, his eager, anxious-to-please smile. "Of course, officer, of course." The sergeant examined the driver's license. His eyes flickered over Lucas. Without comment, he returned it and wrote something in his notebook. Franklin Bailey closed the window and leaned back. "All right, Lucas, let's step on it. That was probably a wasted gesture, but somehow I felt I had to do it." "I think it was a wonderful gesture, sir. I never had kids, but it doesn't take a lot of imagination to figure out what those poor parents are feeling now." "I just hope they're feeling bad enough to come up with $8 million, he thought with an inner smile. Clint was pulled from a heavy Chivas Regal-assisted sleep by the persistent voices of 2 children calling Mommy. When there was no response, they had begun to try to climb over the high sides of the crib in which they had been sleeping. Angie lay next to him, snoring, oblivious to the children's voices or the sound of the crib rattling. He wondered how much she had had to drink after he went to bed. He dug an elbow into her side. Reluctantly, she lifted her head and looked over at the crib. "Lie down! Get back to sleep, you two!" she snapped. Kathy and Kelly saw the anger on her face and began to cry. "Shut up, I said! Shut up!" Whimpering, the twins lay down again, clinging to each other. The soft sound of their muted sobs escaped from the crib. Angie poked Clint. "At 9 o'clock, Mona will start to love them, not 1 minute sooner." Margaret and Steve sat up all night with Marty Martinson and Agent Carlson. Together, she and Steve answered Carlson's questions. Once again, they emphatically denied that they had any access to any meaningful sum of money, let alone millions of dollars. "My father died when I was 15, Margaret told Carlson. "My mother lives in Florida with her sister. She's a secretary in a doctor's office. I have college and law school loans I'll be paying off for another 10 years. "My father is a retired New York City fire captain," Steve said. "He and my mother live in a condo in North Carolina. They bought it before prices went crazy." When they were questioned about other relatives, Steve admitted that he was on bad terms with his half-brother, Richie. "He's 36, 5 years older than I am. My mother was a young widow when she met my father. Richie always had a kind of wild streak in him. We were never close." "Where is Richie now?" Carlson asked Steve. "He's a baggage handler at Newark Airport. He dropped out of school and resents me for finishing college and getting a law degree. I might as well tell you. He had a juvenile record and spent years in prison for his part in a money laundering scam, but he'd never do anything like this." "Maybe not, but we'll check him out," Carlson said. "Now let's go over anyone else who might have a grudge against you, or who might have come in contact with the twins and decided to kidnap them. Have you had any workmen in the house since you moved in?" Steve shook his head. "I've been spending nights and weekends doing basic repairs." "What about the people you work with?" "I've been with my company only 3 months. CFG&Y is an investment firm specializing in pension funds." Carlson seized on the fact that until the twins were born, Margaret had worked as a public defender in Manhattan. "Mrs. Frawley, is it possible that one of the people you defended might hold a grudge against you?" "I don't think so." Then she hesitated. "There was one guy who ended up with a life sentence. I begged him to accept a plea bargain, but he refused, and when he was found guilty, the judge threw the book at him. His family was screaming obscenities at me when they took him away." At 7 o'clock, as light began to show through the drawn shades, Carlson stood up. "I urge you two to get some sleep. The clearer your heads are, the more helpful you'll be to us. I'll be right here. I promise we'll let you know the minute the kidnappers make contact with us." Steve and Margaret nodded mutely. Their bodies sagged with fatigue as they got up and walked to the staircase. "They're on the level," Carlson said flatly to Martinson. "I'd stake my life on it. They don't have any money. Which makes me wonder if this ransom demand isn't a hoax. Somebody who just wanted the kids may be trying to throw us off. I only pray to God that those kids aren't on a plane to South America right now." On Friday morning, the kidnapping of the Frawley twins was headline news all along the East Coast, and by early afternoon had become a national media event. The birthday picture of the beautiful 3-year-olds, with their angelic faces and long blonde hair, and dressed in their blue velvet birthday party dresses, was shown on television news channels and printed in newspapers all over the country. A command center was set up in the dining room of 10 Old Woods Road. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Steve and Margaret appeared on television in front of their home, begging the captors to take good care of the girls and return them unharmed. "We don't have money," Margaret said imploringly, "but our friends have been taking up a collection. It's up to nearly $200,000. Please, you must have mistaken us for people who could raise $8 million. We can't. But I can promise you we will have $200,000 in cash." Steve, his arm around Margaret, said, "Please get in touch with us. We need to know that our girls are alive." But Friday evening, Saturday, and then Sunday all passed without word from the kidnappers. On Monday morning, Katie Couric was interrupted on the Today Show as she was interviewing a retired FBI agent about the kidnapping. She suddenly paused in the middle of asking a question, pressed her hand against her earphone, listened intently, then said, This may be a hoax, but it also may be terribly important. Someone claiming to be the kidnapper of the Frawley twins is on the phone. At his request, our engineers are putting the call on the air now." A husky, obviously disguised voice, its tone angry, said, "Tell the Frawleys time is running out. We said 8 million, and we mean 8 million. Listen to the kids." Young voices said in unison, "Mommy, I love you. Daddy, I love you." Then one of the girls cried, "We want to go home." The segment was replayed 5 minutes later with Steve and Margaret listening. Martinson and Carlson did not need to ask the Frawleys if the call was legitimate. The look on their faces was enough to convince them that at last contact had been made with the kidnappers. An increasingly nervous Lucas had stopped in at the caretaker cottage on both Saturday and Sunday evenings. The last thing he wanted was to spend any time around the twins, so he timed his arrival for 9 o'clock, when he thought they would be asleep. On Saturday evening, he tried to feel reassured by Clint's boast that Angie was great with the kids. "They ate real good. She played games with them. She really loves them. She always wanted to have kids, but I tell you, it's almost spooky to watch them. It's like they're two parts of the same person." "Did you get them on tape?" Lucas snapped. "Oh, sure." "That's the first smart thing you've done," Lucas thought as he pocketed the tape. By prearrangement with the boss, he drove to Clancy's Pub on Route 7, arriving there at 10:30. As instructed, he left the limo in the crowded parking lot with the door unlocked and the tape on the seat, and then went in for a beer. When he returned to the limo, the tape was gone. That was Saturday night. On Sunday night, it had been clear that Angie's patience was wearing thin. "Damn dryer is broken, and of course we can't call anyone to fix it." As she spat out the words, she was taking 2 sets of identical long-sleeved T-shirts and overalls from the washing machine and draping them on wire hangers. "How long am I supposed to keep this up? It's been 3 days already." "The Pied Piper is going to make a ransom demand tomorrow morning on the Today Show." That'd shut her up. "You gotta hand it to the boss," Lucas thought the next morning, as he witnessed the dramatic response to the Pied Piper's phone call. The whole world will be wanting to send money to get those kids back. Lucas had no job scheduled until the next morning, Tuesday, and at 2 o'clock decided there was no way he could sit in his apartment and stew. The Pied Piper had told him to be sure to watch the CBS Evening News, that another contact would be made then. He decided he had time to go for a plane ride. He drove to Danbury Airport, where he was a member of a flying club. There he rented one of the single-engine prop planes. Flying 2,000 feet above the earth gave him a sense of complete control, something he badly needed to experience now. It was a cold day, with only a slight breeze and some clouds to the west. Fine flying weather. But as he tried to enjoy the freedom of being airborne, Lucas could not shake off the persistent worry that was plaguing him. He felt certain that he had missed something. Grabbing the kids had been easy. The babysitter only remembered that whoever had come up behind her smelled of perspiration. She got that one right, Lucas thought. Angie should stick Clint's shirts in that washing machine of hers every time he peels one off. The washing machine. That was it. Those clothes she was washing. 2 sets each of identical shirts and overalls. The kids had been wearing pajamas when they grabbed them. Had that stupid airhead gone shopping? She had. He was sure of it. Icy with rage, Lucas yanked back on the yoke. Next thing, that stupid broad will probably take the kids to McDonald's for a hamburger, he thought frantically. There was no way to put a good face on delivering the latest communication from the kidnapper. On Monday evening, Walter Carlson received a phone call and went into the living room where Margaret and Steve Frawley were sitting side by side on the couch. 15 minutes ago, the kidnapper called the network during the CBS Evening News, he said grimly. They're replaying that segment now. It has the same tape of the twins' voices they played this morning on Katie Couric, with an addition. It's like watching people being thrown into a cauldron of boiling oil, he thought, as he saw the agony on their faces at the sound of a childish voice protesting, "We want to go home." "Kelly," Margaret whispered. A pause. Then the wailing of the twins began. Margaret buried her face in her hands. "I cannot. Then a harsh, obviously disguised voice snarled, "I said 8 million. I want it now. This is your last chance." "Margaret," Walter Carlson interrupted, his tone urgent. "There is a bright spot here. You have proof that the girls are alive. We are going to find them." "And are you going to come up with an $8 million ransom?" Steve asked bitterly. Carlson did not know whether to raise their hopes yet. Agent Dom Pacella, heading a team of agents, had spent the day at CFG&Y, interviewing Steve's co-workers to learn if any of them knew of someone who resented Steve. The firm had recently suffered bad publicity because of insider trading accusations, and Pacella had learned that a board of directors meeting had been hastily scheduled for that night with conference call links to directors all over the world. The rumor was that the company might offer to put up the ransom money for the Frawley twins. Carlson studied the Frawleys, who in 3 days since the twins went missing seemed to have aged 10 years. Both were pale, their eyes heavy with fatigue, their shoulders slumping. He knew that neither one of them had touched a morsel of food all day. Not at all sure that he was doing the right thing, Walter Carlson hesitated, then spoke. "I don't want to raise your hopes, but Steve, the CEO of your company has called an emergency board of directors meeting. From what I understand, there's a chance that they'll vote to pay the ransom." "Don't let it go the other way," he prayed, as he saw hope come alive in their faces. Steve looked at Carlson. "I know it sounds crazy. I'm a new employee at CFG&Y, but in the back of my mind it did occur to me that maybe, just maybe, they'd offer to put up the money. $8 million is peanuts to them." Oh my God, Carlson thought. The half-brother may not be the only bad egg in this family. Could Steve Frawley be behind all this? Kathy and Kelly looked up from the couch. They had been watching Barney tapes, but Mona had switched to the television and listened to the news. They were both scared of Mona. A little while ago, Harry had started yelling at her after he got a phone call. He was mad at her for buying the clothes for them. Mona had yelled back, "I suppose they should have been running around in pajamas for 3 days. Of course I bought some clothes. By the way, I also bought cereal and orange juice and fruit. And I also bought a crib. And now shut up and go out and get some hamburgers for all of us. I'm sick of cooking. Got it?" Then, just when Harry came back with the hamburgers, they heard the man on television say, "We may be receiving a call from the kidnapper of the Frawley twins." They listened, as over the television they could hear Kelly's voice saying, "We want to go home." Kathy tried to squeeze back tears. "I do want to go home. I want Mommy. I feel sick." "I can't understand a word of what the kid is saying," Clint complained. "Sometimes when they talk to each other, I can't understand it either," Angie snapped. "They have twin talk. I read about it." She dismissed the subject. "Why didn't the Pied Piper tell them where to leave the money? What's he waiting for? Why did he just say, 'You'll hear from me again'?" "Bert says it's his way of wearing them down. He's going to make another contact tomorrow." Clint, Harry, was holding the McDonald's bag. "Let's eat these while they're hot. Come over to the table, kids." Kelly jumped up from the couch, but Kathy lay down and curled up into a ball. "I don't want to eat. I feel sick." Angie hurried over to the couch and felt Kathy's forehead. "This kid is getting a fever." She looked at Clint. "Finish that hamburger fast and go out and get some baby aspirin. That's all we need for one of them to get pneumonia." She bent over Kathy. "Oh, sweetie, don't cry. Mona will take good care of you. Mona loves you." She looked angrily at the table where Kelly had started to eat the hamburger, then kissed Kathy's cheek. "Mona loves you best, Kathy. You're nicer than your sister. You're Mona's little girl, aren't you?" In the Park Avenue boardroom of CFG&Y, Robinson Allen Geisler, the chairman and chief executive officer, waited impatiently while the out-of-town directors confirmed their presence at the meeting. His job already in jeopardy as a result of the fallout from the $500 million fine imposed by the SEC, Geisler knew that the position he was going to take in the agonizing Frawley situation might be a fatal mistake. The question was simple. If CFG&Y offered to pay the $8 million ransom, would the result be a superb public relations gesture, or would it be, as he knew some of the directors believed, an invitation for other kidnappers to have a field day? Greg Stanford, the chief financial officer, took the latter position. "It's a tragedy, but if we pay to get the Frawley kids back, what do we do when another employee's wife or child is taken? We're a global company, and a dozen of the places where we have offices are already potential hotspots for this kind of thing." Geisler knew that at least a third of the 15 directors shared that same viewpoint. On the other hand, he told himself, how would it look for a company that had just paid a $500 million fine to refuse to pay a fraction of that amount to save the lives of 2 little girls? It was a question he planned to throw on the table. The final off-site director reported in, and all eyes turned to Geisler. "We all know why we're here," he said brusquely, "and I'm very much aware of the feeling some of you hold that we're caving in to kidnappers if we offer to pay the ransom that has been demanded." "That's exactly the way some of us feel, Rob," Greg Stanford said quietly. "This company has already had enough bad publicity. Cooperating with criminals shouldn't even be a consideration." Geisler looked disdainfully at his colleague, not bothering to hide his intense dislike for the man. In appearance, Stanford was the television version of a corporate executive. He was 46 years old, 6 feet 4 inches in height, and uncommonly handsome with sun-streaked sandy hair. He had married his way into the corporate world. His third and current wife was an heiress whose family owned 10% of the shares of the company. Geisler knew that Stanford coveted his job, and that if he prevailed today in his no-ransom position, Geisler would be the one the media would turn on when the company publicly declined to offer the bribe money. He got up and turned on the television. "I want all of you to watch this. Then put yourself in the position of the Frawleys." At his orders, the media department had put together a videotape covering the sequence of events of the kidnapping. The tape ended with a small voice saying, "We want to go home." Then the terrified crying of the twins, followed by the ominous demands of the kidnapper. "Most of you at this table are parents," he said. "We can at least try to save those children. We may not succeed. We may recover the money, or we may not. But I don't see how any one of you could sit here and refuse to vote to pay the ransom." He watched as heads turned to get Greg Stanford's reaction. "You lie down with dogs, you get up with fleas. I say we should never cooperate with criminals," Stanford said as he twirled a pen in his hand. Norman Bond was the next director to offer an opinion. "I was responsible for hiring Steve Frawley, and I made a very good choice. It isn't relevant to this discussion, but he's going to go places with us. I vote for offering to put up the ransom money, and I urge that it be a unanimous vote from this board. These children are in jeopardy, and the faster we move to save them, the better the chances that the kidnappers won't panic and harm them." This support came from an unexpected source. Geisler and Bond often went head-to-head at board meetings. Bond had hired Frawley when 3 others in the company had been panting for the job. Geisler had cautioned Bond against going outside the company, but Bond had been adamant about wanting Frawley. "He's got an MBA and a law degree," he had said. "He's smart and he's solid." Geisler had half expected Bond, in his late 40s, divorced with no children, to vote against paying the ransom, thinking that if he hadn't hired Frawley, the company wouldn't be in this position. "Thank you, Norman," he said. "And for anyone else who still wants to discuss the advisability of this company responding to the desperate need of one of its employees, I suggest we watch the tape one more time and then take a vote." At 8:45, the vote was 14-1 to pay the ransom. Geisler turned to Stanford. "I want a unanimous vote," he said, his tone icy. "Then, as usual, you can feel free to have an anonymous source let the media know that you felt making the payment might jeopardize the children rather than save them. But as long as I sit in this chair and you don't, I want a unanimous vote." Margaret managed to swallow a few bites of the roast chicken dinner that Rena Chapman, her next-door neighbor, had sent over. Then, while Steve waited with FBI agent Carlson to learn the outcome of the CFG&Y board meeting, she slipped upstairs to the twins' bedroom. It was the one room they had fully decorated before they moved in. Steve had painted the walls pale blue and tacked down a final sale remnant of white carpet over the shabby floorboards. Then they had splurged on an antique white 4-poster double bed and a matching dresser. "We knew it was silly to buy 2 single beds," Margaret thought. "They would have ended up in the same bed anyhow." The FBI agents had taken the sheets and blanket to test for DNA evidence. Margaret walked across the room to the window seat. She bent down and picked up first one and then the other of the shabby teddy bears that were the twins' favorite stuffed animals, hugging them fiercely against her. She looked out the window and was surprised to see that it was beginning to rain. Kathy had been starting with a cold. Margaret could feel sobs beginning to choke her throat. The bedroom door opened. Margaret turned, looked at Steve's face, and knew from the vast relief she saw in his eyes that his company had volunteered to pay the ransom money. "They're making the announcement immediately," he told her, the words tumbling from his lips. He hesitated. "Margaret, the FBI wants both of us to take lie detector tests." At 9:15 on Monday night, sitting in his apartment over a shabby hardware store near Main Street in Danbury, Lucas was watching television when a news bulletin interrupted the routine programming. CFG&Y had agreed to pay the ransom for the Frawley twins. An instant later, his special cell phone rang. "It's beginning to happen," the hoarse voice whispered. "I was watching for the announcement," Lucas said. "I called Harry an hour ago," the Pied Piper told him. "I could hear one of the kids crying. Have you checked on them?" "I saw them last night. I'd say they were okay." "Mona is taking good care of them? I don't want any slip-ups." This opening was too much for Lucas to resist. "That dumb broad is taking such good care of them that she's been buying matching outfits for them." This time the voice was not disguised. "Where?" "I don't know." "Does she plan to have the cops tracing the clothes?" Lucas liked the way the Pied Piper was getting agitated. Anything could go wrong. He needed to share that worry. "I told Harry not to let her out of the house again," he said. "In 48 hours this will be over, and we'll be home free," the Pied Piper said. "Tomorrow I make contact and give instructions about the money. Wednesday you pick up the cash. Wednesday night I tell you where to leave the kids. Make sure they're wearing exactly what they were wearing when you grabbed them." The connection ended. The time for Robinson Geisler to stand with Margaret and Steve Frawley and address the media was set for 10 a.m. on Tuesday morning. Unable to sleep most of the night, at 6 a.m. Margaret felt her eyes begin to close. It was 9 o'clock when Steve awakened her. "Mr. Geisler just got here. You'd better start getting dressed, honey. When it's time to go outside, I'll come up and get you." Margaret forced herself to get out of bed. She dressed quickly as her mind began to focus on what Steve had told her. After the broadcast, they were going to take the lie detector tests. How could they even imagine that Steve and I had anything to do with this, she wondered. She made the bed, then sat on the edge of it, her hands folded, her head bent. "Dear God, let them come home safely. Please. Please." She did not realize Steve was in the room until he asked, "Are you ready, sweetheart?" He came over to her, took her face in his hands, and kissed her. "Marg, the only reason the FBI wants us to take a lie detector test is because of that brother of mine. I know what the agents are thinking. Richie leaving Friday to drive to North Carolina to see Mom looks to them as though he was creating an alibi for himself. He hasn't visited her in a year. Then the minute I told Carlson I had been wondering if the company would volunteer the ransom, I realized I became a suspect. But that's Carlson's job. I want him to be suspicious of everyone." "It's Carlson's job to find my children," Margaret thought, as she and Steve walked down the stairs. Steve opened the door and took her hand as cameras began to flash. Joined by Robinson Geisler, they walked to the table and chairs that had been set up for the interview. She was glad to see that Franklin Bailey, who had offered to be the intermediary, was also present. She had met him for the first time in the post office when she was buying stamps. Kelly had darted out the door, and he had grabbed her at the curb before she'd run into the busy street. Margaret looked unseeingly at the gathered media. She listened to Robinson Geisler offer to pay the ransom, and to Steve's insistence that they must have proof the girls were still alive, and to Franklin Bailey as he offered his services as contact person and slowly gave his phone number. "Mrs. Frawley, now that you know the kidnappers' demands are being met, what is your greatest fear?" someone asked. A stupid question, Margaret thought before answering. "Of course, my greatest fear is that somehow something will go wrong between the payment of the ransom and the return of our children. The longer the delay, the greater the chance something might happen. I believe Kathy was beginning to get a cold. She goes into bronchitis easily. We almost lost her when she was an infant." She stared into the camera. "Please, I beg of you, if she is sick, get her to a doctor, or at least get some medicine for her. The girls were just wearing pajamas when you took them." Her voice trailed off. "Why did I say that?" Interrupting a reporter, she said abruptly, "I love you, Kelly. I love you, Kathy. Very soon, I promise, we'll find a way to bring you home." As the cameras focused on her, Margaret became silent, forcing back the words that had almost escaped her. "There's a connection I've got to make. There's something I've got to remember." At 5 o'clock that afternoon, Franklin Bailey's neighbor, retired Judge Benedict Sylvan, pounded on his door. When Bailey yanked it open, a breathless Sylvan blurted out, "Franklin, I just received a phone call. I think it's from the kidnapper. He's going to call you back at my house in exactly 3 minutes. He said he has instructions for you." "He has to know my phone is monitored," Bailey said. "That's why he's calling you." The two men rushed across the wide lawns that separated their houses. They had barely reached the open door of the judge's home when the phone in his study rang. The judge raced ahead to grab it. Gasping for breath, he managed to say, "Franklin Bailey is with me," and handed the phone to Bailey. The caller identified himself as the Pied Piper. His instructions were brief and explicit. By 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, CFG&Y was to be prepared to wire $7 million to an overseas account. The remaining $1 million in ransom was to be ready for delivery. It must be in used $50 and $20 bills, and their serial numbers must be non-sequential. When the wire transfer goes through, further instructions will be issued for delivery of the cash. "We must have proof that the girls are alive," Bailey said, his voice tense and unsteady. "Hang up now. In 1 minute you will hear the voices of the 2 little girls in blue." Bailey returned the phone to the cradle. Moments later it rang. When he picked it up, Bailey heard a child's voice saying, "Hello, Mr. Bailey. We saw you on television this morning with Mommy and Daddy." A second voice whispered, "Hello, Mr." But her words were interrupted as she began to cough, a deep, racking cough that echoed in Bailey's head as the line went dead. As the Pied Piper was giving instructions to Franklin Bailey, Angie was pushing a cart through the aisles of the CVS drugstore, shopping for anything she thought might keep Kathy from getting any sicker. She'd already tossed baby aspirin, nose drops, rubbing alcohol, and a vaporizer into the cart. "Grandma used to put Vicks in the vaporizer when I was a kid," she thought. "I wonder if you're still supposed to do that." She knew that Lucas would have a fit if he thought she was buying any baby products. But what does he want me to do, let the kid die? She asked herself. She hurried to aisle 3, grabbed the jar of Vicks, and rushed to the checkout. One register was closed. The other one already had 6 people online. She felt her mouth go dry. A life-size picture of the twins was displayed next to the counter. In bold letters, the headline read, "Missing. Reward for any information as to their whereabouts." "Hurry up," Angie thought, giving the shopping cart an impatient push. The guy in front of her, a heavy-set man with a loaded cart, turned around. His look of annoyance changed to a broad grin. "Hi, Angie. What are you trying to do, cut my feet off?" "Hi, Gus," Angie said, attempting a smile. Gus Svensson was a pesky guy they sometimes ran into when she and Clint ate at the Danbury pub. A plumber with his own business, he often did work at the golf club during the season, so the fact that she and Clint lived in the caretaker cottage when the club was closed made Gus act as if they had something big in common. "How's my boy Clint?" Gus asked. Gus was born with a loudspeaker on his vocal cords, Angie thought, as people turned to look at them. "Never better, Gus. Hey, I think the dynamo behind the counter is about ready for you." Sure. Gus unloaded his purchases on the counter and turned back to peer in Angie's basket. "Baby aspirin, baby nose drops. Hey, you two got news for me?" Lucas was right, she thought. I shouldn't be shopping for anything for the kids. "Don't be silly, Gus," she snapped. "I'm babysitting for a friend and the kid's getting a cold." "That will be 122.18. the clerk told Gus. He opened his wallet and pulled out his credit card. He turned back to Angie. "Listen, if you're stuck babysitting, maybe my old friend Clint would like to meet me for a few beers. I'll give him a call." Before she could respond, he had scrawled his signature on the credit slip, grabbed his purchases, and was on his way to the exit. Angie slammed the contents of her cart on the counter. The bill came to $43. She knew she didn't have more than $25 in her pocketbook, which meant she had to use her credit card. Lucas had given them cash to buy the crib. "That way there won't be a paper trail," he'd said. But there would be a paper trail. She'd had to use the card to pay for the outfits she bought the twins at the children's outlet store, and she had to use it now. "It'll be over soon," she promised herself as she headed for the exit. "2 days at the most and we'll have the money and be out of here," she reminded herself as she got into Clint's 12-year-old Chevy van. On Wednesday morning, the unpredictable March weather had once again turned bitterly cold. A biting wind rattled the windows of the dining room where Steve and Margaret sat with Walter Carlson and his colleague, Agent Tony Rialto. Carlson had not thought it was his right to soft-pedal what Franklin Bailey had told him, that one of the twins had been coughing, a deep bronchial-sounding cough. "Steve and Margaret, I know it's frightening to think that Kathy is sick," he told them. "On the other hand, it proves that Bailey really was listening to them." "I wonder if whoever has them is giving Kathy anything to keep her from going into pneumonia," Margaret said, her voice breaking. Carlson looked across the table. "My guess is that whoever has the children wants to return them safely." It was 10:15. The Pied Piper had said he would be in touch at 10 o'clock. The three fell into silence. They could only wait. At 10 o'clock, Rena Chapman raced over from her house. "Somebody on my phone says he has important information about the twins for the FBI," she said breathlessly to the police officer on guard. Steve and Margaret at their heels, Rialto and Carlson ran to the Chapman home. Carlson grabbed the phone and identified himself. "Have you pen and paper?" the caller asked. Carlson pulled his notebook and pen from his breast pocket. "I want $7 million transferred to account 507964 in the Nemedonum Bank in Hong Kong," the Pied Piper told him. "You have 3 minutes to make it happen. When I know the transfer is completed, I'll call back." He heard the click of the phone. Carlson dialed Robinson Geisler's private number at the executive office of CFG&Y. In a precise, clipped voice, he repeated the name of the bank in Hong Kong and the account number. "The transfer will be made within 60 seconds, and we have the suitcases with the cash waiting to be delivered," he assured the FBI agent. Margaret listened as Carlson next barked instructions to the FBI communications unit to try to triangulate the Chapman's phone line in the hope that they might pinpoint the Pied Piper's location when he called back. "He's too smart for that," Margaret thought. "Now he has the $7 million. Will we hear from him again?" "Mr. Carlson, right away. Another call, 3 houses down." A Ridgefield policeman on duty outside the Frawley house had rushed to Rena Chapman's kitchen door. The wind blew Margaret's hair into her eyes as she and Steve, their hands joined, ran behind Carlson and Rialto to the house where a neighbor she had never met was frantically waving them in. The Pied Piper had disconnected, but called back less than a minute later. "You have been very wise," he told Carlson. "Thank you for the wire transfer. Now get this straight. Your helpful friend, Franklin Bailey, must be standing in Manhattan in front of the Time Warner building at Columbus Circle at 8 o'clock tonight. Tell him to wear a blue tie and to have a red tie in his pocket. He must have the suitcases with the money and be carrying a cell phone. What is the number of your cell phone, Mr. FBI agent?" "It's 917-555-3291, Carlson said. "Give your cell phone to Franklin Bailey. Remember, we will be watching him. Any attempt to follow him or to apprehend the messenger who accepts the suitcases will mean that the twins will disappear forever. The alternative is that once we have validated the amount and the authenticity of the cash sometime after midnight, someone will receive a phone call telling you where to pick up the twins. They're very homesick, and one of them has a fever. I suggest you make sure there are no slip-ups." Walking back from their neighbor's house, clutching Steve's arm, Margaret tried to believe that within 24 hours the twins really would be home. "I have to believe it," she told herself. "Kathy, I love you. Kelly, I love you." Captain Martinson was waiting for them on the porch. "He looks upset, but surely it can't be bad news," Margaret promised herself as they stepped into the foyer. "He doesn't know yet that a ransom drop has already been arranged." Martinson waited until they were in the living room before he spoke. "We've got a problem. Franklin Bailey had a fainting spell early this morning, and he was rushed to the hospital. His cardiogram was okay. His doctor thinks he had an anxiety attack brought on by stress." "We've just been told by the kidnapper that Bailey is to be in front of the Time Warner building at 8 o'clock tonight," Carlson snapped. "If he doesn't show up, whoever has the children will suspect a double-cross." "But he's got to be there." Margaret heard the hint of hysteria in her voice and bit her lips so hard she tasted blood. "He's planning to be there," Martinson said. "He wouldn't stay at the hospital." He and the agents looked at each other, but it was Steve who voiced what they all were thinking. "Suppose he has another weak spell and becomes confused or passes out while he's getting instructions on delivering the cash. What happens then? If Bailey doesn't make contact, the Pied Piper said we'd never see our children again." Agent Tony Rialto did not reveal the concern that had been growing in his mind to a virtual certainty. We should never have let Bailey get involved. And why did he insist on helping? At 20 minutes past 10 on Wednesday morning, Lucas was staring out the front window of his apartment, puffing nervously on his 5th cigarette of the day. Suppose the Pied Piper gets the $7 million wire transfer and decides to dump us. If he pulls out, what do we do with the kids? Even if the Pied Piper plays it straight and arranges delivery of the $1 million in cash, it will take both me and Clint to try to make the pickup and get away without being caught. Something could go wrong. Lucas knew it in his bones, and he respected this kind of warning. Ignoring it had sent him to prison for 6 years. Tonight, if he and Clint got caught, he'd be facing life. And how sick was the one kid? If she died, it could be a lot worse. His phone rang. It was the Pied Piper. Lucas turned on his recorder. "Things are going smoothly, Bert. The wire transfer went through. It's very clear to me that the FBI won't jeopardize getting the children back by following you too closely." He was using the phony growl that he thought passed for a disguised voice. The Pied Piper continued. "If you want to be counting money tonight, listen very carefully to my plan. As you know, you will need a stolen vehicle. You have assured me that Harry is capable of securing one easily." "Yeah, it's the one thing he's good at." "Here is the way we're going to work it." As Lucas listened, he grudgingly admitted that the plan had a good chance of succeeding. Finally, after unnecessarily assuring the Pied Piper that he would be carrying his special cell phone, he heard the click that meant the connection was broken. "Okay," he thought. "I know what we're doing. Maybe it'll work." As he lit a fresh cigarette, his own cell phone rang. He hurried to answer it. "Lucas," a weak and strained voice began. "This is Franklin Bailey. I need you this evening. I have a most important errand in Manhattan and must be in Columbus Circle at 8 o'clock. Lucas thought of the funny way the cop had eyed him on Friday when Bailey had driven over to the Frawley's house to offer to be the go-between. If the feds decided that it was a good idea for Bailey to have his own driver and then found out he was unavailable, they might start asking what was so important that he couldn't accommodate a long-time client. "I can't refuse," Lucas thought. He tried to make his voice strike its usual eager-to-please timbre. "What time do you want me, sir?" "At 6 o'clock. We'll probably be quite early, but I cannot take any chance of being late." "6 on the button, sir." Lucas threw his cell phone on the table and picked up the special cell phone. When the Pied Piper answered, Lucas brushed nervously at the sweat on his forehead and told him what had happened. "I couldn't refuse." Even though the Pied Piper was still trying to disguise his voice, the note of amusement in it crept through. "This little development may work beautifully for us. You're planning to go for a plane ride, aren't you?" "Yeah, after I get the stuff from Harry." "Make sure that typewriter that was used for the ransom note goes with you, as well as the clothing that was bought. There should be no trace of children having been present in Harry's cottage." I know. You phone me as soon as you drop Bailey off at the Time Warner building. I'll tell you what to do next. At 10:30, Angie was at the breakfast table with the twins. Now on her third cup of black coffee, her head was beginning to clear. She'd had a lousy night's sleep. She looked at Kathy. She could tell the vaporizer and aspirin had done some good. She was still a pretty sick kid, though, and had been awake a lot during the night, crying for her mother. At least the other one slept pretty well. She looked at Kelly, who stared back at her. It was all she could do not to slap that fresh kid. "We want to go home," she kept saying. "You promised you would take us home." "I can't wait for you to go home," Angie thought. It was obvious Clint was a nervous wreck. He'd taken his coffee over to the sofa in front of the television set and kept drumming his fingers on the piece of junk that passed for a coffee table. Kelly had eaten some of the cereal Angie had fixed them, and Kathy at least had a few bites. They both looked pale, Angie admitted to herself. She pushed back her chair. "Okay, kids, time for a little nap." They had gotten used to being shoved back into the crib after breakfast. Kathy even raised her arms to be picked up. "She knows I love her," Angie thought as she put Kathy in the crib. Kathy folded herself into a ball and began sucking her thumb. That was something new, Angie thought as she picked up Kelly and dropped her into the crib. Kelly immediately struggled to her feet and put her hands tightly around the railing. "We want to go home now. You promised." "You're going home tonight, so shut up." Angie went back to the kitchen, slamming the door behind her as a warning to Kelly not to cause trouble. Clint was still watching the television. Angie began to clear the table. "Pick up those Barney tapes," she ordered him as she dumped dishes in the sink. "Put them in the box with the typewriter." The Pied Piper, whoever he was, had ordered Lucas to dump anything they had that could be connected to the kidnapping. "None of them know how well that fits in with my plans," Angie thought. "Angie, this box is too big," Clint protested. "It'll be hard for Lucas to dump it." "It's not too big," she snapped. "I'm putting the vaporizer in it, okay? Okay? Too bad we can't put the crib in it. When we drop off the kids, you can come back here and take it apart. Tomorrow you can get rid of it." 2 hours later, Angie watched with intense satisfaction as Lucas carried the heavy, bulky box to his car. Lila Jackson, a sales clerk at Abby's Quality Discount on Route 7, had become something of a celebrity to her family and friends. She had been the one to sell the twins' blue velvet dresses to Margaret Frawley 2 days before the kidnapping. 34 years old, small of stature, and bustling with energy, Lila spoke breathlessly to a widening group of people. "We had a nice chat," Lila reminisced, dragging out every detail of the encounter. "I told Mrs. Frawley that another lady had just been in, buying matching outfits for twins. They couldn't have been hers, though, because she wasn't sure what size to get. She asked my opinion. She said they were average-sized 3-year-olds. Lila caught the noon news on Wednesday morning as she was getting ready to leave for work. Shaking her head in sympathy, Lila watched as a close-up of Margaret Frawley showed her anguished expression and the deep circles under her eyes. "It is the 6th day since Kathy and Kelly were taken from their bedroom. The kidnapping took place around 9 p.m. last Thursday night. They must have been in their pajamas when they were taken," Lila thought as she reached for her car key. It was a thought that teased her as she drove to work and stayed with her as she hung up her coat. She pinned on her Welcome to Abby's I'm Lila badge, then went to the cubicle where the accounting was handled. "I just want to check my sales from last Wednesday, Jean," she explained to the accountant. "I don't remember the name of that woman who bought clothing for twins," she thought, "but I can tell by the receipt. She bought 2 sets of matching overalls and polo shirts, underwear, and socks." After thumbing through receipts, she found what she wanted. The receipt for the clothes had been signed by Mrs. Clint Downs, using a Visa credit card. Still unable to shake the feeling that she should follow up on her uncomfortable hunch, Lila asked the accountant to try to get the address of the woman. "Sure, Lila. If they give me any grief about releasing the address, I'll say that the woman may have left a package here." "Thanks, Jean." At Visa, Mrs. Clint Downs was recorded as living at 100 Orchard Avenue in Danbury. Now even more uncertain of what to do, Lila remembered that Jim Gilbert, a retired Danbury cop, was having dinner with her mother that night. When she arrived home, her mother had held dinner for her, and she and Jim were having a cocktail in the study. Lila poured a glass of wine for herself and sat on the raised hearth, her back to the fire. "Jim," she said, "I guess Mother told you I sold those blue velvet dresses to Margaret Frawley."
"I heard."
His deep baritone voice always seemed incongruous to Lila, coming as it did from Jim's narrow frame. "Jim, I know it's crazy, but just a few minutes before I sold the dresses to Margaret Frawley, I waited on a woman who was buying matching outfits for 3-year-olds and didn't even seem to know the right size to buy."
"So?"
Lila took the plunge. "I mean, wouldn't it be extraordinary if that woman was connected to the kidnapping and was buying clothes anticipating they'd be needed?"
"Lila, you're letting your imagination run away with you," Jim Gilbert said indulgently. "Do you know how many tips like that the Ridgefield cops and the FBI have been getting?"
"The woman's name is Mrs. Clint Downs, and she lives at 100 Orchard Street, right here in Danbury," Lila persisted.
"Lila, stick to fashion. I know Clint Downs. He's the caretaker who lives in the cottage at the club. 100 Orchard Street is the address of the club. Was the woman skinny with kind of a sloppy ponytail?"
"Yes."
"That's Clint's girlfriend, Angie. She may be signing herself as Mrs. Downs, but she's not Mrs. Downs. She does a fair amount of babysitting. Cross both of them off your list of suspects, Lila. In a million years, neither one of those two is bright enough to pull off a kidnapping like this."
Lucas knew that Charlie Fox, a new mechanic at the airport, was watching him as he climbed into the plane, holding the bulky box in his arms. "He's asking himself why I'm carrying something like this, and then he's going to figure out that I'm going to dump it," Lucas told himself.
"So the next time a cop comes around and asks about anyone who looks suspicious, he'll tell him about me."
"Still, it was a good idea to clear the house of anything that could connect the twins to the cottage," he admitted as he plopped the box down on the co-pilot's seat in the cockpit. "Tonight, after we drop the kids, I'll help Clint take the crib apart, and then we'll lose the parts somewhere." It was a short flight, just long enough to get out over the ocean a few miles, carefully open the door, and give the box a shove. He watched its descent. The box disappeared into the waves, sending a spray of foam cascading through the air. Lucas pulled the door closed and put his hand on the yoke. Now for the real job, he thought. 2 hours later, freshly showered and shaved, neatly dressed in his chauffeur's uniform, Lucas drove his limousine into the driveway of Franklin Bailey's home.
"Margaret, we are as certain as any human beings can be that you had nothing to do with the twins' disappearance," Agent Carlson said. "Your second lie detector test was inconclusive, even more so than the first one."
"What are you telling me?" Margaret asked, her tone almost indifferent. An hour ago, Steve had insisted that she take a sedative that the doctor had prescribed. She didn't like the feeling of vagueness that it gave her. She was having trouble focusing on what the FBI agent was saying.
"On both tests, you were asked if you knew the person responsible for the kidnapping," Walter Carlson repeated quietly. "When you said that you did not, on the second test, it registered as a lie."
He raised his hand at the protest he saw forming on her lips.
"Margaret, listen to me. You're not lying, we know that. But it is possible that subconsciously there is someone you suspect of being involved with the kidnapping, and it is affecting the test results even though you are not aware of it. Margaret, I want you to look again at the files of some of the people you defended," Carlson was saying.
Margaret forced herself to focus on the names of the defendants. "I gave them the best defense that I could. The evidence against them was very strong. I'd worked out good plea bargains, but they wouldn't accept them. Then, when they were found guilty at trial and got longer sentences than if they'd accepted the plea, it became my fault. That happens a lot to public defenders."
"After his conviction, Donnie Mars hanged himself in his cell," Carlson persisted. "At his funeral, his mother screamed, 'Wait till Frawley finds out what it is to lose a child.'"
"That was 4 years ago, long before the girls were born. She was hysterical," Margaret said.
"Do you think there is any chance that without realizing it, you may be suspicious of her?"
"She was hysterical," Margaret repeated calmly. "Donnie was bipolar. I begged the judge to send him to a hospital. He should have been under a doctor's care." She closed her eyes, then opened them again slowly. "That's the other thing I've been trying to remember," she said suddenly. Carlson and Steve stared at her.
I should call Dr. Harris, Margaret whispered. Kathy is sick. When we get her and Kelly back, I want Dr. Harris to be the one to take care of Kathy.
Carlson looked at Steve. Is Dr. Harris a pediatrician?
Yes, she's at New York Presbyterian in Manhattan and has written extensively about the behavior pattern of twins. When we knew we were expecting twins, Margaret called her. She's been taking care of the girls ever since.
When we know where to find the girls, they'll be taken immediately to a nearby hospital for a checkup, Carlson told them. Maybe Dr. Harris would meet us there.
We're talking as though it's an accomplished fact that we'll have them back, Steve thought. I wonder if they'll still be wearing their pajamas.
He turned his head as rain began slapping at the windows. Then he looked at Carlson. He thought he knew what Carlson was thinking. The rain would make the surveillance of the kidnappers that much more difficult. But FBI agent Walter Carlson was not thinking about the weather. He was concentrating on what Margaret had just said.
That's the other thing I'm trying to remember.
Margaret, he thought. What else? Remember it before it's too late. The trip from Ridgefield to Manhattan took an hour and 15 minutes. At 7:15, Franklin Bailey was hunched in the back seat of the limo, which Lucas had parked on Central Park South, half a block from the Time Warner building. The rain had started falling in earnest. On the drive into the city, Bailey had nervously explained the reason he had insisted Lucas be available for him. Lucas glanced into the rearview mirror. He looks as shaky as I feel, he thought bitterly. Lucas, you have your cell phone? Bailey asked for the 10th time. Yes, sir, I do. When the transfer of money is completed, I'll call you immediately. You'll be parked around here? Yes, sir, and ready to pick you up wherever you are. Lucas felt his hands grow clammy, and he rubbed them together. Let's get started, he thought. Enough of this waiting. At 8:02, he pulled the car in front of the Time Warner building. He pushed the trunk button, sprang out of the limo, and opened the door for Bailey. His gaze lingered on the 2 suitcases as he hoisted them from the trunk. The FBI agent who had been at Bailey's home had put the suitcases in the trunk and added a luggage cart. When you drop off Mr. Bailey, be sure to load the suitcases on the cart, he'd told Lucas. They're too heavy for him to carry. With hands that itched to grab the suitcases and run, Lucas stacked them on the cart and secured them to the handle. The rain was a steady downpour now, and Bailey turned up the collar of his coat. From his pocket he pulled out FBI agent Carlson's phone and held it anxiously to his ear. I'd better go, Mr. Bailey, Lucas said. Good luck, sir. I'll be waiting to hear from you. Lucas got into the limo. Traffic was moving slowly around Columbus Circle. Lucas pulled out and made a right on 7th Avenue and another right on 55th Street. Between 8th and 9th Avenues, he parked in front of a fire hydrant and waited for a call from the Pied Piper. The kids had been asleep for a good part of the afternoon. When they woke up, Angie noticed that Kathy was looking flushed, and sure enough, she was getting another fever. At 7 o'clock, Clint phoned to say that he had purchased a new car, a black Toyota, and that he'd bought it in New Jersey, meaning he'd stolen a car and it now had Jersey plates. He ended the call by saying, Don't worry, Angie. We'll be celebrating tonight. You bet we will, Angie told herself. At 8 o'clock, she put the twins back in the crib. Kathy's breathing was heavy, and she was still warm. Angie gave her another aspirin, then watched as she curled up into a bundle, her thumb in her mouth. Right now, Clint and Lucas are hooking up with whoever has the money, she thought, her nerves tingling. Kelly was sitting up, her arm around her sister. The blue teddy bear pajamas she'd worn since last night were wrinkled and had become unbuttoned at the neck. 2 little girls in blue, lad, Angie began singing. 2 little girls in blue. Kelly looked up at her eyes solemn as Angie repeated the last line of the refrain twice. But we have drifted apart. Angie turned out the light, closed the bedroom door, and went into the living room. She looked at the clock. It was 8:10.
The only thing Clint knew about the ransom payment was that he had to be parked a couple of blocks from Columbus Circle in a stolen car at 8 o'clock. By now, the Pied Piper should have things rolling. Clint hadn't been told to carry a gun, but with her encouragement, he had decided to do so anyway. Angie made a pot of coffee, sat on the couch, and turned on the television to the news channel. She watched intently as the anchorman speculated that the ransom payment transaction might be in progress between the kidnappers and the Frawley family. Our website has been flooded with messages from our viewers who are praying that very, very soon the two little girls in blue will be back in the arms of their heartbroken parents. Angie laughed. Guess again, pal, she said, smirking at the solemn-faced anchorman. A recent magazine article had described her as 63 years old, with wise and compassionate hazel eyes, a full head of finger-waved gray hair, and a rounded body that offers a comfortable lap to babies and toddlers. Dr. Sylvia Harris was the director of pediatric services at the Children's Hospital of New York Presbyterian in Manhattan. When the news of the kidnapping first broke, she had tried to get through to Steve and Margaret Frawley, but had only been able to leave a message. In the 5 days since the twins had been missing, she had kept her normal appointments and made her rounds with never a moment going by when the twins were not on her mind. Like a videotape being constantly replayed, Dr. Harris remembered the late autumn day 3.5 years ago when Margaret Frawley had called to make an appointment with her. "How old is the baby?" she had asked Margaret. "They're due on March 24th, Margaret had said, her voice excited and happy. "I've just been told I'm expecting twin girls, and I've read some of your articles about twins. That's why I want you to take care of them when they're born." The Frawleys came in for a preliminary appointment, and they liked each other immediately. Even before the twins arrived, their relationship with Dr. Harris had evolved into a warm friendship. When Kathy and Kelly were born, healthy and beautiful, Steve and Margaret had been ecstatic, and so was I, on every level, professional and personal. Sylvia thought now as she locked her desk and prepared to go home. It gave me the chance to study identical twins from the minute they were born, and the girls bear out everything that has ever been written about the twin bond. She thought of the time when they rushed Kathy in to see her because her cold had gone into bronchitis. Steve was sitting in the waiting room with Kelly. "The minute I gave Kathy the shot in the examining room," Sylvia remembered, "Kelly began to wail like a banshee. And that was only one of many similar instances. For these past 3 years, Margaret has been keeping a log for me." Her telephone rang. For a moment she was tempted to let the service pick it up, but then on impulse she reached for the receiver. It was Margaret, a Margaret whose voice was almost catatonic. "Dr. Sylvia, the ransom is being paid right now, and we believe we are going to get the girls back sometime soon. Could you possibly come up here and be with us? I know it's asking a lot, but we don't know what may have happened to them. I do know that Kathy has a heavy cough." "I'm on my way," Sylvia Harris said. "Put someone on to give me directions to your house." The cell phone Franklin Bailey was holding began to ring. His fingers trembling, he snapped it open and pressed it to his ear. "Mr. Bailey, you are admirably prompt. My congratulations." The voice was a husky whisper. "You must immediately begin walking down 8th Avenue to 57th Street. Turn right on 57th Street and walk west to 9th Avenue. Wait on the northwest corner. You are being watched every step of the way. I will call you back in precisely 5 minutes." FBI agent Angus Summers, dressed in the tattered and soiled clothes of a homeless man, was curled on the sidewalk, leaning against the architectural curiosity that had once been the Huntington Hartford Museum. Beside him stood a shabby cart, providing him some protection from a potential observer. Like a score of other agents in the vicinity, his cell phone had been programmed to pick up the call that Franklin Bailey would receive from the Pied Piper. Now he watched Bailey begin to drag the luggage cart across the street. As Bailey moved out of sight, Summers got up slowly, pushed his shopping cart to the corner, and waited for the light. He crossed 58th Street and turned left. There Summers got into one of the waiting FBI cars, and 2 minutes later, changed into a Burberry raincoat and matching hat, was dropped off at the Holiday Inn on 57th Street, half a block from 9th Avenue. Bert, this is the Pied Piper. State your location.
I'm parked at 55th Street between 8th and 9th. I'm in front of a hydrant. I can't stay long.
I want you to drive to 10th Avenue, then turn east on 56th Street. Pull over to the curb as soon as you can and wait for further instructions.
A moment later, Clint's cell phone rang. He was parked on West 61st Street in the car he had stolen. He was given the same instructions by the Pied Piper. Franklin Bailey waited on the northwest corner of 9th Avenue and 57th Street. By now, he was soaked to the skin and out of breath from pulling the heavy suitcases. When his cell phone rang again, his hand shook so much that he dropped it. Praying that it was still functioning, he snapped it open.
I'm here. I can see that. Turn around and go into the Duane Reade store on the corner of 58th Street. Purchase a cell phone with prepaid hours and a box of trash bags and then come back. I will call you in 10 minutes.
He's going to make him get rid of our phone, Agent Summers thought as he stood in the driveway of the Holiday Inn and listened to the call.
There is a sedan outside waiting for you, the Pied Piper had instructed Bailey. You need not be afraid to get in. It is car 142 of the XL driving service. It has been reserved in your name and prepaid. Be sure to take the suitcases from the carrier and have the driver place them in the back seat with you.
XL driver Angel Rosario pulled up to the corner of 59th Street and 10th Avenue and double-parked. The old guy dragging a luggage cart had to be his passenger. Angel jumped out. Mr. Bailey? Yes. Angel reached for the handle of the cart. I'll open the trunk, sir. No, I must get something out of the bags. Put them in the back seat. They're wet, Angel objected. Then put them on the floor, Bailey snapped. Do it. Okay, don't have a heart attack. Angel opened the rear door of the car, but Bailey wouldn't get in until the suitcases had been hoisted onto the floor. He closed the door, ran around to the driver's side, and got in. The Brooklyn Museum, right, sir? That's what you've been told. It was both a question and an answer. As the car started, Franklin Bailey's new cell phone began to ring.
Begin to transfer the money from the suitcases into 2 trash bags. Secure the bags with the blue tie you are wearing and the red tie you were instructed to carry. I will call you again shortly.
It was 20 minutes of 9. At 9:15, the phone in the cottage rang, a loud, startling jangle that made Angie almost jump out of her skin. She had just opened the bedroom door to look in on the kids. Hastily, she pulled the door closed and ran to answer the phone. Hello? Angie, I'm insulted. Really insulted. I thought my old buddy Clint was going to call me about having a beer last night. Oh, no, Angie thought. It was that stupid dope Gus, and she could tell from the sounds in the background that he was in the Danbury pub. She knew she had to be careful, remembering that one time Gus had shown up uninvited at the door, looking for company. Hi, Gus, she said, trying to sound friendly. Didn't Clint phone you? I told him to. He felt kind of lousy last night and went to bed early. From inside the bedroom, she heard Kathy begin to cry, a loud, distressed wail. She tried to cover the mouthpiece with her hand, but it was too late. Is that the kid you're minding? That's the kid, and I gotta go check on her. Clint went to look at a car some guy is selling in Yonkers. I'll tell him to meet you for a drink tomorrow night for sure. Angie began to hang up, but before the receiver was in its cradle, a now awakened Kelly began to scream. Mommy! Mommy! Would Gus realize that he was hearing 2 kids? Or was he already too drunk to know the difference? Angie wondered with concern. She went into the bedroom. Both twins were standing now, grasping the rails of the crib and hollering for their mother. Well, I can fix one of you, Angie thought as she yanked a sock out of the dresser and began to tie it around Kelly's mouth. Agent Angus Summers held his cell phone to his ear as, along with Agent Ben Taglione, who was driving, he kept his eyes riveted to the car in front of them, the sedan containing Franklin Bailey. Immediately upon seeing the XL Driving Service logo, Summers had contacted the dispatcher at the company. Car 142 had been hired in the name of Bailey and charged to his American Express card. The car's destination was the Brooklyn Museum for a passenger pickup,
and from there they were to go to the Pierre Hotel on 61st Street and 5th Avenue. It's too pat, Summers thought. Even so, a dozen FBI agents were already on the way to the museum, and several were also staked out at the Pierre. How did the Pied Piper get Bailey's American Express card number, he wondered. The feeling that the person behind the kidnapping was someone known to the family became more and more certain to Summers. But that was not his concern now. First, they had to get the girls back. Keeping 3 cars between them and the Excel sedan, they followed it down around the tip of Manhattan and as it turned north on the FDR Drive. The Brooklyn Bridge, its lights dim in the wind-swept rain, became visible. Then at South Street, the XL car made an abrupt left turn and disappeared onto the exit. As Summers clenched his hands into fists, his cell phone rang. "We're still behind them," Agent Buddy Winters told him. "He's heading north again." It was 9:30 p.m. Dr. Sylvia Harris wrapped her arms around a sobbing Margaret Frawley. "They've got to come back tonight," Margaret whispered, her voice broken. "They're going to come back tonight. I know they are." "We need you, Dr. Sylvia." Steve's voice was choked with emotion. "Even if whoever has the girls has treated them decently, we know they're bound to be upset and frightened, and Kathy has a heavy cough." "Margaret told me that when she called," Sylvia said quietly. Walter Carlson saw the concern on her face and felt that he could read her mind. If Dr. Harris had already treated Kathy for pneumonia, she had to be thinking that an untreated heavy cough was particularly dangerous for her little patient. "I made a fire in the study," Steve said. "Let's go in there." Carlson knew that Steve was trying to steer Margaret's thoughts away from the escalating apprehension she had begun to exhibit. Carlson left them in the study and went back to the dining room where the monitored phone was on the table. It was 9:45, almost 2 hours since Franklin Bailey had begun to follow the Pied Piper's orders to initiate the ransom drop. "Bert, in the next 2 minutes you will receive a call from Franklin Bailey instructing you to wait for him on 56th Street, at the passageway that runs between 56th and 57th Streets just east of 6th Avenue, the Pied Piper told Lucas. "Harry will already be parked there. When I have confirmed that you are in place, I will direct Bailey to drop the trash bags with the money onto the curb in front of Cohen Fashion Optical on 57th Street. He will place them on top of the trash bags already there. They will each be fastened with a necktie. You and Harry will run up the passageway, grab the bags, run them back through the passageway, place them in the trunk of Harry's car, and he will drive off. He should be gone before the agents are able to connect with him. When the FBI does arrive, you will be their witness and say that you saw 2 men drop bags into a car parked near you. Then you will provide a partial and misleading description of that car." With that, he broke the phone connection. It was 6 minutes of 10. From his rearview mirror, Rosario had been able to see that cash was being transferred from the suitcases to the trash bags and had threatened to drive to the nearest police station. Frantically, Bailey had explained that the cash was the ransom money for the Frawley twins and begged for the driver's cooperation. "I've got 2 kids myself," Angel had responded. "I'll drive anywhere that guy tells us to go." After veering off the South Street exit, Bailey had been instructed to drive up 1st Avenue, turn west on 55th Street, and find a place to stand as near as possible to 10th Avenue. 15 minutes passed before the Pied Piper called again. "Mr. Bailey, you are to phone your personal driver and instruct him to wait for you on West 56th Street, at the passageway that connects 57th to 56th. Make the phone call. I will be back in touch." 10 minutes later, the Pied Piper phoned Bailey again. "It is a rainy night, Mr. Bailey. I want to be considerate of you. Instruct the XL driver to proceed to 57th, turn right, and drive east, slowing down after you cross over 6th Avenue. In front of Cohen Fashion Optical, you will see a pile of trash bags waiting to be picked up. Open the door of your sedan, take out the trash bags with the money, and place them on top of the other trash bags, making sure that your neckties are clearly visible. Then immediately get back in the car and instruct your driver to continue driving east. I will call you back." It was 10:06. "Bert, "This is the Pied Piper. Proceed immediately through the passageway. The trash bags are being dropped now." Lucas had taken off his chauffeur's cap and pulled on a hooded rain slicker and dark glasses that covered half his face. He leaped out of the car, opened his large umbrella, and followed Clint, who was similarly dressed and also carrying an umbrella, down the corridor. The rain was still so heavy that Lucas was certain that the few other people going back and forth nearby were oblivious to them. From the protection of the umbrella shielding his face, he saw Franklin Bailey climbing into a car. He held back as Clint grabbed the trash bags with the ties and ran back across the sidewalk to the corridor. Lucas waited until Bailey's car pulled away before joining Clint and grabbing one of the bags. In seconds, they were back on 56th Street. Clint pushed the trunk button of the stolen Toyota, but it would not open. Lucas knew they only had seconds to spare. He flipped open the trunk of the limo. "Throw them in there," he snarled as he looked frantically at the corridor, then up and down the street. He was back behind the driver's seat, the rain slicker rolled under the front seat, his uniform cap on, when men he was sure must be FBI agents came running through the corridor and from both ends of the block. His nerves racing, but his demeanor calm, Lucas responded to the sharp rap on his window. "Is something wrong? Did you see a man carrying or dragging trash bags coming out of this passageway not more than a minute ago?" Agent Summers demanded. "Yes, they were parked right here." Lucas pointed to the spot Clint had just vacated. "They? You mean there were two of them?" "Yes, one was stocky, the other a tall, thin guy. I didn't see their faces." Summers had been too far back to see the drop. A pedestrian who had stopped to answer his cell phone told them he had seen a stocky man drag two just-abandoned trash bags into the corridor. They'd arrived here to find Bailey's limo and driver waiting for him. "Describe the car you saw," Summers ordered Lucas. "Dark blue or black, late model, four-door Lexus? The two men got in it?" "Yes, sir." In the next minutes, still nervous but secretly amused, he watched as the street swarmed with agents. A few minutes passed, and the XL car carrying Franklin Bailey pulled up behind him. Bailey, now on the verge of collapse, was helped into the limo. Accompanied by two agents and followed by others, Lucas drove back to Ridgefield, listening as they queried Bailey on the instructions he had received from the Pied Piper. He was gratified to hear Bailey say, "I was instructed to tell Lucas to wait for me at that spot on 56th Street. The Pied Piper said he didn't want me to get wet." At 12:15, Lucas pulled up in front of Bailey's home. One agent assisted Bailey inside. The other waited to thank Lucas and to tell him that he had been very helpful. With the ransom money still in the trunk, Lucas drove to his garage, switched the money from the limo to his old car, and drove to the cottage where a jubilant Clint and a strangely quiet Angie were waiting for him. "The king was in the counting house, counting up his money," Clint chortled. "I can't believe you drove the money home with the FBI guys in the car." The piles of bills were on the floor of the living room in the cottage, mostly 50s, the remainder in 20s. "Believe it," Lucas snapped. "Start throwing your half in one of the bags. I'll take mine in the other one." Even though he was sitting here with the money in front of him, Lucas was still certain that something would go wrong. Why hadn't the Pied Piper called? At 3:05 a.m., the sharp crack of the cottage phone made them all jump. Lucas got up to answer it. "I was wondering when you'd get around to us," he snarled. "You don't sound like a man who's staring at $1 million. Listen to me carefully. You are to drive in the borrowed car to the parking lot of La Cantina, the restaurant on the northbound Sawmill River Parkway in Elmsford. It has been closed for many years." "I know where it is." "Then you must also know that the parking lot is behind the building. Harry and Mona are to follow you in Harry's van, bringing the twins. They must transfer their charges to the borrowed car and lock them in it. The three of you will return to the cottage in the van. I will call by 5 a.m. to confirm that you have followed instructions. I will then take the final step. After that, none of you will hear from me again." At 3:15, they began the trip. From behind the wheel of the stolen car, Lucas watched as Angie and Clint carried out the sleeping twins. The rain was still falling, but not with the same force as it had been earlier. Lucas tried to take that as a good sign. He was turning onto the Sawmill River Parkway. Another 10 minutes, and he'd be there. So far, so good, he thought. Lucas wet his lips with the tip of his tongue. The aging structure that had been La Cantina restaurant was coming up on the right. There was no car in sight on either side of the sawmill. With a quick flip of the switch on the panel, Lucas turned off the headlights and drove to the parking lot behind it. There he turned off the ignition and waited until the sound of an approaching car told him that the final phase of the plan was about to be completed.
It takes a long time to count $1 million by hand, Walter Carlson said, hoping that he sounded reassuring. The money was transferred at a little after 10, Steve replied. That was 5 hours ago. He knew that every passing minute suggested that they would not hear from the kidnappers. As the hours wore on, a hunch had been taking shape in Carlson's mind, the kind of gut-level hunch that had served him well throughout his 20 years with the Bureau. The hunch was to check out Lucas Wool, the ubiquitous chauffeur who so conveniently happened to be parked exactly where he could observe the kidnappers carrying the money and then could give a description of the car they were supposedly driving. Angus Summers, the FBI agent in charge of the New York group, had driven up with Bailey and was convinced that he and the chauffeur were on the level. Even so, Carlson decided he was going to put in a call to Connor Ryan, special agent in charge of New Haven and Carlson's immediate boss. Ryan could start doing a rundown on Lucas immediately. Margaret was slowly pulling herself up. When you spoke to the Pied Piper, did he say that he would call around midnight? There was no answer to give her except the truth. Yes, he did. Clint knew they were nearing La Cantina restaurant and was worried about overshooting it. With narrowed eyes, he anxiously scanned the right side of the parkway. Angie was sitting beside him, rocking the sick kid in her arms. Two little girls in blue, lad, Angie began singing. Angie, I wish you'd quit that damn singing, Clint snapped. Kathy likes me to sing to her, Angie retorted, her voice steely. Clint glanced nervously at her. There was something strange about Angie tonight. That building had to be the restaurant, Clint decided as he peered ahead. He edged the car into the right lane. He could feel perspiration begin to drip from all over his body. It was always like this at a crisis point in a job. He turned into the parking lot and pulled up directly behind Lucas. They were sisters, Angie sang, her voice suddenly louder. In her arms, Kathy stirred and began to cry. From the floor of the back seat, Kelly's muffled whimper echoed her sister's tired protest. Shut up, Clint pleaded. If Lucas opens the door and hears you making noise, there's no telling what he'll do. Abruptly, she stopped singing. I'm not afraid of him. Here, hold her. With a swift movement, she thrust Kathy into his arms, opened the door, ran up to the driver's door of the stolen car, and rapped on the window. As Clint watched, Lucas rolled down the window, and Angie leaned inside the car. An instant later, a loud bang that could only be caused by a gunshot echoed through the deserted parking lot. Angie ran back to the van, opened the back door, and grabbed Kelly. Still too numb to move or speak, Clint saw her deposit Kelly in the back seat of the stolen car and get in the front seat on the passenger side. When she came back, she was holding both of Lucas's cell phones and a ring of keys. When the Pied Piper calls, we have to be able to answer, she told him, her voice warm and bubbly. You killed Lucas, Clint said numbly. Angie took Kathy from him. He left a note. It's typed on the same typewriter as the ransom note. It says that he didn't mean to kill Kathy. She was crying so much he put his hand over her mouth, and when he realized she was dead, he put her in a box and flew out over the ocean and dumped it. Wasn't that a good idea? I had to make it look like he committed suicide. Now we have the whole $1 million, and I have my baby. Come on, let's get out of here. As he turned back onto the highway, Angie began to sing again, this time sotto voce. They were sisters, but they have drifted apart. The first thing we gotta do is get rid of his car, Angie said matter-of-factly as they drove into Danbury. First we get his share of the money out of the trunk of his car, then you drive it back and park it in front of his apartment. I'll be right behind you."
"We're not going to get away with this, Angie. You can't hide the kid forever."
"Yes, I can.
Somebody might connect Lucas to us. Once they take his fingerprints, they'll figure out that the real Lucas Wool's been dead for 20 years, and this guy's real name was Jimmy Nelson, and he was in prison, and I was his cellmate."
"So your real name isn't Clint Downs, but who else knows that? The only time you and Lucas were together was when you met for a job. The only times he came to the house were these past few weeks at night. I still think we've got $1 million, and I've got the baby I want, and that creep who always treated us like dirt is out of the way with his head on the steering wheel, so shut up."
At 5:05, the special phone the Pied Piper had given Lucas began to ring. They had just pulled into the driveway at the cottage. Clint looked at the phone. "What are you going to tell him?"
"We're not going to answer,"
Angie said with a smirk. She tossed him a set of keys.
"These are Lucas's. Let's get rid of his car."
At 5:20, Clint parked Lucas's car in front of his apartment. Clint got out of the car and scrambled back to the van. His cherubic face dripping with perspiration, he got behind the wheel. The cell phone the Pied Piper had given to Lucas was ringing again.
"He must be scared stiff," Angie chortled. "Okay, let's go home. My baby is waking up again."
Kathy was stirring and reaching out her hand.
"She's trying to touch her twin," Angie said. "Isn't that cute?"
She tried to entwine her own fingers with Kathy's, but Kathy pulled away.
"I don't want Mona. I want Kelly."
As he turned on the ignition key, Clint looked nervously at Angie. She didn't like rejection, in fact, couldn't tolerate it. He knew she'd be sick of the kid before the week was up. What then, he wondered. The street was quiet. Trying not to show how panicked he was becoming, he drove with the headlights off until they reached Route 7. It wasn't until they had gone through the service gate of the country club that he was able to draw a deep breath. Kathy was crying again.
"Kelly? Kelly?"
Clint stopped at the front door of the cottage and hurried to open it. Kathy in her arms, Angie went inside, walked straight to the bedroom, and dropped the little girl in the crib.
"Get over it, baby doll,"
she said as she turned and walked back to the living room. The special phone rang. This time Angie picked it up.
"Hello, Mr. Pied Piper,"
she said, then listened.
"We know Lucas hasn't been answering his cell phone. Lucas had a hunch that the feds might decide to talk with him again, and he didn't want to be carrying this around. Yeah, everything went real smooth. Tell somebody where to pick up the 2 little girls in blue. I hope we never talk to you again. Good luck to you."
At 5:45 on Thursday morning, the answering service for St. Mary's Catholic Church in Ridgefield received a phone call.
"I'm desperate. I need to talk to a priest,"
a husky voice said. Rita Schless, the telephone operator who took the call, was sure that whoever it was trying to disguise his voice.
"Are you injured or sick?" she asked crisply.
"Put me through to a priest immediately. This is a matter of life and death."
"Hold on, sir," Rita said.
I don't believe him for 1 minute, she thought, but I can't take a chance. Reluctantly, she rang 75-year-old Monsignor Romney.
I don't think this guy's on the level, Rita explained.
We'll find out soon enough,
the Reverend Monsignor Joseph Romney said wryly. As he reached for his glasses, he heard the click of the call being transferred.
Monsignor Romney, how can I help you?
Monsignor, you heard about the twins who were kidnapped?
Yes, of course. The Frawleys are new members of our parish. We've been offering a daily mass for their safe return.
Kathy and Kelly are safe. They can be found in a locked car behind the old La Cantina restaurant on the north side of the Sawmill River Parkway near Elmsford.
Joseph Romney felt his heart begin to pound.
Is this a joke?
It is not a joke, Monsignor Romney. I am the Pied Piper. I suggest you hurry to notify the authorities. It is an inclement night. The girls have been there for several hours, and Kathy has a heavy cold.
At dawn, unable any longer to watch the deepening misery on the faces of Margaret and Steve Frawley, Walter Carlson sat at the dining room table beside the phone. When it rang at 6:05, he steeled himself for bad news as he grabbed the receiver. It was Marty Martinson calling from the police station. "Walt, Monsignor Romney of St. Mary's got a call from someone claiming to be the Pied Piper. He told the Monsignor that the twins are locked in a car behind an old restaurant on the Sawmill River Parkway. We called the state police. They'll be there in less than 5 minutes." Carlson heard the sound of the Frawleys and Dr. Harris as they rushed into the dining room. Obviously, they had heard the phone ring. He turned and looked up at them. The look of hope on their faces was almost as upsetting to see as the earlier misery. Carlson hung up the phone. "Tell us what's going on," Steve insisted. "We have a right to know." "We will ascertain in a few minutes whether or not a call Monsignor Romney received is real. If it is, the twins have been left unharmed in a locked car just off the Sawmill River Parkway near Elmsford," Carlson told them. "The state troopers are on the way there now." "The Pied Piper kept his word," Margaret cried. "My babies are coming home." "Margaret, it may be a hoax," Dr. Harris cautioned. "God wouldn't do that to us," Margaret said emphatically, as Steve, unable to speak, buried his face in her hair. When 15 minutes went by without another call, Carlson was sure something was terribly wrong. Then, when the doorbell rang, he knew it had to be bad news. Steve, Margaret, and the doctor followed him to the foyer. Carlson opened the door. Monsignor Romney and Marty Martinson were standing on the porch. The priest went to Margaret and Steve, and in a voice trembling with compassion said, "God has sent you back one of your little girls. Kelly is safe. Kathy has been taken to him." The news that one of the twins was dead triggered an avalanche of national sympathy. The few pictures the media were able to get of Kelly as her distraught parents carried her from the hospital in Elmsford, where she had been taken to be examined, were distinct enough to show the difference from the way she appeared in her birthday picture of only a week ago. Her eyes were wide and frightened now, and there seemed to be a bruise on her face. In all the pictures, her one arm was around her mother's neck, while the other was stretched out, the fingers moving as though to grasp another hand. At CFG&Y, Robinson Geisler did not get to deliver the triumphant message he had hoped to give. Instead, his voice halting, he expressed his tremendous sorrow at the loss of one of the twins, but said that he believed that the cooperation of his firm in paying the ransom had led to the safe return of the other one. In a separate interview, board member Greg Stanford broke ranks with his chairman and chief executive officer. "You may have heard that the vote to pay the ransom was unanimous," he said. "But it was a decision fiercely fought by a minority faction, which I spearheaded. At CFG&Y, we made a decision that I believe was wrong in every aspect, morally and logically. Now, as a member of the board of directors, I want to assure anyone who might believe that our firm will ever deal with criminals again, listen very carefully. It is not going to happen." "Mr. Pied Piper, Lucas is dead," Angie said. "Maybe he killed himself, maybe he didn't. What difference is it to you? He knew who you are. We don't." "Is the other twin dead?" "She is not dead. She's only sleeping," Angie said. "As a matter of fact, I'm holding her right now." "Don't call again. You'll wake her up." She put down the phone and kissed Kathy's cheek. "Wouldn't you think that $7 million would satisfy him?" she asked Clint. It was 11 o'clock. Clint was watching television. Every station was carrying stories about the end of the Frawley kidnapping. "What are we going to do with her?" Clint asked. "We're going to take her to Florida and buy a boat and sail through the Caribbean on it. That's what we're going to do. But for now, I've got to go to the drugstore. She's having trouble breathing again." "Angie, she's sick. She needs medicine. She needs to see a doctor. If she dies on us and we get caught—" "She's not going to die, and stop worrying that anyone will connect us with Lucas," Angie interrupted. "We did everything right. Now, while I'm gone, I want you to take Kathy into the bathroom and let the shower run till it gets all steamed up. I'll be back soon." She thrust the drowsy Kathy at Clint. "Do as I tell you. Turn on that shower and keep the blanket around her. If the phone rings, don't answer it. I told your drinking buddy Gus that you'd meet him at the bar tonight. You can call him later, but I don't want him to get curious about what baby I'm minding." Angie's eyes were glittering with anger, and Clint knew better than to try to reason with her.
I was crazy to take Angie back after she did that stretch in the psycho hospital, he thought as he carried Kathy to the bathroom and turned on the shower. She had almost killed the mother who tried to pick up the baby Angie was minding. I should have known better than to get her involved with kids again. He put the lid of the toilet seat down and sat on it. He turned her body so that she would breathe in the steam that was rapidly filling the small bathroom. The kid was starting to babble. Nothing she was saying was making sense. Was that the twin talk stuff Angie had been talking about? I'm the only one listening, kid, he told her. So if you have anything to say it straight. Dr. Sylvia Harris knew that confronting the awful grief of losing Kathy was to some extent being postponed by Margaret and Steve. For now their attention was riveted on Kelly. She had not spoken a single word since they had been reunited with her in the Elmsford hospital. They got back home at 11 o'clock, rushing into the house as photographers scrambled to get pictures of Kelly. Margaret carried Kelly upstairs to the twins' bedroom and changed her into Cinderella pajamas, while she tried not to think of the matching pair still neatly folded in the drawer. Troubled by Kelly's absolute lack of reaction, Dr. Harris gave her a mild sedative. She needs to sleep, she whispered to Steve and Margaret. She went downstairs to find that Agent Carlson was preparing to leave. Seeing how drawn and weary he looked, she said, I hope you're going to get some rest now. Yes, I'm going to go home and crash for about 8 hours. Otherwise, I won't be any use to anyone. But then I'm going to be back on this case, and I promise you, Doctor, that I'm not going to rest until the Pied Piper and whoever else was working with him are behind bars. May I make an observation? Of course. Besides the potential danger of the gag, the only physical injury Kelly suffered were bruises that were probably caused by being pinched. As you can understand, in my volunteer work, I sometimes see abused children. Pinching is a woman's trick, not a man's. I would agree with you. We know from an eyewitness that 2 men grabbed the trash bags with the ransom money. It would make sense that a woman was involved in taking care of the twins while the men were picking up the cash. Was Lucas Wool the Pied Piper? Somehow I doubt it, but that's only a gut feeling. Carlson did not add that, pending the autopsy report, there was still a serious question about the angle of the bullet that had killed Lucas. Dr. Harris, how long will you be staying here? For at least a few days. After the kidnapping, the harsh treatment she received, and now the loss of her twin, Kelly is very fragile emotionally. She is going to be grieving intensely for her sister. Carlson nodded. The ironic part is that I believe Lucas didn't mean to kill her. There was a faint smell of Vicks on Kelly's pajamas. She isn't sick, so it probably means that whoever was taking care of the girls was trying to treat Kathy's cold. But you can't put a gag on a child whose nostrils are clogged and expect her to breathe. The genuine grief on the agent's face moved Sylvia Harris to say, I know Margaret and Steve believe you and your fellow agents did everything you could to save the girls. We did the best we could, but it wasn't good enough. They both turned as they heard footsteps hurrying down the stairs. It was Steve. Kelly began to talk in her sleep, he told them. She said 2 names, Mona and Harry. Do you or Margaret know anyone named either Mona or Harry? Carlson demanded, his exhaustion forgotten. No, definitely not. Do you think she was referring to the kidnappers? Yes, I do. Is that all Kelly said? Steve's eyes welled with tears. She's lapsed into twin talk. She's trying to talk to Kathy. The elaborate plan to follow Franklin Bailey's limousine at a safe distance had not worked. Angus Summers, in charge of the New York City phase of the operation, realized now that while he had been riding in the limo back to Connecticut with Franklin Bailey, the ransom money may well have been only a few feet away from him in the trunk. Lucas Wool was the guy who told us that 2 men had driven away in a new Lexus, he thought grimly. They knew now that only one man either drove away or took off on foot. Lucas was the second man. Was Lucas the Pied Piper? Angus didn't think so. If he had been, he would already have known that Kathy was dead. Was it possible that the Pied Piper, whoever he was unaware that Kathy was dead when he phoned Monsignor Romney and told him where the children could be found? And had the Pied Piper really been giving directions to Franklin Bailey as Bailey claimed? These were the issues Summers debated with Tony Rialto
as they drove to Bailey's home late Thursday afternoon. Rialto was having none of it.
Bailey is from an old Connecticut family. He's one of the people involved in this whole thing who I'd say is above reproach. Maybe, Summers said as he rang Bailey's doorbell.
Bailey's housekeeper, Sophie, a stocky woman of about 60, examined their badges and admitted them with a worried frown.
Was Mr. Bailey expecting you? No, Rialto said, but we need to see him.
When Bailey came down to the library nearly 20 minutes later, Angus Summers was shocked to see the marked change in his appearance. Last night he had seemed to be on the brink of exhaustion. Now his face was paper white, his eyes glazed.
I simply cannot believe that Lucas was involved in this terrible affair, he began. Believe it, Mr. Bailey, Rialto said crisply. Naturally, that makes us re-examine the facts of the case. You told us that you offered to act as a go-between with the Frawleys and the kidnappers because you had formed a slight friendship with Margaret Frawley.
Franklin Bailey sat straighter in the chair and put aside the cup of tea.
As I told Mr. Carlson, Margaret and Steve attend St. Mary's, where I am a parishioner. We have chatted several times after Mass. I knew that they did not have any family nearby. I was the mayor of this town for 20 years and am well known in the community.
Rialto's cell phone rang. He opened it, glanced at the number calling him, and stepped into the foyer. When he returned, there was a noticeable difference in his attitude toward Franklin Bailey.
Mr. Bailey, he said brusquely, isn't it a fact that you lost a considerable amount of money in a scam about 10 years ago? Yes, that's true. How much did you lose in that scam? $7 million. What was the name of the man who cheated you? Richard Mason, as slippery a con artist as I have ever had the bad luck to meet. Did you know that Mason is Steve Frawley's half-brother?
You'd never know it was the same kid. She looks like a little boy, Angie said cheerfully as she surveyed the effects of her makeover on Kathy. The little girl's dark blonde hair was now charcoal brown, the same shade as Angie's, and it was no longer shoulder length. It barely covered her ears. She does look different, Clint admitted to himself. At least if someone were to see her, they'd think Angie was babysitting a boy. I've got a great name for her, too, Angie added. We're gonna call her Stephen, after her father, get it? Do you like your new name, Stevie, huh? Angie, this is crazy. We've got to pack up and get out of here. No, that would be the worst thing we could do. You have to write a letter to the manager of the club and say you've been offered a year-round job in Florida and that you're giving notice. If you just disappear, they'll wonder what happened. Angie, I know how the feds work. If either one of us left just one fingerprint in that car, it could come up in the feds' database. You wore gloves when you stole that car, gloves when you drove Lucas's car back to his place. Anyhow, even if they find some, we've both disappeared. You've been known as Clint Downs for a good 15 years, so stop! Kathy had been almost asleep. As Angie's voice rose, she slid down from Angie's lap and stood looking up at both of them. In an abrupt change of mood, Angie said, You must have done a pretty good job with the steam. She doesn't seem so choked up. And she did eat some cereal, so I guess that'll keep her going. Angie, she needs real medicine. I can take care of that if I have to. Angie did not tell Clint that she had rummaged in the bathroom cabinet and found a couple of penicillin tablets and cough medicine from when Clint had that lousy bronchitis attack last year. She'd started Kathy on the cough medicine. If that doesn't do the trick, I'll open the pills and dilute them, she thought. Penicillin cures just about everything. Kathy turned and was walking toward the bedroom. Angie got up to follow her and watched as Kathy pulled the blanket from the crib, wrapped herself in it, and lay down on the floor. Listen, baby, if you're tired, you have a crib to crash in. She picked up the unresisting child and cradled her. Does Stevie love Mommy? Kathy closed her eyes and turned her head away. Angie shook her. Being I'm so nice to you, I'm getting sick and tired of the way you treat me, and don't you dare start that double talk again. The sudden piercing sound of the doorbell made Angie go rigid. Through the partially open door, she heard Clint moving with slow, heavy steps across the living room, followed by the sound of the door opening. Hello, Clint, old buddy. Thought I'd pick you up and save you the trouble of driving. It was the booming voice of Gus the plumber. He suspects something is fishy, Angie thought angrily. Making a quick decision, she tucked the blanket around Kathy, allowing only the back of her head with its short brown hair to show, and stepped into the living room. "Hi, Gus," she said.
"Angie, hi! Is this the kid you're minding?"
"Yeah, this is Stevie. His folks are at a family funeral in Wisconsin. They'll be back tomorrow. I love the little guy, but I'm ready to get some sleep."
"See you later, Angie," Clint said, edging Gus toward the door.
"Bye, have a good time," she said as the door closed behind them. She watched from the window until Gus's truck disappeared down the lane. Then she smoothed Kathy's hair. "Baby doll, you and me and our money are making tracks right now. For once, Daddy Clint was right. It isn't safe to hang around here any longer." At 7 o'clock, Monsignor Romney rang the bell of the Frawley home. Steve and Margaret answered it together. "Thank you for coming, Monsignor," Margaret said.
"I'm glad you wanted me to come, Margaret." He followed them into the study. "How is Kelly?" he asked.
"Dr. Harris gave her a sedative, so she's been sleeping most of the day," Steve said. "She is with her now." "When Kelly's awake, she tries to talk to Kathy," Margaret told him. "She can't accept that Kathy's not coming home anymore. Neither can I."
"There is no greater sorrow than losing a child," Monsignor Romney said quietly.
Monsignor Romney waited, sensing that Margaret was about to make a request of him. "I know we must plan some kind of service that people can attend," Margaret said. "My mother and sister are coming up next week. Steve's father is getting a nurse for his mother so that he can be here too. So many, many friends have emailed us and want to be with us. But before we plan a mass that people can attend, I was wondering if early tomorrow morning you might offer a private mass for Kathy, with just Steve and Kelly and Dr. Harris and me there. Is that possible?"
"Of course it's possible. I can offer it tomorrow morning after the 9 o'clock mass."
"Don't you call it a mass of angels when it's for a small child?" Margaret asked.
"That's a layman's term that has come into use when the mass is being offered for a young person. I'll select some appropriate readings."
Monsignor Romney stood up and walked over to her. Placing his hand on her head, he blessed her, then turned to Steve and blessed him.
10 o'clock at the church," he said.
Looking at their grief-stricken faces, words of De Profundis rushed into his mind.
"Out of the depths I have cried to thee, O Lord. Hear my voice. Let thy ears be attentive to the voice of my supplication."
Norman Bond was not surprised when 2 FBI agents arrived at his office on Friday morning. He knew they had been told that he had bypassed 3 well-qualified CFG&Y employees to hire Steve Frawley. He also assumed they had figured out that it took someone with sophisticated financial know-how to realize that some overseas banks will, for a fee, collect and pass on illegally obtained money. He signaled his secretary to send the FBI agents in. The first one, Angus Summers, he had met on Wednesday. The second, a slender woman of about 30, was introduced by Summers as Agent Ruth Ann Scaturo. He knew that other agents were swarming through the building asking questions. Norman Bond acknowledged his visitors with a nod of his head. As a courtesy, he made a slight gesture of rising, but quickly settled back, his face impassive.
"Mr. Bond," Summers began, "why did you hire Steve Frawley?"
"It seems to me that we went over that subject 2 days ago, Mr. Summers," Bond said, deliberately letting a note of annoyance creep into his voice.
"Let's talk about it again. There are 3 rather bitter men in the company who felt you had neither the need nor the right to go outside for the position you gave Steve Frawley. It's a quantum leap for him, in terms of job level, isn't it?"
"Let me explain something about corporate politics, Mr. Summers. The 3 men you mention want my job. They were protégés of the former chairman. Their loyalty was and is to him. I'm a pretty good judge of people, and Steve Frawley is smart, very smart. A combination of an MBA and a law degree together with brains and personality goes a long way in the corporate world. He also appears to me to be a truly ethical man, a rarity these days. Finally, I know he would be loyal to me, and that is the bottom line for me." Norman Bond leaned back in his chair and pressed his hands together, the fingers pointing upward. And now, if you'll forgive me, I must get to a meeting upstairs."
Neither Summers nor Scaturo made a move to stand up.
"Just a few more questions, Mr. Bond," Summers said. "You didn't tell us the other day that you lived in Ridgefield, Connecticut, at one time." "I have lived in many places since I started with this company. Ridgefield was over 20 years ago when I was married." "Did your wife not give birth to twin boys who died at birth?"
"Yes, she did." Bond's eyes became expressionless.
"You were very much in love with your wife, but she left you shortly after that, didn't she?"
"She moved to California. She wanted to start all over. Grief separates as many people as it brings closer, Agent Summers."
"After she left, you had something of a breakdown, didn't you, Mr. Bond?"
"Grief also causes depression, Mr. Summers. I knew I needed help, so I checked into a facility."
"Did you keep in touch with your former wife?"
"She remarried fairly quickly. It was better for both of us to close that chapter in our lives."
"But unfortunately, her chapter isn't closed, is it? Your former wife disappeared several years after she remarried."
"I know that."
"Were you questioned about her disappearance?"
"Like her parents and siblings and friends, I was asked if I had any knowledge of where she might have gone. Of course I did not."
"Mr. Bond, when you met Steve Frawley, did you see something of yourself in him? A young, smart, and ambitious man with an attractive, smart wife and beautiful children?"
"Mr. Summers, this questioning has become irrational. If I understand you, and I believe I do, you are suggesting that I might have had something to do with my late wife's disappearance, as well as with the kidnapping of the Frawley twins. How dare you insult me like that? Get out of my office."
"Your late wife, Mr. Bond? How do you know she's dead?"
"I've always been a just-in-case person, baby doll," Angie said more to herself than to Kathy, who was lying on the bed in the motel propped on pillows and covered with a blanket. It was 10 o'clock on Friday morning, and Angie was feeling pleased with herself. The night before, an hour after Clint and Gus had left for the tavern, she had the van packed and was on the road with Kathy. She had put the ransom money into suitcases, then thrown together some hastily packed clothes and the prepaid cell phones the Pied Piper had sent to Lucas and Clint. In her final trip from the house to the van, she remembered to grab the driver's license she had stolen from a woman whose kids she had minded last year. Then, as an afterthought, she'd scribbled a note for Clint. "Don't worry, I'll call you in the morning. Need to do some extra babysitting." She drove for 3.5 hours, straight to Cape Cod and the Hyannis Motel, where she had stayed years ago when she and some guy came up for a weekend. She'd liked the Cape so much that she got a summer job at the Seagull Marina in Harwich. "I always had an escape plan in mind, just in case Clint got caught on one of the jobs he did with Lucas," she told Kathy with a chuckle. But then, seeing that Kathy was falling back asleep, she frowned and went over to the bed and tapped the little girl's shoulder. "Listen to me when I'm talking to you." Kathy's eyes remained closed. "Maybe I gave you too much of that cough medicine," Angie speculated. Angie could feel her good mood evaporating, and recognized that when she was hungry, she always got kind of edgy and irritated. They'd checked into the motel a little after midnight. She'd hardly been able to keep her eyes open at the time, and had put the kid into bed and collapsed beside her. She'd fallen asleep immediately, but woke up before dawn when the kid started coughing and crying. "I never did get back to sleep," Angie thought, "which is why I don't feel so sharp right now. But I was sharp enough to remember to bring that driver's license, so now I'll be officially known around here as Linda Hagen." "We both have thin faces and dark brown hair," Angie thought. "Someone would really have to study the picture to know it was a phony." Angie figured that if the feds did nail Clint, he would probably tell them that she was on her way to Florida, because that's what he would think. "Then I can drive anywhere I want with no one the wiser," she thought. "I'll keep in touch with Clint, and after I make sure there's no heat on him, maybe I'll tell him where I am so he can join me. And maybe I won't. But I did tell him I'd call him this morning, so I'd better do that." She picked up one of the prepaid cell phones and dialed Clint. He answered on the first ring. "Where are you?" "Clint, baby, it was better I got out fast. If the feds do look you up, what would have happened if I was there and the kid was there and the money was there?" "Don't mess with me, Angie." "I'm not messing with you. The feds come to talk to you, you're clean. I told Gus you were looking for a new car in Yonkers Wednesday night. Tell him you sold the van, then go rent yourself a car for now." "You didn't leave me a dime of the money," he said bitterly. "Not even the $500 I left on the dresser." "Run up charges on the credit card. It won't matter. In another 2 weeks or so, we're going to disappear from the face of the earth. I'm hungry. I gotta go. Goodbye." Angie snapped the cell phone closed, walked back over to the bed, and looked down at Kathy. Was she asleep or just pretending to be asleep? She's getting to be as nasty as the other one, Angie thought. The cough medicine was by the bed. She unscrewed the top and poured out a spoonful. Bending down, she forced Kathy's lips apart. "Now swallow it," she ordered. In a sleepy, reflexive action, Kathy swallowed most of the cough syrup. Kathy closed her eyes and pulled the blanket over her face as she turned away, trying not to cry. In her mind, she could see Kelly sitting in church, next to Mommy and Daddy. She didn't dare talk out loud, but did move her lips silently as she felt Angie begin to tire to the bed. In the front row of St. Mary's Church in Ridgefield, Margaret and Steve held onto Kelly's hands as they knelt at Mass. Kelly tugged at Margaret's hand. "Mommy, Kathy is very scared of that lady. She's crying for you. She wants you to bring her home too, right now." Special Agent Chris Smith, head of the Bureau's North Carolina office, had phoned to request a brief meeting with the parents of Steve Frawley in Winston-Salem. Frawley's father, Tom, a retired and highly decorated captain of the New York City Fire Department, had not been pleased to hear from him. "We learned yesterday that one of our 2 grandchildren is dead. If that wasn't devastating enough, my wife had knee replacements 3 weeks ago and is still in terrible pain. Why do you want to see us?" "We need to talk to you about Mrs. Frawley's older son, your stepson, Richie Mason," Smith had said. "Oh, for God's sake, I might have known. Come over around 11 o'clock. Smith, a 52-year-old African-American, brought along Carla Rogers, a 26-year-old agent recently assigned to his staff. At 11, Tom Frawley answered the door and invited the agents in. They followed him into the cozy family room that was an extension of the kitchen. Grace Frawley was seated in a roomy leather chair with her feet on an ottoman. Smith went over to her. "Mrs. Frawley, I am terribly sorry to intrude. I promise I won't take much of your time. Our office in Connecticut sent us to ask you and Mr. Frawley some questions about your son, Richard Mason." "Sit down, please." Tom Frawley pointed to the couch and then pulled up a chair next to his wife for himself. "What kind of trouble is Richie in now?" "Mr. Frawley, I didn't say Richie was in trouble. I don't know that he is. We wanted to talk to him, but he did not report for work at Newark Airport Wednesday evening, and according to his neighbors, he has not been seen around his apartment building since last week." Grace Frawley's eyes were swollen. "He told us he was going back to work. I had surgery 3 weeks ago. That's why Richie came down to visit last weekend. Could anything have happened to him?" "Grace, be real. Richie hated that job. I wouldn't be surprised if he just made up his mind on the spur of the moment to drive to Vegas or some place like it." From the record Smith had read on Richie Mason, it looked as if he had been a lifelong heartache for the mother. School dropout, sealed juvenile record, 5 years in the slammer for a scam that had cost a dozen investors a fortune, including Franklin Bailey, who had lost $7 million. Grace Frawley had the drawn, exhausted look of someone who was in a lot of pain, both physical and emotional. "Mrs. Frawley, when did Richie get down here and when did he leave?" Smith asked. Tom Frawley answered for his wife. "He arrived around 3 o'clock last Saturday morning. I'm a light sleeper, so I heard him when he came in. He left about 10 o'clock Tuesday morning, right after we all watched Steve and Margaret on television." "Did he get or receive many phone calls?" Smith asked. "Not on our phone. He had his cell, though." "Was Richie in the habit of visiting you, Mrs. Frawley?" Carla Rogers asked. "He stopped in to see us when we visited Steve and Margaret and the twins right after they moved to Ridgefield. Before that, we hadn't seen him for almost a year," Grace Frawley said, her voice tired and sad. "What was his relationship with Steve?" "Not the best," Tom Frawley admitted. "He's always been jealous of Steve. Richie could have gone to college. His grades were always up and down, but his SATs were great. In fact, he started attending SUNY. He's smart, really smart, but he dropped out in his freshman year and took off for Las Vegas. That's how he got in with a crowd of gamblers and phonies. As you must know, he served time in prison for a scam he got involved in.
Does the name Franklin Bailey mean anything to you, Mr. Frawley?
He's the man who my granddaughter's kidnapper contacted. We saw him on television.
He was also one of the victims of the scam that Richie helped run. That investment cost Mr. Bailey $7 million.
Does Bailey know about Richie? I mean that he's Steve's half-brother?
Frawley asked quickly.
He does now. We've learned that before he realized he had been cheated, Franklin Bailey struck up a very warm friendship with Richie. Is it possible that Bailey has remained friends with him since Richie was released from prison? Smith asked. Where are you going with these questions, Mr. Smith?
Frawley asked quietly.
Mr. Frawley, a phone call was made from your phone in this condominium to Franklin Bailey at approximately 10 minutes past 10 on Tuesday morning.
The lines on Frawley's craggy face deepened.
I certainly did not contact Franklin Bailey.
He turned to his wife.
Grace, you didn't call him, did you?
But I did. They gave his number on the television, and I called him to thank him for helping Steve and Margaret. When the machine came on, I didn't leave a message.
She looked at Agent Smith, anger replacing the suffering in her eyes.
Mr. Smith, I know that you and your agency are trying to bring to justice whoever kidnapped my granddaughters and caused Kathy's death. But listen to me and listen carefully. I don't care whether or not Richie showed up for work at Newark Airport. My granddaughter is dead. I am in so much pain I almost can't bear it. My one son and my daughter-in-law are heartbroken. My other son is weak and foolish and even a thief, but he is not capable of anything so despicable as kidnapping his own nieces. Stop it, Mr. Smith. Tell your agency to stop it. Haven't I had enough?
Smith listened, his face impassive. Mr. Frawley, if you hear from Richie, will you please tell him that we need to be in touch with him? I'll give you my card.
With a nod to Grace Frawley, he turned and, followed by Agent Rogers, left the condo. In the car, Smith put the key in the ignition.
What do you think of all that?
Carla knew what he meant. The phone call to Franklin Bailey. I think the mother may have been trying to cover for him.
So do I. Richie didn't get here until early Saturday morning, which meant he could have had time to take part in the kidnapping. He may have been setting up an alibi for himself by visiting his mother. Somebody who calls himself the Pied Piper is still out there, and the blood of that child is on his hands and on the hands of anyone else who had a part in that kidnapping. As the Frawleys just told us, Richie Mason may be nothing more than a con artist, but I just can't help thinking that his mother is covering for him right now. After her outburst in church, Kelly lapsed into silence. When they arrived back home, she went upstairs to her bedroom and brought down the 2 teddy bears clasped in her arms. Margaret held Kelly on her lap. Steve and Dr. Harris sat across from them in the kitchen. Strong, hot coffee warmed them all. While they were having their second cup, Kelly slid off Margaret's lap.
Will you read me my book, Mommy?
I will, sweetheart, Steve said. You bring it down to me. Margaret waited until Kelly was out of the kitchen before speaking. She knew the reaction she would receive, but she had to tell them what she felt.
Kathy is alive. She and Kelly are in touch with each other.
Margaret, Kelly is still trying to communicate with Kathy, and she's also beginning to tell you about her own experience. She was afraid of that woman, whoever it was who was minding them. She wanted to come home, Dr. Harris said gently.
She was talking to Kathy, Margaret said firmly. I know she was.
Kelly came back with the Dr. Seuss book they had been reading to her before the kidnapping. Steve pushed back his chair and picked her up. We'll go inside to my big chair in the study, okay?
Kathy likes this book too, Kelly said.
Well, we'll pretend that I'm reading to both of you.
Oh, Daddy, that's silly. Kathy can't hear. She's asleep now, and she's all by herself. And that lady tied her to the bed.
You mean the lady tied you to the bed, don't you, Kelly? Steve asked quickly.
No, Mona made us stay in the big crib. Kathy's in the bed now, Kelly insisted, then patted Steve's cheek. Daddy, why are you crying?
Margaret, the sooner Kelly gets back to a normal routine, the easier it will be for her to become used to not being with Kathy, Dr. Harris said later as she prepared to leave. I think Steve is right. Taking her to nursery school was the best thing for her. As long as Steve doesn't let her out of his sight, Margaret said fearfully. Absolutely.
Sylvia Harris put her arms around Margaret and gave her a brief hug.
I have to run down to the hospital to check on some of my patients, but I'll be back tonight. That is, if you still feel I'm any help to you.
Remember when Kathy had pneumonia and that young nurse was about to give her penicillin? If you hadn't been there, God knows what might have happened, Margaret said. You go down and check on your sick kids and then come back. We need you. With a final squeeze of Margaret's hand, Sylvia Harris left. Alone in the house for the first time in a week, Margaret closed her eyes and drew in a deep breath, then hurried to the phone and dialed Walter Carlson's. He answered on the first ring. Margaret, what can I do?
Kathy is alive,
she told him. Then before he could speak, she rushed on.
I know you won't believe me, but she is alive. Kelly is communicating with her. An hour ago, Kathy was asleep and tied to a bed. Kelly told me that.
Margaret.
Don't try to placate me. Trust me. You have only the word of a dead man that Kathy is gone. You don't have her body. Find her.
Before he could respond, Margaret slammed down the phone, then collapsed into a chair.
There's something I have to remember. I know it has to do with the dresses I bought the twins for their birthday, she thought.
Early Friday afternoon, FBI agents Angus Summers and Ruth Ann Scaturo rang the bell of 415 Walnut Street in Bronxville, New York, where Amy Lincroft, Greg Stanford's first wife, resided. It was Summers' experience that even people with an untroubled conscience can experience a nervous reaction at a visit from the FBI. In this case, however, Amy Lincroft had phoned and asked to see them, saying she wanted to discuss her former husband. She greeted them with a brief smile as she glanced at their credentials and then invited them in. A slightly plump woman in her mid-40s, with flashing brown eyes and salt and pepper hair that curled around her face, she was wearing a painter's smock over jeans. The agents followed her into a living room tastefully furnished in early American decor and dominated by an excellent watercolor painting of the Hudson River Palisades. Summers walked over to study it. The signature in the corner was Amy Lincroft. "This is beautiful," he said sincerely. "I make my living as a painter. I'd better be pretty good," Lincroft said matter-of-factly. "Now sit down, please. I won't keep you long, but what I say may be worth hearing." In the car, Summers had told Agent Scaturo to take the lead in the interview. She said, "Ms. Lincroft, am I correct that you have something to tell us that you feel is relevant to the Frawley kidnapping?" "May be relevant," Lincroft emphasized. "I know this is going to sound like the woman scorned, and maybe it is, but Greg has hurt so many people, and if what I'm going to tell you hurts him, so be it. I was the college roommate of Tina Olson, the pharmaceutical heiress, and was always invited to visit the family's various homes. Looking back, I realized that Greg married me so he could worm his way into Tina's world. He succeeded admirably. Greg is smart, and he knows how to sell himself. When we were first married, he was working for a small investment firm. He kept ingratiating himself with Mr. Olson, who finally asked him to join his staff. He managed to work his way up to becoming Olson's right-hand man. The next thing I knew, he and Tina announced that they were in love." Angus Summers observed the look of sadness that rushed into Amy Lincroft's eyes. "Then he married Tina Olson," Scaturo prompted sympathetically. "Yes. It lasted 6 years, until Tina found he was cheating with someone else and got rid of him. Needless to say, her father fired him as well." "What are you telling us, Ms. Lincroft?" Angus Summers asked. "About 6.5 years ago, after Greg remarried, Tina phoned and apologized to me. Tina said if it was any satisfaction to either one of us, Greg may have bitten off more than he could chew with his new bride, Millicent Alwyn Parker Huff. She's one tough lady, and Tina heard that she made him sign a prenup that says if the marriage doesn't last 7 years, he gets zip. Nothing. Not a dollar." Amy Lincroft's smile had no mirth in it. "Tina called again yesterday, after she saw Greg's interview with the press. She said he's trying desperately to impress Millicent. The prenup expires in a few days, and Millicent has been spending a lot of time in Europe away from him. The last husband she booted out didn't know what was coming until he tried to get into their Fifth Avenue apartment, and the doorman told him he wasn't allowed in the building. You're telling us that if Greg is afraid that may happen to him, he might be behind the kidnapping because he'll need money? Isn't that a stretch, Miss Lincroft?
It might be if it weren't for one more fact.
Trained as he was to be impassive, the one more fact that Amy Lincroft passed on with a certain amount of gleeful malice, nonetheless, elicited a startled expression from both FBI agents. Margaret sat on the edge of the bed in the twins' bedroom, the blue velvet dresses she had bought for their birthday draped across her lap. She tried to push aside the memory of a week ago, when she dressed the twins for their party. They were giggling and talking twin talk, she remembered, and she was convinced that they could read each other's minds. That's why I know that Kathy really is alive. She has told Kelly that she wants to come home. The image of Kathy being scared and tied to a bed made Margaret want to scream with rage and fear. Where can I look for her? There's something about the dresses I need to remember. What is it? She ran her hands over the soft velvet fabric, remembering how, even though the price had been reduced, they still cost more than she wanted to pay. I kept looking through the racks. Then the salesgirl said it was funny I was there because she'd just finished waiting on another woman shopping for 3-year-old twins. Margaret gasped. That's what I've been trying to remember. Margaret stood up and let the dresses slide to the floor. It's probably just a crazy coincidence, but I have to talk to that clerk. When Margaret went downstairs, Steve was just returning with Kelly from the nursery school. All her friends were so happy to see our little girl, he said, his voice heavy with false cheer. Isn't that right, sweetheart? Without answering, Kelly dropped his hand and began to take off her jacket. Then she started to whisper under her breath. Margaret looked at Steve. She's talking to Kathy. She's trying to talk to Kathy, he corrected. Margaret reached out her hand. Steve, give me the keys to the car. Margaret. Steve, I know what I'm doing. Where are you going? Not far. Just to the store on Route 7 where I bought their party dresses. I have to talk to the clerk who waited on me. In a sudden gesture, Kelly spun around and threw her arms around Steve's leg. I'm sorry. Steve grabbed her up and rocked her in his arms. Kelly, it's okay. She was clutching her arm. Margaret pushed up the sleeve of the polo shirt and watched as the arm began to turn red in the same spot over the faint black and blue mark they had noticed when she returned home. Margaret felt her mouth go dry. That woman just pinched Kathy. I know she did. Oh, God, Steve, don't you get it? Give me the keys. He reluctantly pulled the car keys from his pocket, and she yanked them out of his hand and ran for the door. 15 minutes later, she was entering Abby's Discount on Route 7. There were about a dozen people in the store, all of them women. Margaret walked up and down the aisles, looking for the clerk who had waited on her, but she did not see her anywhere. Finally, desperate for answers, she approached the manager. Oh, you mean Lila Jackson, the manager said when Margaret described the sales clerk. It's her day off. Any one of our other clerks will be happy to help you. Does Lila have a cell phone? Margaret interrupted. Yes, but I really can't give that to you. If you have a complaint, you can speak directly to me. I'm Joan Howell, and I'm in charge here. It's not a complaint. It's just that Lila Jackson was also waiting on another woman who bought outfits for twins and didn't know their size when I was here last week. I want to ask her about that woman. Howell shook her head. I can't give you Lila's cell phone. She'll be in at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. You can come back then. With a dismissive smile, she turned her back on Margaret. Margaret caught Howell by the arm as she tried to walk away. You don't understand. My little girl is missing. She's alive. I've got to get to her before it's too late. Margaret could hear the whisperings of the shoppers who had heard her outburst. That's Margaret Frawley. She's the one who's twins. In a rush of grief that staggered her with its violence, Margaret turned and rushed outside. In the car, she turned on the ignition key and floored the gas pedal. Not knowing where she was going, she began to drive. Later, she remembered being on I-95 North and going as far as Providence, Rhode Island. There, at the first sign for Cape Cod, she stopped for gas and only then realized how far she had gone. She turned onto I-95 South and drove until she saw a sign for Route 7, then followed it, sensing that she needed to find Danbury Airport. Reaching it finally, she parked near the entrance.
He carried her body in a box, she thought. That was her casket. He took her on a plane and flew her over the ocean. Then he dropped the body of my beautiful little girl into the ocean. Don't think about that, she admonished herself. Think about how much she loved diving into the waves. A light suddenly shone in the driver's window, and Margaret looked up. Mrs. Frawley? The state trooper's voice was gentle. Yes? We'd like to help you get home, ma'am. Your husband is terribly worried about you. I just ran an errand. Ma'am, it's 11 o'clock at night. You left the store at 4 o'clock. Now let me drive you home. Late Friday afternoon, Agents Angus Summers and Ruth Ann Scaturo went directly from Amy Lincroft's home to the Park Avenue office of CFG&Y and requested an immediate meeting with Greg Stanford. After a full half-hour wait, they were finally admitted to his office. He remained seated, his hands clasped in front of him, until the agent sat down without being invited. Have you made any progress in your search for the Pied Piper? He asked abruptly. Yes, we have, Angus Summers said promptly and convincingly. In fact, we're closing in on him fast. More than that, I'm not at liberty to tell you. He noticed that Stanford's mouth tightened. Nerves, he wondered? He hoped so. Mr. Stanford, we have just come across some information that we need to discuss with you. I cannot imagine what you have to discuss with me, Stanford said. I have made my position on the ransom payment eminently clear. That is obviously my only area of interest to you. Not quite, Summers said slowly, taking satisfaction in drawing the words out. When you learned that Lucas Wohl was one of the kidnappers, it must have been quite a shock to you. What are you talking about? You must have seen his picture in the newspapers and on television. I saw his picture, of course. Then you must have recognized that he was the ex-convict who was your chauffeur for several years. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you do, Mr. Stanford. Your second wife, Tina Olson, was very active with a charity that helped ex-convicts get jobs. Through her, you met Jimmy Nelson, who at some time took on the name of his deceased cousin, Lucas Wohl. Tina Olson had a long-time private chauffeur, but Jimmy, or Lucas, or whatever you called him, drove you frequently during your marriage tour. Yesterday, Tina Olson called your first wife, Amy Lincroft, and told her that she believes Lucas continued to drive you long after the breakup of the marriage. Is that true, Mr. Stanford? Stanford stared first at one agent and then the other. If there is anything worse than one woman scorned, it is two women scorned, he said. During my marriage to Tina, I used a car service. You could tell me that any person drove me from time to time years ago, and I would not be able to either confirm or deny it. Now get out of here. We'll be going over the records Lucas kept. They go back quite a few years, Summers said as he stood up. I think he was your driver far more frequently than you have cared to admit, which leads me to wonder what else you have to conceal. Now get this straight, Angie told Kathy at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning. I can't stay cooped up in this room all day, and I can't shut you up by taping your mouth because with that cold you might not be able to breathe, so I'm taking you with me. I bought some clothes for you yesterday when I went out, but the shoes don't fit right. They're too small. So we're going back to Sears, and I'll go in and switch them for the next size. And you are going to stay on the floor of the van and not say one word. Got it? Kathy nodded. Angie had dressed her in a polo shirt, corduroy overalls, and a hooded jacket. An overflowing tablespoon of the cough syrup was already making her sleepy. She wanted so much to talk to Kelly, but twin talk was forbidden. That was why Angie had pinched her so hard yesterday. Mommy, Daddy, she whispered in her mind. I want to come home. I want to come home. Tears welled in her eyes. Don't start crying, Angie warned as she opened the door and pulled Kathy by the hand outside onto the parking lot. Angie carried the big suitcase into the car and then made Kathy lie down on the pillow on the floor and covered her with a blanket. She slammed the back door, got in the driver's seat, and turned the key in the ignition. As Angie drove out of the motel parking lot, she said, Just in case you're interested, you're in Cape Cod, baby doll. Kathy felt the car turn. Angie began to sing a song about Cape Cod. She didn't know many of the words, so she'd hum and yell, In old Cape Cod, over and over. Then after a while, the car stopped.
Angie leaned over the seat and looked down, a mean expression on her face. Okay, we're here. Now listen, don't you dare get up, understand? I'm going to pull the blanket over your head, so that if anyone happens to look in, they won't see you. If I come out and find you've moved 1 inch, you know what will happen, don't you? Kathy's eyes welled with tears, and she nodded. I'll be back fast. Then we'll go to McDonald's or Burger King. You and me together. Mommy and Stevie. Kathy felt the blanket being pulled over her head, but she didn't care. It felt good to be dark and warm, and anyhow she was sleepy, and it was good to be asleep. But the blanket was fuzzy, and it tickled her nose. She could tell she was going to start coughing again, but managed not to cough until Angie got out of the car and had closed and locked the door. Then she let herself cry and talk to Kelly. I don't want to be in old Cape Cod. I want to come home. There he is, Agent Sean Walsh whispered to his partner, Damon Filburn. It was 9:30 on Saturday morning. He was pointing to the lanky figure of a man in a hooded sweatshirt who had parked near a condominium in Clifton, New Jersey, and was now walking up the path to the front door. In a swift, simultaneous movement, they were out of their car and on either side of the man before he could even turn the key in the door. Steve Frawley's half-brother, Richard Mason, the object of their surveillance, did not seem surprised to see them. Come on in, he said, but you're wasting your time. I had nothing to do with my brother's kids being kidnapped. Mason turned on the foyer light and walked into the living room. Threw out the ashtray so that I wouldn't be tempted to smoke. Shrugging, he got up, disappeared into the kitchen, came back holding a saucer. To Walsh, it had the look of a motel unit. A couch upholstered in a brown tweed pattern, 2 striped brown chairs, 2 end tables with matching lamps. They had learned that Mason had been living there for the past 10 months, but there was nothing in the room to suggest that this was his home. The built-in bookshelves did not hold a single book. There were no pictures. Mason sat in one of the chairs, took out a pack of cigarettes, and lit one. Listen, I've done a lot of driving these past few days and need to get to bed. What do you want? When did you resume smoking, Mr. Mason? Walsh asked. A week ago, when I heard my brother's twins were missing, Mason answered. It wasn't when you and Franklin Bailey decided to kidnap them, was it? Agent Filburn asked matter-of-factly. You've got to be crazy. My brother's kids? Walsh watched as Mason turned his head to look at Filburn. He could see the deep flush that rose on his neck and colored his face. Mason had gone to prison because he was a con man who bilked people out of their money. And he's trying to con us now, Walsh thought, by playing the part of the outraged uncle. I haven't spoken to Franklin Bailey in 8 years, Mason said. Considering the circumstances, I doubt very much that he would want to speak to me. Doesn't it seem quite a coincidence that he, a virtual stranger, rushed to offer his services as a go-between to the Frawleys? Walsh asked. If I were to guess at all from what I remember of Bailey, I'd say he loved the spotlight. He was mayor when he was investing in my company, and I remember he even joked to me that he'd go to the opening of an envelope if the press would cover it. You visited your brother and his wife in Ridgefield shortly after they moved in a few months ago, Walsh said. You didn't stop by Franklin Bailey's home for old time's sake? That's a stupid question, Mason replied evenly. He would have kicked me out. You've never been very close to your brother, have you? Filburn asked. A lot of brothers aren't close. Even more half-brothers aren't close. You almost got away with pulling off a scam that would have made millions for you. Since Steve was hired in a job that amounts to a straight path to the top, has it occurred to you that once again he's bested you? Never crossed my mind. Mr. Mason, a baggage handler has a pretty exhausting job. Somehow it doesn't seem to be the kind of occupation you'd choose. It's an interim position. Aren't you afraid of losing it? You didn't show up for work all week. I phoned in to say I wasn't feeling well and needed the week off. Where did you go? I drove to Vegas. I was feeling lucky. It didn't occur to you to be with your brother while his children were missing? He wouldn't have wanted me. Can't you just picture the ex-con brother hovering in the background with the media around? You are sophisticated about wire transfers and the kinds of banks that will accept them, forward funds, and destroy the records, aren't you? Mason stood up. Arrest me or get out. Walsh took out his notebook. Where did you stay in Vegas, Mr. Mason? And who were some of the people who could verify that you were there? I'm not answering any questions until I talk to a lawyer. Walsh and Filburn got up. "We'll be back," Walsh said, his tone even. They left the apartment but stopped at Mason's car. Walsh took out a flashlight and played it on the dashboard. 50,646 miles, he said. "How many miles did the mother say was on the odometer?" "In that wiretapped phone call she made to him after we left, she reminded him that the stepfather had noticed that his car was coming up to 50,000 miles and his warranty would be expiring, so she urged him to get it checked for any problems. Mason's some 600 miles over 50,000 on this car. It's about 600 miles from Winston-Salem. He never drove this car to Vegas for sure, so where do you think he was?" "My guess is somewhere in the tri-state area, babysitting," Filburn replied. On Saturday morning, Joan Howell said to Lila Jackson, "We had quite a bit of excitement around here late yesterday afternoon. Margaret Frawley, the mother of the kidnapped twins, came in here looking for you." "She what?" Lila had been about to step out from the office to the sales floor. "Why?" "I don't know. She asked for your cell phone number, and when I wouldn't give it, she said something about her little girl being alive, and she had to find her. I think the poor thing is having a nervous breakdown. I tried to talk to her, but she started crying and ran out of here." "I know why she wanted to talk to me," Lila said quietly. "There was another woman shopping here the same evening Mrs. Frawley was shopping for the birthday dresses last week. She was selecting clothes for 3-year-old twins, and she didn't seem to have a clue what size to buy for them. I told that to Mrs. Frawley because I thought it was so unusual. Lila let her voice trail off. She did not think that Joan Howell would like the idea that she had twisted the bookkeeper's arm to phone the credit card company and get the address of the woman. "If it would help Mrs. Frawley to talk to me, I'd really like to talk to her," she finished. "She didn't leave her number. I'd say let it go." Joan Howell glanced at her watch, a clear indication to Lila that as of 10 a.m., she was being paid to sell Abby's discount clothes. Lila remembered the name of the customer who hadn't known the size of the 3-year-old twins. She signed the slip as Mrs. Clint Downs, but when I talked to Jim Gilbert about her, he told me her name is Angie, that she's not married to Downs, and that he's the caretaker at the Danbury Country Club, and that they live in a cottage on the grounds of the club. I could talk to the police now, she thought, but they might just dismiss it the way Jim did. I've got a better idea. The country club is only 10 minutes from here. On my lunch hour, I'll drive over, ring the bell of the caretaker's cottage, and I'll say that I realized the polo shirts I sold her were defective, and I wanted to replace them. Then if I still feel funny about anything, I will call the police. At 1 o'clock, Lila took 2 size 4 polo shirts to the cashier. "Kate, toss these in a bag. Ring them up when I get back. I'm in a hurry." It had begun to rain again, and in her haste she had not bothered to take her umbrella with her. "Oh, so what if I get wet?" she thought as she ran across the parking lot to her car. 12 minutes later, she was at the gate to the Danbury Country Club. To her dismay, she saw that it was padlocked. "There's got to be another entrance," she thought. She drove around slowly, stopping at a service road with a bar across it. In the distance, she could see a small building, which she knew might be the caretaker's cottage Jim Gilbert had mentioned. "They've come this far," Lila decided. "I'm going ahead." She got out of the car, ducked under the security arm, and began to jog toward the cottage, the bag with the polo shirts cradled under her jacket. The door to the garage was open, and she could see that it was empty. "Maybe there's no one home," she thought. "In that case, what do I do?" But as she got closer to the cottage, she could see that there was a light on in the front room. "Here goes nothing," she thought, as she went up the 2 steps to the small porch and rang the bell. On Friday evening, Clint had gone out with Gus again, got home late, slept until noon, and now was hungover and nervous. While they were having dinner at the bar, Gus had said that when he'd phoned the other night and talked to Angie, he'd sworn he heard 2 kids crying in the background. "I tried to make a joke of it," Clint thought. "I told him he must have been drunk to think that there were 2 kids in this chicken coop. I think he bought it, but I don't know. I've got to rent a car and get rid of that crib," he thought as he made coffee. Why did Angie keep one of the kids? Why did she kill Lucas? If both kids had been returned, we'd have split the money with Lucas, and no one would be the wiser.
Now the whole country is on the warpath because they think one of the kids is dead."
Clint was hunched over the kitchen table, a 2-day growth of beard darkening his face when the doorbell rang.
"The cops."
Perspiration began to pour from him. He had to open the door. If it was the cops, they'd have seen that the light was on and they wouldn't go away. He put his hand on the knob, turned it, and yanked the door open. Lila gasped. She had expected that the woman who had shopped for the clothes would be standing there. Now she was faced with a heavy-set, sloppy man who was glaring at her suspiciously. To Clint, the reprieve of not being confronted by the police was replaced by the fear that this was some sort of trap.
"Don't look nervous," he told himself.
He forced something like a smile to cross his face.
"Hello."
"I wonder if he's sick," was Lila's first thought. "He's perspiring so much." "Is Angie home?" she asked.
"No, she's away on a babysitting job. I'm Clint. Why do you want her?"
"I'm Lila Jackson," she explained. "I work at Abby's Discount on Route 7. My boss sent me over to give Angie something. I'm expected back in a few minutes. Do you mind if I step in?" As long as I give him the impression that people know where I am, it should be okay, she thought.
"Sure, come in."
Clint stood aside and Lila brushed past him. In a quick glance, she saw that there was no one else in the living room, dining, or kitchen area, and that the bedroom door was open. Clint Downs was apparently alone in the house, and if there had been children here, there was no sign of them now. She handed the bag with the polo shirts to him. "When Angie was in our store last week, she bought polo shirts for the twins. We received a notice from the manufacturer that the whole run of the shirts I sold her had defects, so I came over with replacements."
"That was very nice of you,"
Clint said slowly, his mind scrambling to explain the purchase.
"Angie had to have charged that stuff on my credit card," he thought. "She was stupid enough to leave a paper trail." "My girlfriend babysits all the time," he explained to Lila. "She drove to Wisconsin with a family to help take care of their kids. She bought that stuff because the mother called ahead to say she forgot to bring one of their suitcases. Why don't you just leave the shirts here? I'm sending a package to Angie and I'll put them in it."
She handed the bag to Clint. "I'll be on my way. Please apologize to Angie or to her employer."
"Sure, glad to. No problem."
The phone rang.
"Well, anyhow, goodbye,"
Clint said as he hurried to pick up the receiver.
"Hi,"
he said, his eyes fixed on Lila, whose hand was now on the doorknob.
"Why haven't you been answering my phone? I've called you 12 times,"
a voice barked. It was the Pied Piper. For Lila's benefit, Clint tried to sound casual.
"Not tonight, Gus. I really want to take it easy."
"Who's there with you?" the Pied Piper was demanding. Clint waited until he saw Lila pass the window, then said,
"Angie took off with the kid. She didn't think it was safe to hang around here anymore. She has the cell phone you gave Lucas. She charged the clothes she bought for the kids to my credit card. Some woman was here from the store replacing shirts that were no good. I don't know whether or not she's on the level."
He knew his voice was rising as he said,
"I've got to figure out what to do. I don't even know where Angie is."
He heard the sharp intake of breath and knew that the Pied Piper was nervous too.
"Take it easy, Clint. Do you think Angie will call again?" "I think so. I think she knows she needs me." "But you don't need her. What would happen if you told her a cop had come around looking for her?" "She'd panic." "Then tell her that. Arrange to meet her wherever she is. And remember, what she did to Lucas, she could do to you."
"Everyone has a breaking point, Margaret," Dr. Sylvia Harris said gently early Saturday afternoon. It was 1 o'clock, and she and Kelly had just awakened Margaret. Now Margaret was sitting up in bed, Kelly snuggled beside her. She tried to smile. "Whatever did you give me to knock me out like that? Do you realize I've been sleeping for 12 hours? Do you realize how much sleep you've lost in the past week?" Dr. Harris's tone was light, but her eyes were watchful. "I hated to wake you up even now, but Agent Carlson phoned. He wants to stop by. The FBI is probably trying to decide what I was up to when I took off last night. I wonder if they think I'm crazy." Margaret pulled Kelly into her arms. "Do you have any idea of where you went after you left the store?" Dr. Harris asked. "I don't really remember anything until I saw a sign for Cape Cod.
That kind of woke me up, and I knew I had to turn around. I feel so guilty. Poor Steve has had enough stress without me going off the deep end."
She watched now as Margaret brushed her finger over Kelly's cheek.
"Hey, somebody's really quiet," Margaret said softly. "How are we doing, Kel?"
Kelly looked up at her solemnly, but did not answer.
"Our little girl really has been pretty quiet all morning," Dr. Harris observed. "I slept in with you last night, didn't I, Kelly?"
Kelly nodded silently. "Did she sleep well?" Margaret asked.
"She was having a little reaction to everything, I think. She was crying in her sleep and doing quite a bit of coughing. That's why I thought it best to stay with her."
Margaret bit her lip.
"She's probably getting her sister's cold."
She kissed the top of Kelly's head.
"We'll take very good care of that, won't we, Dr. Sylvia?" "Indeed we will, but I can assure you that her chest is absolutely clear."
She stood up.
"Margaret, why don't we give you a chance to shower and dress? We'll go downstairs and Kelly will pick out whatever story she wants me to read to her."
"I think that's a wonderful idea," Margaret said firmly. Silently, Kelly slid off the bed and reached for Sylvia Harris's hand. They went downstairs to the study. There Kelly selected a book and climbed onto the doctor's lap. The room was a little cool. Sylvia reached for the afghan that was folded over the arm of the couch and tucked it around Kelly. She began to open the book, then pushed up Kelly's sleeve for the second time that day. The purple bruise on her forearm was in almost exactly the same spot as the one that was fading.
"It looks as though someone pinched her hard," Sylvia thought. "Is Margaret right that Kelly was actually feeling Kathy's pain?" "Kelly," she asked, "can you sometimes feel what Kathy feels?"
Kelly looked at her and shook her head, her eyes frightened.
"Shh," she whispered.
Then rolled into a ball, put her thumb in her mouth, and pulled the afghan over her head. Special Agent Connor Ryan had called a meeting in his New Haven office for 11 o'clock on Saturday morning. Grimly determined to track down the kidnappers, he, Agents Carlson and Rialto, and Jed Gunther, a captain with the Connecticut State Police, were settled around a conference table reviewing the status of the investigation. As head of the bureau in Connecticut, Ryan led the discussion.
Wool, as he was known, could have killed himself. It was physically possible, but it's not the way most people do it.
He passed around the autopsy pictures of Lucas Wool.
From the angle of the bullet, we can tell that he would have to be holding the gun above his head when he fired it. Then we have the suicide note, which is another problem, he said flatly. Wool's fingerprints are on it, but not all over it, the way they would be if he had rolled the sheet of paper into the typewriter and then removed it after he finished typing his confession.
He handed the note to Carlson.
Let's reconstruct. We know we have at least 2 people involved, because we know that 2 men were seen carrying the ransom money. I believe there may have been another person involved, Walter Carlson said. A woman. After Kelly got back home, she said 2 names in her sleep, Mona and Harry. The father was sitting by the bed and heard her. The Frawleys are positive they don't know anyone by either of those names. So Harry may be the name of the other kidnapper, and Mona might be a woman who was minding them. Then let's agree that we may be looking for at least 2 and perhaps 3 people other than Lucas Wool. The second kidnapper, a man whose name may be Harry, and a woman whose name may be Mona. And if neither one of these 3 was the Pied Piper, then we're also looking for a 4th person, Ryan said.
The slight nods of the heads of the other men told him that they were in agreement.
He went on. Which brings us to the persons of interest. There's Steve Frawley's brother, Richard Mason, who was jealous of Steve, knew Franklin Bailey, and was lying when he claimed he went to Vegas. Then there's Bailey himself. Also Norman Bond, the man at CFG&Y who hired Steve, who lived in Ridgefield, whose early life parallels Steve's, who has had several breakdowns, and who referred to his missing ex-wife as his late wife.
Ryan's lips tightened.
Finally, we have Greg Stanford, who vigorously objected to voting to have CFG&Y pay the ransom, who may be in domestic trouble with his rich wife, and who at one time used Lucas Wool as his personal driver. By the time we're finished checking them out, we'll know when they said their first baby word and what it was. But that doesn't mean we're not off base with all of them. There could be other people involved. Our guys are taking the position that somebody knew his way around the Frawley house that night,
Gunther said. "We're going through all the real estate records of the selling broker to see if we can make some kind of connection. Beyond that, I was talking to the New York trooper who got to Kelly first. He made some interesting points. Kelly was wearing the pajamas that we now know she had on the night she was abducted, but they were fairly clean. That means someone either changed her into other clothes or washed and dried those pajamas at least a couple of times. To me, that sounds as though there was a woman involved in this." "I felt that," Carlson agreed. "Another question is, did Lucas carry Kelly to that parking lot in the stolen car? In that case, she may have seen him shoot himself." "Here's the scenario I think is possible. Lucas did accidentally kill Kathy and went off the deep end about it. He worried about the others. I think they may have driven to the parking lot with him, and one of them killed him to keep him from getting drunk and talking. We've got to talk to Kelly and try to find out what she knows." "What about Margaret Frawley?" Ryan asked. "Tony, have you spoken to her husband today?" "I spoke to him last night, after the cops took Margaret home." "What was her reason for going to the store?" "She wanted to talk to the sales clerk who sold her the dresses. God only knows what was running through her mind. But her husband told me she was insisting that a new bruise on Kelly's arm was caused by something that was happening to Kathy, and that Kelly was experiencing Kathy's pain." "You don't believe that nonsense, do you, Tony?" Ryan was clearly incredulous. "No, I don't think for 1 minute that Kelly is in communication with Kathy, but I do want her to start communicating with us, and the sooner the better."
Norman Bond lived on the 40th floor of an apartment building bordering the East River at 72nd Street in Manhattan. His panoramic 360-degree view had always enriched his solitary personal life. But on Saturday morning, even the bright sunrise did not lift his spirits. "How could I be so stupid?" he asked himself. "How could I have slipped and referred to Teresa as my late wife?" The FBI agents had pounced on that. Long ago they had given up questioning him about Teresa's disappearance. Now it would start all over again. But when someone had been missing for 7 years and has been declared legally dead, isn't it natural to refer to that person as if she was dead? Teresa has been missing 17 years. Of course it is. Now, after all this time, the kidnapping of 2 little girls had brought him to the attention of the FBI again. It would be dangerous to resign from CFG&Y and move abroad. Too abrupt, too contradictory of all the plans he had talked about. When they were married, he had told Teresa that someday he was going to be chairman and CEO of CFG&Y. Now he knew, of course, that was never going to happen, but somehow it didn't matter anymore. He didn't need the grief of the job, and now he didn't need the money either.
"These shoes are too big," Angie said, "but I'm not going to worry about it."
She had parked outside McDonald's near the mall where she'd bought the shoes and now was fastening them on Kathy's feet.
"Remember to keep your mouth shut, but if anyone asks your name, say it's Stevie. Got it? Now come on."
The shoes hurt Kathy in a different way than the others Angie had bought for her. They made it hard to walk because her feet kept sliding out of them. But Angie was pulling her along so fast, and besides, she was afraid to tell her that. She felt her foot come out of one of the shoes. Outside McDonald's, Angie stopped to buy a newspaper at a vending machine. Then they went inside and got online. When she got their food, they sat at a table where Angie could see the van.
"Never had to worry about minding that old rattletrap before," she said. "But with all that loot in the suitcase, it would be just my luck to have someone decide to steal it."
Kathy didn't want the egg sandwich and orange juice Angie had bought her. She just wanted to sleep. But she also didn't want to make Angie mad, so she tried to eat. Angie opened the newspaper and said something under her breath that Kathy couldn't understand. She reached over and pulled the hood back over Kathy's head.
"God almighty, your face is all over this paper. Except for the hair, any dope would recognize you. Let's get out of here."
Kathy didn't want Angie to be mad at her again. She slid off the chair and reached for Angie's hand.
"Where's your other shoe, little boy?"
asked a lady who was cleaning the next table.
"Her other shoe?"
Angie looked down and saw that Kathy was wearing only one shoe.
"Oh, hell, did you untie that again in the car?"
"No," Kathy whispered. "It fell off. It's too big."
"Your other one's too big, too," said the lady. "What's your name, little boy?"
Kathy tried hard, but she couldn't remember what Angie had told her to say.
"Kathy,"
she whispered, but then she could feel Angie squeezing her hand hard.
and suddenly she remembered the name Angie had told her to say. "Stevie. My name is Stevie." "Oh, I bet you have a pretend friend named Kathy," the woman said. "Yeah," Angie agreed hurriedly. "Well, we gotta be on our way." Kathy glanced back and saw the woman picking up a newspaper on the chair at the table she was cleaning. On it, Kathy could see her photograph, and Kelly's too. She couldn't help it. She began to talk twin talk to Kelly, then felt Angie squeeze her hand very, very hard. "Come on," Angie said, yanking her. The other new shoe was still on the sidewalk where it had come off. Angie reached down and grabbed it, then opened the back door of the van. "Get in," she said angrily, tossing the shoe inside. Kathy scrambled to get in, and not waiting to be told, lay down on the pillow and reached for the blanket. But then she heard a man ask, "Where is the safety seat for your child, ma'am?" Kathy looked up and saw that it was a policeman. "We're on our way to buy a new one," Angie said. "I didn't lock the van when we stayed at a motel last night, and it was stolen." "Where did you stay?" "At the Soundview." "Did you report the theft?" "No," Angie said. "It was an old seat, not worth the effort." "We want to know if there's theft going on in Hyannis. May I see your driver's license and registration, please?" "Sure, right here." Kathy watched as Angie pulled papers out of her wallet. "Miss Hagen, whose van is this?" the policeman asked. "My boyfriend's." "I see. Well, I'm going to give you a break. I want you to walk over to the mall and buy a new car seat. I will not allow you to drive with this child in the car without one." "Thank you, officer. I'll do that right away. Come on, Stevie." Angie leaned down and picked up Kathy, pressing her face against her jacket. She closed the door of the van and began to walk the block back to the mall. As soon as they were inside the mall, she put Kathy down. "Here, let me put that other shoe on. I'll stuff a handkerchief in it. Now we've got to find a place to buy a car seat." It seemed to Kathy that they walked forever. Finally, they found a store that sold car seats. Kathy could tell that Angie was getting very angry, so she didn't want to tell her that even with the handkerchief in it, the shoe had come off again. Angie walked very quickly back toward the van, then stopped, holding Kathy with one arm and dragging the car seat with the other. "Oh, God, that cop is still hanging around. Don't dare answer if he talks to you." She got to the car and put Kathy down on the front seat, then tried to attach the car seat in the back. "I'd better have this right," she said. She lifted Kathy around to sit in it. "Turn your head," she whispered. "Turn it now. That cop is watching us." She slammed the back door and got in the driver's seat. Finally, they drove off. On the way back to the motel, she screamed at Kathy. "You said your name. You were doing that twin talk stuff. You could have made a lot of trouble. The next time you open your mouth, I'll slap you silly." Kathy squeezed her eyes shut and held her hands over her ears. She could tell that Kelly was trying to talk to her, but she knew she must not talk back to her anymore, or Angie would hurt her. When they got back to the room, Angie dropped Kathy on the bed. "Don't move a muscle or say a word. Here, have some more cough medicine, and swallow this aspirin. You feel hot again." A few minutes later, before she drifted off, she could hear Angie talking on the phone. "Clint, it's me, honey. Listen, I'm kind of scared. People notice the kid when I'm out with her. Her face is all over the newspapers. I should have let her go home with the other one. I've got to get rid of her. How should I do it?" Kathy heard the sound of the buzzer, then Angie's scared voice trying to whisper. "Clint, I have to call you back. There's someone at the door. Oh, God, suppose it's that cop." Kathy buried her face in the pillow as the phone snapped shut. "Home," she thought as she fell asleep. "I want to go home." On Saturday morning, a wildly restless Greg Stanford went to his club for a game of squash, then returned to the Greenwich estate that was his wife's main residence. He showered, dressed, and ordered lunch served to him in the study. With its paneled walls, antique tapestries and carpets, Heppel-white furniture and sweeping views of Long Island Sound, it was his favorite room in the mansion. But even the perfectly cooked salmon served with a bottle of Chateau Cheval Blanc, first Grand Cru Classé, neither relaxed nor comforted him. The 7th anniversary of his marriage to Millicent was next Wednesday. Their prenuptial agreement read that if they were either legally separated or divorced before that anniversary, he would receive nothing from her. If their marriage lasted past the 7th anniversary, He would irrevocably receive $20 million, even if they were to break up any time after that. Millicent's first husband had died. Her second marriage lasted only a few years. She had divorce papers served on her third husband only a few days before the 7th anniversary. I have 4 more days to go, he thought. Greg was sure Millicent was playing a cat-and-mouse game with him. She had been traveling in Europe visiting friends for the past 3 weeks, but she had phoned from Monaco on Tuesday and approved the stand he took about paying the ransom. It's a miracle 20 other children of our employees haven't been kidnapped already, she said. You showed good sense. And when we're out together, she seems to enjoy being with me, Greg thought in an effort to reassure himself. The terrible possibility was that Millicent had somehow learned about one of his affairs. I've been discreet, he thought, but if she found out about any of them, it would be the end of me. He was pouring his 3rd glass of wine when the phone rang. It was Millicent. Greg, I haven't been very fair to you. He felt his mouth go dry. I'll be honest, I thought you might be cheating on me, and I simply could not tolerate that. But you've been given a clean bill of health, so when I get back, how about celebrating our 7th anniversary? Oh, my dear. I'll be back on Monday. I'm really quite fond of you, Greg. Goodbye. He hung up the phone slowly. As he suspected, she had been having him watched. It was a stroke of luck that instinct had made him stop seeing any woman these past few months. Now nothing could stand in the way of his 7th anniversary celebration. It was the climax of everything he had worked toward all his life. Greg Stanford looked around the room. I'll do anything not to lose all this, he said aloud. When agents Tony Rialto and Walter Carlson arrived on Saturday morning, the fatigue and concern in their eyes gave Margaret a measure of comfort. She knew that to them, the failure to rescue Kathy was deeply personal as well as professional. Rialto and Carlson introduced her to the man who was with them, Captain Jed Gunther of the Connecticut State Police. She knew that the state police had been working round the clock with the Ridgefield police, going door to door, asking if anyone had seen strangers loitering in the neighborhood. With Dr. Sylvia following, she and Steve brought the investigators into the dining room. Our command post, she thought. Kelly had brought down the matching baby dolls and teddy bears that were the twins' favorite toys. She laid them on doll blankets on the living room floor and was now setting up the play table and chairs for a tea party. How are you feeling, Margaret? Agent Carlson asked sympathetically. I'm okay, I guess. I'm sure you heard that I went to the dress shop where I bought the birthday dresses and asked to speak to the clerk who waited on me. She wasn't there, we understand, Agent Rialto said. Can you tell us your purpose in seeking to speak to her? Only that she said she had just waited on a woman who was buying clothes for twins, and that it seemed peculiar that the woman didn't know their sizes. I just had the crazy thought that maybe someone was buying those clothes, anticipating kidnapping my children, and... She swallowed. The clerk wasn't there, and at first the manager wouldn't give me her cell phone number. I realized I was making a scene, so I ran out. Then I guess I just kept driving. When I saw a sign for Cape Cod, I came to my senses somewhat and turned around. The next thing I remember is a policeman shining a light in my face. I was parked at the airport. Margaret, you called me yesterday and told me you believe that Kathy is still alive, Carlson said. Why do you believe that? Because Kelly told me she is. Because at Mass yesterday morning she said Kathy wants to come home too, right now. Then at breakfast when Steve said he would read a book to her and pretend he was reading to Kathy too, Kelly said something like, "Oh, Daddy, that's silly. Kathy is tied up on the bed. She can't hear you." And a few times Kelly has tried to talk twin talk to Kathy. Twin talk? Gunther asked. They have their own special language. As she looked around the table, she whispered imploringly, I've told myself that this is simply a grief reaction, but it isn't. If Kathy were dead, I would know it, but she isn't. She glanced into the living room. Then, before any of them could speak, she raised her finger to her lips and pointed. They all turned to observe Kelly. She had placed the teddy bears on chairs at the table. The doll that had been Kathy's was lying on a blanket on the floor. Kelly had tied a sock around its mouth. Now she was sitting by it, her own doll in her arms. She was stroking the cheek of Kathy's doll and whispering, As if she sensed that they were watching her, she looked up and said, "She's not allowed to talk to me anymore." After the visit of Agents Walsh and Filburn, Richie Mason made coffee and coldly considered his options. The FBI was watching him. Everything had been clicking along so smoothly. Now the feds were closing in. "I am not going back to prison," he thought. For the 10th time in the last 2 days, he looked at the passport that would ensure his safety. Steve's passport. He had stolen it from the dresser drawer the day he'd been in Ridgefield. He looked enough like Steve to pass without anyone asking questions. "All I need to do is have a nice warm smile like baby brother when they check it," he thought. Bahrain had no extradition agreement with the United States. But by then he'd have a new identity, so it shouldn't matter. Should he be satisfied with what he had, or should he go for the rest of the pot of gold? Why not? It was always better to tie up loose ends. Satisfied with the decision, he smiled. "Mrs. Frawley," Tony Rialto said slowly, "I cannot act on your belief that Kelly is in touch with her sister. However, the only indicators that Kathy is dead are the suicide note and the fact that Lucas Wohl was seen carrying a heavy box with him onto the aircraft. According to the note, he dropped Kathy's body into the sea. I'm going to be absolutely honest with you. We are not completely satisfied that Lucas either typed that note or that he shot himself." "What are you talking about?" Steve snapped. "What I'm saying is that if Lucas was shot by one of his cohorts, then that note might be a phony, and may have been left there to give the impression that Kathy is dead." "Are you finally starting to believe that she's alive?" Margaret asked imploringly. "We are starting to believe that there may be a slight possibility that she is alive. Frankly, I do not have faith in twin telepathy, but I do believe that Kelly may be able to help us. We need to question her." They watched as Kelly picked up a doll's washcloth and went into the kitchen. They heard her pull a chair over to the sink. When she came back, the washcloth was wet. She knelt down and put it on the forehead of Kathy's baby doll. She was whispering, "Don't cry, Kathy. Don't cry. Mommy and Daddy will find you." Kelly looked up at them. "She's really, really coughing. Mona made her take medicine, but she spit it up." The FBI agents exchanged glances, disbelief in their eyes. Margaret and Steve were clinging to each other, both of them now weeping. "Dr. Harris," Carlson said quietly, "will you talk to Kelly?" Sylvia nodded and sat on the floor next to Kelly. "You're taking good care of Kathy. Does Kathy still feel sick?" Kelly nodded. "She can't talk to me anymore. She told her real name to some lady, and Mona got mad and scared. She has to tell everyone her name is Stevie. Her head is so hot." "Is that why you're putting a cool cloth on it, Kelly?" "Yes." Kelly laid her own doll next to Kathy's. "Kathy's falling asleep now." She covered them with the same blanket, making sure their fingers were touching. It was the manager of the motel, David Toomey, who rapped on Angie's door. A slightly built man in his mid-70s. He had probing eyes that peered at her through rimless glasses. He introduced himself, then with annoyance in his voice asked, "What's this about your car seat being stolen from your van last night? Officer Tyron from the Barnstable Police stopped by to find out if any other cars had been broken into." Angie tried to think fast. "It's not a big deal," she said. "My little guy has a bad cold, and I was just concerned about getting him inside." She watched as Toomey's eyes darted around the room. He sensed that something was peculiar. He could hear Kathy wheezing. "Maybe you should take your son to the emergency room at Cape Cod Hospital. He sounds as though he's building up to an asthma attack." "That's what I was thinking," Angie said. "I'd be happy to drive you." No, that's fine. My mother will be here around 1 o'clock. She'll go with us." "I see. Well, Ms. Hagen, I suggest that you get medical treatment for that child promptly." "You bet I will. Thanks a lot. That's really nice of you. And don't worry about the car seat. I mean, it was old anyway. You know what I mean." "I know what you mean, Ms. Hagen. There was no theft, but I gather from Officer Tyron that you do have a car seat now." Toomey did not bother to hide the sarcasm in his voice as he closed the door behind him. Angie immediately double-locked the door. "He's gonna be watching me," she thought. "I've got to get out of here, but I don't know where to go. I can't pull out with all my stuff. He'll know I'm taking off. Maybe if I just wait a while, then carry out the kid and put her in the car seat, then go back, like for my pocketbook. From the office, he can only see the passenger side of the car. I can put a blanket over the suitcase with the money and slip it in on the other side. I'll leave all the other stuff here so he'll think I'm coming back. With any luck, somebody will want to check in or out of this dump, and I can sneak out while he's busy." Facing left from the window, she could see the driveway in front of the office. She waited there 40 minutes. Then, as Kathy's breathing became heavier and the wheeze became stronger, she decided to break open one of the penicillin capsules, dissolve some of it in a spoon, and force her to drink it. "I've got to get rid of her," she thought, "but I don't want her to die on my hands." Both furious and nervous, she shook Kathy, who opened her eyes and immediately began to cry. "Geez, you're burning up," Angie snapped. "Here, drink this." Kathy shook her head, and as the first taste of the liquid touched her tongue, she pressed her lips shut. "I said drink it!" She managed to force some of the liquid into Kathy's mouth, but Kathy gagged, and the medication trickled out onto her cheek. She began to wail and cough. "Keep quiet," Angie hissed. "Don't make another sound or I'll kill you right now." She looked out the window and saw that several cars were now parked in front of the office. "This is my chance," she thought. She picked up Kathy, ran outside, opened the door of the van, and strapped her in the booster seat. Then, in a quick movement, she ran back inside the motel, grabbed the blanket-wrapped suitcase and her shoulder bag, and tossed them in beside Kathy. 30 seconds later, she was backing out of the parking space. She glanced back at Kathy. The girl's eyes were closed and her head was on her chest, but Angie could see that she was breathing in gasps through her mouth, and that her cheeks were flushed. "I've got to find another motel and check in," she thought. "Then I'll call Clint and tell him to get up here." 40 minutes later, shortly after she passed the sign for Chatham, she spotted the kind of motel she was looking for. It had a flashing vacancy sign and was next to a diner. "The Shell and Dune," she said, reading the name aloud. "It'll do." She turned the van off the road. The sallow-faced clerk at the desk was on the phone with his girlfriend and barely glanced up as he handed her a registration form. On the chance that the Hyannis cop might send out an all-points bulletin, she decided not to use Linda Higgins' name and reluctantly pulled out her own driver's license. The clerk took the cash for an overnight stay and tossed her a key. Feeling somewhat more secure now, Angie got back in the van, drove around to the back of the motel, and went into the room. "Better than the last place," she said aloud as she hid the suitcase under the bed. She went back outside for Kathy, who did not wake up as she was taken from the car seat. "Boy, that fever is getting worse," Angie thought. "At least she doesn't fight the baby aspirin. I'll wake her up and make her take some now. But first I'd better call Clint." He answered on the first ring. "Where the hell are you?" "The manager of the motel I was in was too nosy. I got out of there fast." "Where are you?" "I'm on Cape Cod. Clint, the kid is really sick, and a cop that made me buy a booster seat has the license number of the van. He smells something fishy, I know he does. I was afraid I'd be stopped at the bridge if I tried to leave the Cape. I'm in a different motel. It's on Route 28 in a town called Chatham. You told me you came up here when you were a kid. You probably know where it is." "I know where it is. Look, you stay there. I'll fly up to Boston and rent a car. It's 3:30 now. I should make it there by 9 or 9:30. "Did you get rid of the crib?" "I took it apart and put it in the garage. I don't have the van to move it, remember? You know what you've pulled on me, don't you? I don't have more than $80 in my credit card. Now you've attracted the cops up there, and that sales clerk where you bought the kids' clothes smelled a rat and was nosing around here." "Why would she come to the house?" Angie's voice was loud and fearful. "She claims she wanted to replace 2 of the shirts, but as far as I'm concerned, she came here to snoop around. That's why I've got to get out of here. And why you have to stay put until I get up there. Got it?" "Yeah, Clint, I'm sorry." "Forget about it. What's the name of the motel?" "The Shell and Dune. I love you, Clint, man." Okay. How's the kid?" "She's really, really sick. She's got a big fever." "Give her some aspirin."
Clint, I don't want to be stuck with her anymore. I can't stand her.
We'll leave her in the van when we sink it somewhere. In case you haven't noticed, there's a lot of water around there.
Okay. Clint, I don't know what I'd do without you. I can't wait for you to get here.
I know, you and me, the two of us. That's the way it's gotta be.
Clint hung up the phone.
And if you believe that, you're even dumber than I thought, he said aloud.
I still don't believe that Kelly is actually in touch with her sister, Tony Rialto had said bluntly before he and Captain Gunther left the family home at 3 o'clock. But I do believe that she may be able to tell us something about the people she was with, or where she was kept, something that will help us. That is why, awake or asleep, someone should be catching every word she says. Do you at least accept that Kathy may be alive? Margaret had pressed. Mrs. Frawley, from this point in the investigation, we are going to proceed on the premise that Kathy is alive. However, I don't want this to be known. Our one advantage is that whoever has her believes that we think she is dead. Sometimes she and Kathy talk in their sleep, Dr. Harris explained to Walter Carlson. Harris and Carlson were still at the table in the dining room.
Dr. Harris, Carlson said slowly, I am a skeptic, but that doesn't mean that Kelly's behavior hasn't shaken all of us. I know you have begun to believe that the twins are in contact with each other, but isn't it possible that everything Kelly has been saying and acting out is simply her own recollection of what happened to them during the days she was away? Kelly had a bruise on her arm when she was taken to the hospital after she was found, Sylvia Harris said flatly. When I saw it, I said that it was the result of a vicious pinch. Yesterday afternoon, Kelly began to scream. Mr. Carlson, Kelly has another nasty bruise, a new one that I would swear is the result of a pinch Kathy received yesterday. Take it or leave it. Through his Swedish ancestors and his FBI training, Walter Carlson had learned to keep his emotions from showing. If you are right. I am right, Mr. Carlson. Dr. Sylvia. They looked up as Margaret came back into the dining room. Did Kelly say anything? Sylvia Harris asked anxiously. No, but I want you to sit next to her with Steve. Agent Carlson, will you drive me back to the shop where I bought the girls' birthday dresses? I was half crazy when I went over there yesterday because I knew someone had hurt Kathy, but I have to talk to that clerk who waited on me. I still think she felt something was wrong about the woman who bought clothes for twins almost at the same time I was there. Carlson recognized the expression on Margaret Frawley's face. It was that of a zealot, convinced of her mission. Let's go, he said. The Pied Piper had been calling Clint every half hour. 15 minutes after Angie phoned, he tried him again. Have you heard from her again? She's on Cape Cod, Clint said. I'm going to fly up to Boston and rent a car to drive there. Where is she? Hiding in a motel in Chatham. She already had a run-in with a cop. What motel? It's called the Shell and Dune. What are you going to do when you get there? Just what you think. Listen, the cab driver is blowing the horn. He can't get past the gate. Then this is it for us. Good luck, Clint. The Pied Piper broke the connection, waited, then dialed the number of a private plane service. I need a plane to leave in 1 hour from Teterboro, to land at the airport nearest to Chatham on Cape Cod. 64-year-old Elsie Stone didn't get a chance to look at a newspaper all day. Her job at McDonald's near the Cape Cod Mall didn't allow for leisure reading, and this Saturday she had rushed to her daughter's house in Yarmouth to pick up her 6-year-old granddaughter. As Elsie liked to put it, she and Debbie were thicker than thieves, and she willingly babysat at any time. Today she and Debbie went back to her house in Hyannis and baked cookies. When they were putting the baking pan in the oven, she said, All right, Debs, while we're waiting, Nana's going to sit down and read the paper for a few minutes. You start coloring the next page in your Barbie doll book. Elsie settled in her lazy-boy recliner and opened the newspaper. She had followed the Frawley kidnapping with rapt attention. A follow-up story on the Frawley twins was on the front page. Massive FBI search for kidnappers was the headline. A picture of the twins in front of their birthday cake brought tears to Elsie's eyes. What is it? She wondered, staring at the photograph, trying to figure out why something about it seemed so familiar. Just then the oven timer went off.
Nana, the cookies are finished, Debbie called as she ran to the kitchen.
Elsie let the newspaper slide to the floor and got up to follow her. When Captain Jed Gunther left the Frawley home, he drove directly to the Ridgefield police station. The desk sergeant confirmed that Captain Martinson was in his office, then dialed his extension. Gunther took the phone. "Marty, it's Jed. I just left the Frawleys and I'd like to see you for a couple of minutes." "Sure, Jed. Come on in." Both now 36 years old, the two men had been friends since kindergarten. Over the years they had dealt with many tragedies, but this was the first ransom kidnapping either of them had ever encountered. The lack of any lead so far was agonizing to both of them. Jed shook Martinson's hand and took the chair nearest his desk. "How's it going at the Frawleys?" Martinson asked. Jed Gunther gave a brief account of what had transpired earlier, finishing with, "You know how suspect Wool's confession is. I absolutely believe now that Kathy was still alive early Thursday morning when we found her sister in the car. When I was in the house today, I took another look around. The kidnappers had turned off the upstairs hall light and were carrying the chloroform to knock out the babysitter. They never could have risked walking around upstairs looking to see which of the 5 bedrooms the children were in. They knew their way around, so one of them has to have been in the house before that night." Gunther continued. "The question is, when was one of the kidnappers in there? Marty, your guys know this town inside out. Do you think there is any chance that someone was in the house and got the layout of it just before the Frawleys moved in?" "We spoke to the house inspector," Martinson said slowly. "He's lived here 30 years. Nobody came in while he was there. 2 days before the Frawleys moved in, the real estate agent sent over one of those local services to do a thorough cleaning. It's a family-owned business. I'll vouch for them myself." "What about Franklin Bailey? Was he any part of this?" "I don't know what the feds think, but in my opinion, absolutely not. From what I hear, the poor guy is on the verge of a heart attack." Jed got up. "I'm going back to my office to see if I can find anything we missed in our files. Remember how Kathy was coughing when we heard her on that tape? If Kathy is alive, she is one sick kid, and what scares me is that the so-called suicide note may turn out to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. They may not mean to kill her, but without medical attention, I'm worried that she won't live." At LaGuardia Airport, Clint had the driver leave him at the drop-off for Continental Airlines. If the feds were closing in on him, the last thing he needed was for them to know he had been left at the entrance to the shuttle, a dead giveaway that he was heading for either Boston or Washington. He paid the taxi fare with his credit card. As the driver zapped it through, he found himself sweating that Angie had done more shopping on it and the card was maxed out. But it went through. He sighed with relief. His anger at Angie was building, like the rumbling that precedes a volcanic eruption. If they had left both kids in the car and split the $1 million, Lucas would be running his limo service and driving Bailey around just like always. And by next week, he and Angie would have been on their way to the phony job in Florida, with no one the wiser. Now, not only had she killed Lucas, she had also blown his cover. Carrying the small bag that held just a couple of shirts, some underwear, socks, and his toothbrush and shaving kit, Clint walked into the terminal, then went outside again and waited for the bus that would take him to the terminal where he could get the U.S. Airways shuttle. There he purchased an electronic ticket and headed toward the gate for the Boston-bound plane. Alan Hart, the evening manager of the Soundview Motel in Hyannis, came on duty at 7 o'clock. The first thing David Toomey, the motel manager, did was to brief him on the theft of the car seat that Linda Hagen, the woman in A49, had reported to Officer Tyron. "I'm sure she was lying," Toomey said. "I bet the rest of my life that she never had a car seat. Al, did you by any chance get a look at her van when she checked in last night?" A frown crossed his thin, intense face. "Yeah, I did. That stringy brunette checked in sometime after midnight. I could see her van plainly, and I didn't even know she had a kid. It must have been asleep in the back seat, but it sure wasn't in a booster seat." "I talked to the Hagen woman after Sam Tyron left. She's got a little boy, not more than 3 or 4 years old from what I could see.
I told her to take him to the hospital. He had one heck of an asthmatic wheeze.
Did she do it?
I don't know. She claimed she was waiting for her mother to go with them to the hospital.
She's booked until tomorrow morning. Has she come back with the kid? Hart asked.
I don't think so. Maybe I'll just knock on the door and inquire about him.
With a wave of his hand, David Toomey went outside and walked to the ground floor unit with the number A49 on the side of the door. He could see that there was no light shining behind the drawn shade. He knocked, waited, then after only a brief hesitation, took out his master key, unlocked the door, turned on the light, and stepped inside. There was an open suitcase on the floor with women's clothing stuffed inside it. A quick look in the bathroom showed makeup and toiletries scattered on the sink.
She plans to come back, he thought. Maybe they kept the child at the hospital. I hope so. I'll be on my way.
As he started to walk back through the bedroom, something on the floor caught his eye. He bent down to examine it. It was a $20 bill. The bed's faded orange and brown dust ruffle behind the bill was hiked up. As Toomey knelt down to straighten it, his eyes widened. There were at least a dozen $20 bills scattered under the bed.
That woman is some dingbat, he thought. She must have kept her money in a bag under the bed and never even realized she was missing some of it.
Shaking his head, he walked to the door, turned out the light, and left. He had been on his feet all day and was looking forward to getting home.
I could just phone the station, he thought,
then decided to go ahead and take the time to stop there.
I want it on record that there was no theft at my motel, and if they want to go after that Hagen woman for lying to an officer, let them do it.
Lila left early today, Joan Howell, the manager of Abby's Discount, explained to Margaret Frawley and Agent Carlson. She ran out at lunchtime to do some shopping or something. When she came back, her hair was soaking wet. I asked her what was so important to make her rush out, and she said it was a fool's errand. But she left early because she felt chilled and thought maybe she was getting sick. Wanting to scream, Margaret pursed her lips together. Walter Carlson had already presented his credentials. Miss Howell, I need Miss Jackson's cell phone number, home phone number, and address immediately. Howell looked flustered.
I hope Lila isn't in any kind of trouble. She's the nicest girl you'd ever want to meet. Smart, ambitious.
A glance at the expressions on the faces of Margaret Frawley and Agent Carlson cut her off.
I'll jot it down for you.
Trying not to snatch it from the woman's hands, Margaret murmured a quick thank you and was gone, with Carlson right behind her. Angie placed Kathy on a pillow on the floor of the bathroom. Then she turned on the shower so that the small room would fill with steam. She had managed to get Kathy to chew and swallow 2 more orange-flavored baby aspirin. As each minute passed, she was becoming more and more nervous.
Don't you dare die on me, she told Kathy. I mean, that's just what I need. Another nosy motel guy banging on the door and you not breathing. I wish I could get some more of that penicillin into you.
On the other hand, she was beginning to wonder if maybe Kathy had been allergic to the penicillin she had swallowed. There were red spots showing up on her arms and chest, lots of them. Belatedly, Angie remembered that a guy she had lived with once had been allergic to penicillin. He had broken out in red spots the first time he took it, too.
Geez, is that what's happening to you? Angie asked Kathy. It was a lousy idea to come to Cape Cod. Forget old Cape Cod.
Kathy did not open her eyes. She was finding it hard to breathe. She wanted Mommy. In her mind, she could see Kelly. She was sitting on the floor with their dolls. She heard Kelly ask her where she was. Even though she wasn't allowed to talk to her, she moved her lips and whispered, Cape Cod. Kelly had awakened, but did not want to get up from the living room floor. Sylvia Harris brought in a tray with milk and cookies and put it on the play table, where the teddy bears were propped in chairs, but Kelly ignored it. Sitting cross-legged on the carpet, Steve had not moved from his position across from her. He broke the silence. Dr. Sylvia, do you remember when they were born? Margaret had to have a C-section, and there was a tiny piece of membrane that had to be cut off between Kelly's right thumb and Kathy's left thumb?
Yes, I do, Steve.
In that real sense of the word, they were not only identical, but conjoined twins. Sylvia, I don't want to let myself believe.
But now even the FBI guys admit it's a possibility that Kathy is alive. My God, if we only knew where she is, where to look for her. Do you think it's possible that Kelly knows?" Kelly looked up. "I do know." Sylvia Harris raised her hand as a warning to Steve. "Where is she, Kelly?" "Kathy's in Old Cape Cod. She just told me." Kelly went into a spasm of coughing and gagging. "I want to go home. I want Mommy." Agent Carlson rang the bell at Lila Jackson's modest home in Danbury. Lila's mother answered the door. Her welcoming smile disappeared as she saw the two strangers on the porch. Before the woman could speak, Carlson had his FBI identification in his hand and was extending it to her to examine. "I am Agent Walter Carlson," he said briskly. "This is Margaret Frawley, the mother of the twins who were kidnapped. Your daughter Lila sold her the twins' birthday dresses. We must speak with her." Lila's flustered mother stammered a greeting. "Come in. Please come in. Lila is on the couch in the den. Come in." They went into the study and saw the bundled-up figure sitting on the couch. Lila was wearing her favorite fleece-lined bathrobe and had a blanket tucked around her. She looked up and recognized Margaret immediately. "Mrs. Frawley!" "Please, don't get up," Margaret said. "I'm sorry to burst in like this, but I have to talk to you. It's about something you said when I was buying the birthday dresses for my twins." Lila looked from Carlson to Margaret. She recognized the hungry hope in Margaret's eyes. Knowing she was about to disappoint her, she spoke directly to Carlson. "As I told Mrs. Frawley that night, I had just sold some outfits to a woman who wanted them for her 3-year-old twins, but she said she didn't know what size to buy. After the kidnapping, I looked up her name, but then my mother's friend, Jim Gilbert, who is a retired detective here in Danbury, didn't think it was worth reporting." She looked at Margaret. "This morning, when I heard that you had come to the store looking for me yesterday, I decided I would go talk to that woman on my lunch hour." Margaret gasped. "You know where she is?" "Her name is Angie. She lives with the caretaker of the country club in a cottage on the club grounds. I made up a story to tell her. I said that 2 of the polo shirts I sold her were damaged, but the caretaker told me what happened. Angie babysits and was hired to drive to Wisconsin with the mother and her 2 children. The mother was on her way to pick up Angie when she realized she had forgotten one of the suitcases and phoned ahead to have Angie run out and buy some of the things they'd need. That's why she wasn't that sure of the size, you see." Margaret had been standing. Her knees suddenly weak, she sank down onto the chair opposite the couch. "A dead end," she thought. "Our only chance." Walter Carlson, however, was not yet satisfied. "Was there any indication that children had been staying at that house, Miss Jackson?" Lila shook her head. "It's a really small place. The door to the bedroom was open. I'm sure that Clint guy was alone there." "Did this guy Clint seem nervous to you in any way?" Carlson asked. "No, I wouldn't say that Clint, or whatever his name is, was nervous exactly. I mean, he was sweating a lot, but I assumed that he was the kind of heavy-set guy who naturally sweats a lot." An expression of distaste came over her face. "His girlfriend should treat him to a case of deodorant. He stank like a locker room." Margaret stared at her. "What did you say?" Lila looked uncomfortable. "Mrs. Frawley, I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound flippant. I only wish to God I could have helped you." "You did!" Margaret cried, her face suddenly alive. "You did!" She jumped up from the chair, turned to Carlson, and saw at once that he, too, had recognized the importance of Lila's offhand remark. The only impression Trish Logan, the babysitter, had of the man who grabbed her was that he was heavy-set and stank of perspiration. Even though he was frantic to get to Cape Cod, the Pied Piper had taken the time to dig out a hooded sweater to wear under his jacket, as well as an old pair of dark glasses that covered half his face. He drove his car to the airport, parked, and went inside the small terminal, where he was told that the plane was waiting on the tarmac. As he had requested,
A car with a map of the area would be ready for him at the Chatham airport. The pilot would wait to fly him back later tonight. Just over an hour later, the Pied Piper was getting off the plane. It was 7 o'clock. When he got to the car, it was exactly the kind he wanted, a black mid-size sedan, a look-alike for half the vehicles on the road. A study of the map showed him that he could not be very far from the Shell and Dune Motel on Route 28. I've got at least an hour to kill, maybe more, he thought. Right now, Clint's probably in Boston, renting a car. I'll park somewhere around the motel and wait for him. Even though Lucas had somewhat derisively described Clint and Angie to him, he had never met either one of them. Was he taking an unnecessary risk by coming up here, and not just letting Clint finish Angie and the kid off? Lucas knew who I am. They don't. But how do I know he didn't tell Clint? I don't need to have him looking me up after he's run through his share of the ransom. He spotted the large Shell and Dune Motel sign with the flashing vacancy beneath it. He turned right off Route 28 and followed the driveway. Not wanting to attract attention, he drove at what he hoped was a normal pace, his eyes darting back and forth, looking for the van. It was not in front of the motel. He drove around to the back. The Pied Piper slowed to a crawl as he studied the vehicles he was passing. Finally, he spotted the one that almost certainly was hers, a dark brown van, at least 10 or 12 years old, with a dent on the side and Connecticut license plates. There was an empty space about 5 cars away. The Pied Piper parked there, got out of the sedan, and walked over to inspect the van. The light was sufficient to see the car seat in the back. He checked his watch. He had plenty of time, and he was hungry. He could see the diner next door. Why not? He asked himself as he took out the dark glasses, slipped them on, and began to walk across the parking lot. When he got to the diner, he saw that it was crowded. All to the good, he thought. The only seat at the counter was next to the takeout section. He sat down, and as he reached for the menu, the woman standing next to him began placing her order for a hamburger, black coffee, and a dish of orange sherbet to go. The Pied Piper turned his head abruptly, but even before he saw the thin woman with the stringy brown hair, he recognized her harsh, aggressive voice. He buried his face in the menu. He knew he was not mistaken. It was Angie. The office of A1 Reliable Cleaning Service was located in the basement of Stan Shafter's home. An hour after his exchange with Jed Gunther, Marty Martinson decided to have another talk with Shafter. He had reviewed the statements given by Stan's 2 sons, and by the employees who had done the actual work of washing and dusting the Frawley home the day before the family moved in. They had all stated that no one other than they had been in the house when they were there. When Marty reread the statements from Shafter's employees, he had been struck by one omission. Not one of them had mentioned that Stan himself had stopped in while they were cleaning, yet he had said that he had made his usual inspection. If they hadn't thought to mention him, was it possible they had inadvertently missed someone else? It was certainly worth a person-to-person talk, Marty decided. Stan Shafter answered the door himself. He was a short but powerful-looking man in his late 50s, with a full head of carrot-red hair and lively brown eyes. Marty noticed that he was wearing his heavy outside jacket. Either he was on his way out or had just returned home. His eyebrows lifted when he saw his visitor. "Come on in, Marty, or should I say Captain?" "Marty's fine, Stan. I need just a couple of minutes of your time, unless you have to be somewhere." "I just got back 3 minutes ago. I'm in for the rest of the day." Marty followed him down the stairs. The walls of the basement office were covered in knotty pine, a finish that reminded Marty of his grandmother's recreation room. The large clipboard behind Shafter's desk was filled with cartoons depicting home cleaning situations. "Stan, I need to talk to you about the Frawley house." "Fine, but your guys grilled all of us after the kidnapping." "I know they did, but there's still things to cover. We're following any inconsistency, no matter how trivial, in our hunt for those kidnappers. You can understand that." "Yes, I can, but I hope you're not insinuating that any of my people lied to you." "No, I'm not looking at your people, Stan," Marty reassured him quickly. "To put it simply, we believe that someone staked out the house and learned beforehand which bedroom the twins would be in. There are 5 bedrooms, any one of which would have been appropriate for the girls,
Yet someone knew exactly where to go. The Frawleys moved in the day after your people did the cleanup. Did any of you know which room had been selected for the children? We all knew. The parents were driving up that night to paint it. The cans of blue paint were stacked in that big back room, and the white carpet was rolled up in the corner. Did you discuss that with anyone, Stan? Only Sonia. You know my wife, Marty. She could be an investigator for you. She was in that house years ago when old Mrs. Cunningham had some charity event there. Stan Shafter smiled indulgently. Sonia was excited when she heard that identical twins were going to live there. She wanted to know which rooms the twins would be in, or if they had separate rooms, and if they had put up Cinderella wallpaper for them, because that's what she would have done. I told her the twins were in the same room, the big one in the back corner, and I told her it was going to be painted sky blue and have a white carpet. Then I said, Sonia, now let me have a beer in peace with Clint. Clint? Clint Downs. He's the caretaker at the Danbury Country Club. I've known him for years. We do a general house cleaning there every season before the club opens. Clint happened to be here when I got back from the Frawley house, and I asked him to stay for a beer. Marty stood up and reached for his uniform hat. Well, if anything occurs to you, give me a call, Stan, okay? Marty climbed the first few stairs, then turned. Stan, this guy Downs, do you know where he lives? Yeah, in the cottage on the grounds of the club. Does he regularly drop in on you? No, he wanted to tell me that he's accepted a job in Florida and would be leaving soon. He thought I might know of someone who'd like to apply for the job at the golf club. Stan laughed. I know Sonia can wear most people down, but Clint was polite enough to act real interested in what I was telling her about the Frawley home. Okay, see you. Back in his car, returning to the station house, Marty thought about what Shafter had told him. Danbury isn't my jurisdiction, but I think I'll call Carlson and pass this on to him, he decided. It's probably another dead end, but we might as well give this Downs guy the once-over, too. Margaret, this may be another blind alley, Agent Carlson warned as they drove from Lila Jackson's home to the caretaker cottage where Clint Downs lived. It's not another blind alley, Margaret insisted. The one impression Trish had before she was knocked out was that of perspiration on a heavy-set man. I just knew that if I spoke to that sales clerk, she would be able to tell me something that would help. Our office is having a check run on Downs, Carlson said as he drove toward the club grounds. We'll know soon if he's ever been in trouble. But you've got to realize that if he's not home, we have no grounds for breaking into that house. I don't want to wait for one of our agents to get here, so I'm having a squad car from the Danbury police meet us there. Lila Jackson had told Carlson that they would have to park at the service road gate. As they got out of the car, a squad car pulled up beside them, and 2 cops immediately got out. They tried to persuade Margaret to wait in the car, but when she would not be dissuaded, they told her she would have to stand back until they were sure there would not be any resistance from Clint Downs. As they approached the cottage, it was obvious to all of them that their precautions were unnecessary. The building was in darkness. The open door of the garage showed them that there was no vehicle inside. Bitterly disappointed, Margaret watched as the police went from window to window of the cottage, shining lights inside. He was here this afternoon around 1 o'clock, she thought. That was only 4 hours ago. She walked over to the garage and flipped on the light. Inside, to the right, she saw the crib that Clint had taken apart and stacked against the wall. The size of the mattress caught her eye. It was nearly twice the size of the mattress of a standard crib. As the FBI agent and the Danbury police officers hurried over from the cottage, Margaret walked to the mattress and put her face against it. The faint, familiar odor of Vicks VapoRub filled her nostrils. She spun around and screamed at the law enforcement officers. They were here. This is where they kept them. Where did they go? You've got to find out where they took Kathy. At Logan Airport, Clint went directly to the area where the car rental agencies were located. $1 million in cash, he thought, and if the credit card for the rental doesn't go through, I'll have to steal a car to get to the Cape. But it did go through. You got a map for Maine? He asked the clerk. Right over there. An indifferent hand pointed to a rack. Clint picked up his copy of the rental receipt and walked over to the display. Carefully blocking his choice from the possible observation of the clerk, He grabbed a map of Cape Cod and shoved it in his jacket. 20 minutes later, he was squeezing his body into the driver's seat of a budget compact. He turned on the overhead light and studied the map. It was just about as far as he remembered, about an hour-and-a-half drive from Boston. He started the car. Angie remembered him telling her that he'd been on the Cape before. She forgets nothing, he thought. What I didn't tell her was that I was here on a job with Lucas. He was glad that the weather in Boston was clear. It made it easier to follow the signs. Should he stop somewhere and phone Angie, he wondered. Let her know that he'd definitely be there by 9:30 or so. Once again he cursed her for taking the cell phones with her. Then again, maybe it's good that I don't have a phone, he thought. In her own crazy way, Angie is a smart babe. She just might start to figure out that it's just as easy for her to get rid of the kid on her own, and then take off again with the money, as it is to wait for me. The thought made him slam his foot down on the gas pedal. On weekends, when he could get away, Jeffrey Sussex Banks would race down from Bel Air to his home in Palm Springs, California. Having stayed in Los Angeles this Saturday, however, he returned from a round of golf in late afternoon to learn from his housekeeper that an FBI agent was waiting for him. Thank you, Conchita. He knew that if the FBI was here, it was only to ask more questions about Teresa's disappearance, or worse, to confirm after all these years that her remains had been found. Jeff braced himself for the news as he walked down the hall to his library. Dominic Telesco was from the Los Angeles FBI headquarters. An agent for 10 years, he had often read stories in the business section of the LA Times about Jeffrey Sussex Banks, international banker, philanthropist, handsome socialite whose young pregnant wife had disappeared on her way to her baby shower 17 years ago. Telesco knew that Banks was 50 years old. That means he was my age, 32, when his wife disappeared, he thought as he looked out the window that faced the golf course. Mr. Telesco? Somewhat embarrassed at not hearing Banks come into the room, the agent turned quickly. For an instant the two men studied each other. It was obvious to Agent Telesco that, at least at first impression, the reports that Banks possessed that rare combination of authority and courtesy were justified. Is it about my wife? Banks asked, getting directly to the point. Yes, sir, it is, Telesco said. Although what brings me here is actually her possible connection to another case. You may have read about the Frawley kidnapping in Connecticut? Of course, I understand that one of the twins was returned. Yes. Telesco did not share the news that a memo circulated through the bureau indicated that the second twin might still be alive. Mr. Banks, are you aware that Norman Bond, your wife's first husband, is on the board of CFG&Y, and that the board voted to pay the ransom money for the return of the Frawley twins? I know that Norman Bond is on the board of CFG&Y. Jeff Banks' sunburn could not conceal that the color was draining from his face. Are you suggesting that Bond had something to do with the Frawley kidnapping? In light of the suspicions you have voiced about your wife's disappearance, do you think Norman Bond would be capable of planning and executing a kidnapping? Norman Bond is evil, Banks said bitterly. I am absolutely certain that he was responsible for my wife's disappearance. It is a matter of record that he was wildly jealous when he learned that she was pregnant again with twins. When she disappeared, I put my life on hold, and it will remain on hold until I know exactly what happened to her. We talked to him last week. At the time, Bond referred to your wife as his late wife. We wondered if that was a slip of the tongue or perhaps more incriminating. His late wife? Jeffrey Banks exclaimed. Look through your notes. All these years, that man told everybody that he believed Teresa was still alive, and he said she wanted to get away from me. You will never once hear of him referring to her as if she were dead. Are you asking me if he is capable of kidnapping the children of someone who is living the life he wanted and expected to live? You bet he is. You bet he is. When he was back in his car, Dominic Telesco put a call into Angus Summers in the New York office and related his conversation with Banks. I think it would be a good idea to start tailing Bond 24/7, he said. So do I, Summers agreed. Thanks. Lila Jackson told us the garage was empty, Agent Carlson said to the Danbury police officers.
She also told us that Clint Downs had received a phone call from someone named Gus while she was in the cottage. Maybe this Gus is the one who picked up Downs earlier. Maybe Jim Gilbert knows who Gus is."
Margaret could not keep her eyes off the dismantled crib. Kelly described it, talking about the big crib. "I've got to go home. I've got to question her. She's the only one who can tell us where Kathy is now." The Pied Piper put the menu down and slipped off the seat. He needed to know where in the motel Angie was staying. As the curious eyes of the counterman caught his gaze, he pulled his cell phone from his pocket and made a gesture of answering it as he walked outside. He was standing in the shadow of the diner when Angie came out, a bag of food in her hand. Looking neither to the left nor the right, she darted through the diner parking lot to the motel. To his satisfaction, she opened the door to a ground-floor unit. Easier to keep an eye on, he thought. It was 7:20. With any luck, Clint would be here between 8:30 and 9. Everything was going according to plan. Gus Svensson was sitting at his usual perch in the Danbury pub when two men appeared on either side of him.
"FBI," one man told him. "Get up."
Gus was on his third beer.
"Who are you kidding?" "We're not."
Tony Rialto looked at the bartender.
"Run a tab for him."
5 minutes later, Gus was in the Danbury police station.
"What's going on?"
"Where did Clint Downs go?" Rialto snapped.
"How do I know?"
"You called him at about 1:15 this afternoon."
"You're nuts. At 1:15 this afternoon, I was fixing the mayor's plumbing. Call him if you don't believe me. He was there."
Agents Rialto and Carlson exchanged glances. "He's not lying," they communicated to each other.
"Why would Clint act as if he's talking to you?" Carlson asked. "Ask him."
"When was the last time you saw Clint?"
"He and I had dinner last night."
"Did his girlfriend Angie go with you?"
"Nah, she was away on a babysitting job."
"When was the last time you saw her?"
"Clint and I went out for a couple of beers and a burger on Thursday night. Angie was in the house when I picked him up. She was minding a kid. His name was Stevie."
"You saw the child?" Carlson could not hide the rush of excitement in his voice.
"Yeah, not much of a look. He was wrapped in a blanket. I saw the back of his head."
"Could you see what color hair he had?"
"Dark brown, short."
Carlson's cell phone rang. The ID showed that it was from the Ridgefield police station.
"Walt,"
Marty Martinson began, "there's a name I want to pass on to you in the Frawley case. It's probably another waste, but I'll tell you why I think it's worth checking." Even before Martinson continued, Agent Carlson was sure that the name he was going to hear was Clint Downs. Across the table, a suddenly sobered Gus Svensson was telling Tony Rialto,
"I hadn't been out to dinner with Clint for months. Then I ran into Angie at the drugstore. She was buying a bunch of stuff like a vaporizer and cough drops for a kid she was minding who was sick. And I—"
As the agents listened, Gus willingly poured out anything he remembered about his recent contacts with Clint and Angie. "Let's get this straight," Rialto snapped. "The last time you saw Angie was Thursday night, and the last time you saw Clint was last night?"
"Yeah, I picked him up. He said he had no way to get around. He told me Angie was in Wisconsin babysitting and that he'd sold the van."
"Do you know anyone who might have given him a ride somewhere today?"
"No."
The sergeant from the Danbury police who had visited the cottage at the golf club had been making his own inquiries. He walked into the office in time to hear the last question.
"Clint Downs was driven by Danbury taxi to the Continental Airlines drop-off at LaGuardia," he said. "He got there about 5:30.
Only 2 hours ago, Walter Carlson thought. We're tightening the net on him. But will we be fast enough to close it before it's too late for Kathy? 4 miles away, Elsie Stone was turning the key in the door of her white frame house. She hung up her coat and went straight into the den to turn on the television. The anchorman on the 6:30 news was saying, "An unnamed source has revealed that the FBI are now operating under the assumption that Kathy Frawley may still be alive." "Oh, praise God," Elsie said aloud. "Lord, let them find that poor little lamb." Turning up the sound of the television so as not to miss a word,
She went into the kitchen. As she poured some homemade vegetable soup into a bowl and put it in the microwave, she realized that the name Kathy was running through her mind. Kathy, Kathy, Kathy. What was it? She wondered. She was there, Margaret cried as Steve held her tightly. I saw the crib they kept the twins in. All those days they were so near, Steve, so near. That woman who bought the clothes the night I bought the birthday dresses is the one who has Kathy now. And Kathy is sick. She is sick. Ken Lynch, a rookie cop from the Danbury police force, had driven Margaret home and was surprised to see that the block was thick with media trucks. His hand under her arm, he had rushed her into the house. Mommy! Mommy! From upstairs he heard the excited cry, then the sound of feet rushing down the uncarpeted steps. He watched as Kelly threw herself into Margaret's arms. That has to be the pediatrician who's staying with them, Lynch thought, as an older woman with silver hair hurried down the stairs. Margaret put Kelly down and knelt beside her, her hands on Kelly's shoulders. Kelly, have you been talking to Kathy again? Kelly nodded. She wants to come home. I know, darling. I know she does. I want her to come home too, just as much as you do. Do you know where she is? Did she tell you? Yes, Mommy. Kathy is in Old Cape Cod. Margaret gasped and shook her head. Oh, sweetheart, don't you remember when you were in bed with me this morning? I was the one who talked about Cape Cod. That's where you heard about it. Maybe Kathy told you she was at some other place. Can you ask her now? Kathy is very sleepy now. With an injured look, Kelly turned and walked past Officer Lynch. She sat down on the floor by her dolls. As Lynch stared, transfixed, he heard her say, You are so on Old Cape Cod. Then, though he strained to hear, he could not make sense of the gibberish she was whispering. Eating the hamburger and drinking the coffee made Angie feel better. I didn't know how hungry I was, she thought resentfully, as she sat in one of the comfortable chairs in the motel room, ignoring Kathy. What time would Clint get here? She wondered. The earliest would have to be about 9 o'clock. I should be okay here until Clint shows up. Whatever car he rented, he'll probably ditch, then steal another one to use until we can get off the Cape. And then we'll have $1 million to ourselves. $1 million. She glanced at the bed. And no more big ideas about having a kid of my own. They're too damn much trouble. Agents Tony Rialto and Walter Carlson, along with Captain Jed Gunther and the Danbury police chief, were gathered in a conference room. Rialto spoke. We're now certain that Clint Downs and Lucas Wool were cellmates in Attica. They both broke parole as soon as they were released from prison, assumed new identities, and somehow have managed to stay under the radar for all these years. According to Gus Svensson, Angie Ames has been living with Downs for the last 7 or 8 years. Unfortunately, there isn't a single picture of either one of them anywhere in the cottage. The best we can do is give the media an artist's sketch and description of both of them. Someone's been leaking to the press, Carlson said. The rumor is already out that Kathy is alive. Are we going to comment on it? Not yet. As long as Clint and Angie think we actually believe she is dead, then they might very well try to travel as a family. Margaret Frawley swears that the twins are communicating, Carlson said. I was hoping I'd hear from her. Is the officer who drove her home still around? That would be Ken Lynch, the Danbury police chief said. I know he's back from the Frawleys. He picked up the phone on his desk. Radio Lynch to get over here. 15 minutes later, Lynch walked in. I swear Kelly is in touch with her sister. I was right there, and she insisted that Kathy is on Cape Cod. The traffic was light on the Sagamore Bridge. As he crossed the Cape Cod Canal, Clint drove with increasing impatience, constantly glancing at the speedometer to be sure he wasn't going too fast. He looked at his watch. It was exactly 8 o'clock. It's at least another 40 minutes more before I get there, he thought. He turned on the radio just in time to hear the excited voice of the newscaster say, The rumors continue that the suicide confession to the death of Kathy Frawley may be a hoax. While authorities will neither confirm nor deny the rumor, they have just released the names of 2 suspects in the kidnapping. Clint felt perspiration begin to pour from his body. An all-points bulletin has been issued for the arrest of an ex-convict named Ralph Hudson. Using the alias of Clint Downs, he was most recently employed as the caretaker of the Danbury Country Club in Danbury, Connecticut. Also named in the warrant is his live-in girlfriend, Angie Ames. Downs was reportedly last seen when he was dropped off at LaGuardia Airport sometime after 5 p.m. The woman, Angie Ames, has not been seen since Thursday evening. She is believed to be traveling in a 12-year-old dark brown Chevy van with Connecticut plate number.
It won't take them any time to trace me to the shuttle, Clint thought frantically. The next thing they'll trace me to the rental agency and get the description of this car. I have to dump it fast.
He drove off the bridge onto Mid-Cape Highway.
At least I was smart enough to ask the guy behind the rental counter for a map of Maine, he thought. That may buy me a little time.
His eyes darted over the road as he passed the exits, searching for police cars.
I'm almost at Chatham, he thought, trying to reassure himself. It's time to dump this car.
Then he spotted what he was looking for, a movie complex with a crowded parking lot. 10 minutes later, parked 2 rows back, he watched as a pair of teenagers left an economy sedan and walked into the lobby of the theater. He got out of the rental car and watched them get on the ticket line. He waited until he saw the usher tear their tickets.
They didn't even bother to lock the door,
he thought as he tried the handle of the boy's car. He bent down under the dashboard and with deft, practiced movements, attached wires together. He turned on the lights, put the car in gear, and began the final phase of his trip to Chatham.
"Why is Kelly so quiet, Sylvia?" Margaret asked, fear in her voice.
Kelly was sitting on Steve's lap, her eyes closed.
"It's all reaction, Margaret."
Sylvia Harris tried to sound convincing.
"Besides, she's having an allergic reaction to something."
She reached over and pulled up the sleeve of Kelly's polo shirt. The bruise was turning purple, but that was not what she wanted Margaret to see. It was the sprinkling of red marks on Kelly's arm. Margaret stared at them, then glanced back and forth between Dr. Harris and Steve.
"Kelly doesn't get allergies. Is it possible that Kathy is having some kind of allergic reaction?"
"Marg, Sylvia and I have talked about it," Steve said. "We're starting to believe that it's possible that Kathy may be having an allergic reaction to something she's been given, maybe to some medication."
"You don't mean not penicillin?"
"Margaret, we simply don't know." Sylvia Harris tried to keep her own fearful anxiety out of her voice.
"Even too much aspirin can cause a reaction."
Margaret was at the breaking point, or beyond it, she thought. And now a new worry, one too frightening to even consider, was pulsing through her mind. Margaret reached over and took Kelly from Steve.
"Sweetheart," she implored, "talk to Kathy. Ask her where she is. Tell her Mommy and Daddy love her."
Kelly opened her eyes.
"She can't hear me. She can't wake up anymore,"
Kelly said with a sigh as she curled into a fetal position in Margaret's arms and went back to sleep. Slouched down in the car, the Pied Piper listened to the radio. The breaking news, being repeated every few minutes, was that Kathy Frawley might still be alive. 2 suspects were being sought, an ex-convict going by the name of Clint Downs and his girlfriend Angie Ames. After the first moment of panic passed, the Pied Piper weighed his options. He could drive to the airport and get back on the plane, which was probably the smartest thing to do. But there was always that chance, that one single chance, that Lucas had revealed his identity to Clint Downs.
"If the feds arrest Clint, he'll give me up for a lighter sentence," he thought. "I can't take that chance."
Cars began to arrive and depart from the motel parking lot.
"With any luck, I'll see Clint before he gets too near to Angie's room," he thought. "I've got to talk to him first."
An hour later, his patience was rewarded. A sedan drove slowly around the parking lot, then pulled into the vacant spot near Angie's van. A heavy-set figure climbed out. In an instant, the Pied Piper was out of his car and positioned by Clint's side. Clint spun around, his hand reaching for his jacket pocket.
"Don't bother to pull out a gun. I'm here to help you."
He watched as Clint's startled look was replaced by one of cunning understanding.
"You're the Pied Piper."
"Yes."
"With all the risks I took, it's about time I met you. Who are you?" He didn't have a clue, the Pied Piper realized, and now it's too late. I have to see it through. She's in there, he said, pointing to Angie's room. You have to tell her that I came up here to help you get away. What car are you driving? I helped myself to it. The people who own it are at the movies. I'm safe for a couple of hours. Then get her and the child and get out of here. Make arrangements for them as you see necessary. I'll follow you and then I'll take you to my plane. I'll drop you off in Canada. Clint nodded. She's the one who ruined it all. Not yet, she hasn't, the Pied Piper assured him. But get her out of here before it's too late.
The taxi driver who had driven Clint to LaGuardia Airport was in the Danbury police station.
The guy I picked up at the service road of the country club had a real small bag, he told the FBI agents and the police chief. He paid with his credit card, gave me a lousy tip. If he had money, I sure didn't see it. Angie must have taken off in the van with the ransom money, Carlson said to Rialto. He's got to be planning to meet her.
Rialto nodded.
He gave no indication of where he was going? Carlson persisted. No. All right, thank you.
Frustrated, Walter Carlson looked at the clock. 15 minutes later, the call came from Allen. Carlson knew that Ron Allen, the FBI agent in charge of the Bureau's operations at LaGuardia and JFK, was directing the investigation at both airports. If Clint was listed as a passenger on any plane leaving from either of them, he would be sure to find out soon.
Downs took the 6 p.m. shuttle to Boston. I've alerted our guys to look for him at Logan.
We've got to try to keep her awake, Sylvia Harris said, not bothering to conceal the anxiety in her voice.
I can't. No. I don't want.
Kelly's voice was fretful and sleepy.
Kelly, you must tell Kathy that she has to wake up too,
Dr. Harris urged. Kelly's head was drooping on her chest, but she began to shake it in protest.
No more. Go away, Mona.
Kelly, what is it? What is Mona doing to Kathy? Margaret asked desperately.
Mona's singing. No more. Old Cape Cod.
Elsie Stone was holding the telephone in one hand and the Cape Cod Times in the other. On the television screen, pictures of the Frawley twins were being shown over and over again. Elsie Stone kept the receiver in her hand as she debated what to do.
Should I call that tipster number or the police? She wondered.
If you do not wish to make a call, please hang up. The buzz of the computer voice was the catalyst that strengthened Elsie's resolve.
I wish to make a call.
When another computer voice asked for the city and state, she said hurriedly,
Barnstable, Massachusetts.
Suddenly aware that if what she had to say had bearing on the Frawley case, then it was very important to get it to the right people quickly, she snapped,
The Barnstable Police Department.
After a pause, a human operator's voice asked,
Is this an emergency, ma'am? Put me through to the police station. Right away. Barnstable Police, Sergeant Schwartz speaking. Sergeant, this is Mrs. Elsie Stone. I am a waitress at McDonald's near the mall. I am almost certain I saw Kathy Frawley there this morning, and this is why.
She then began to recount the events of that morning.
The child said her name was Kathy, and then corrected herself and said it was Stevie, he verified. Yes, and all day it's been bothering me, until I really studied the newspaper picture of those darling little girls and saw their picture again on television. It's the same face. I swear on my immortal soul it was the same face, and she said her name was Kathy. I just hope you don't dismiss me as a crank. No, Ms. Stone. I'm not dismissing you as a crank. I'm calling the FBI immediately. Please stay on the line. They may want to talk to you.
Walter, this is Steve Frawley. Kathy is on Cape Cod. You've got to start looking there.
Steve, I was about to phone you. We know Downs took the shuttle to Boston, but when he rented a car, he asked for a map of Maine.
Forget Maine. Kelly has been trying to tell us since yesterday that Kathy is on Cape Cod. Believe me, please believe me.
Steve, take it easy. We have an eyewitness who claims to have seen Kathy this morning in a McDonald's in Hyannis. As of now, we're concentrating the search in that area. An FBI plane is picking up Carlton and me in 15 minutes. We're coming too." When Steve hung up the phone, he rushed back into the living room where Margaret and Dr. Sylvia were forcing Kelly to walk back and forth with them. "Kathy was seen on Cape Cod this morning. We're flying there now." "You're here in old Cape Cod," Angie sang, throwing her arms around Clint's neck. "Boy, have I missed you, big man." Clint was about to push her away from him, but then remembered he could not let her become suspicious. Instead, he hugged her back. "And guess who missed you, little songbird?" "Clint, I know you have to be mad at me for taking off with the money, but I started to worry that if anyone connected you to Lucas, it would be better if I was out of the way." It's okay. But we've got to get out of here. Have you been listening to the radio?" "No, I've been watching Everybody Loves Raymond. I gave the kid more cough medicine and she finally fell asleep again." Clint's glance darted to Kathy, who was lying on the bed, one shoe on, her damp hair clinging to her face. He could not stop himself from saying, "If we did it the way we were supposed to do it, that kid would be home right now, and we'd be on our way to Florida with $500,000 and not have the whole country looking for us." "What makes you think the whole country is looking for us?" she asked. "Listen to the radio. Forget your reruns. You're big news, baby." With a deliberate click of the remote, Angie turned off the television. "So what do you think we should do?" "I've got a safe car. We get out of here and dump the kid where she won't be found. Then you and I get off the Cape.
But we'd planned to get rid of the kid and the van.
We leave the van here.
Clint, honey, that cop in Hyannis has the license plate of the van. By now, every cop on the Cape knows I was in Hyannis this afternoon. If they find it in this parking lot, they'll know we can't have gone far. I used to work at a marina not 5 minutes from here, and I know it's closed this time of year. I can drive the van onto the pier with the kid in it, then jump out of it while it's still moving and let it keep going off the end. Come on, honey, we're wasting time.
She watched as Clint looked uncertainly at the window. With a chill, she realized that someone else was out there and that he had not come there to escape with her, but to kill her.
Clint, you know I can read you like a book. Tell me something. Is the Pied Piper up here with you?
She could tell from the expression on his face that she was right.
Have you seen him?
Yeah.
Do you know who he is?
No, but he looks familiar, like someone I've seen before. I can't place him, though.
So you'd be able to identify him?
Yeah.
Do you really think now that you've seen him he's going to let you stay alive? You're better off trusting me. We get out of this place, and we will, and we're $500,000 ahead of what we would have been with Lucas around. Then, when we figure who this guy is, we start reminding him that we deserve a bigger share, or else.
She could see the anger draining out of Clint's face.
I could always twist him around my little finger, she thought. Honey, she said, you take the suitcase. I'll take the kid. Let's get out of here. Is the Pied Piper going to follow us?
Yeah, he thinks that I'll drive with him to where he has a plane waiting.
And instead of that, Angie said, when we dump the van, you and I take off in your car. You don't think he's going to chase us and risk having the cops stop him, do you? Then we get off the Cape. We change cars again and drive to Canada, get a plane out of there, and disappear.
Clint thought for a moment, then nodded his head. All right, get the kid. 3 minutes later, at 9:35, with Kathy wrapped in a blanket and lying on the floor, Angie drove the van out of the parking lot of the Shellin' Motel. Clint followed her in his stolen car. Directly behind, unaware that Angie and Clint had teamed up again, the Pied Piper followed.
It's all or nothing now,
he said aloud as he took his place at the rear of the deadly procession. Other than their efforts to keep Kelly awake, everyone on the plane remained silent. Kelly was in Margaret's arms. Totally lethargic, she was becoming less and less responsive. Agents Carlson and Rialto were in the plane with them. They had been in touch with FBI headquarters in Boston. Their counterparts there would be at the Cape to take over the investigation. An FBI car would meet them at the airport and take them to police headquarters in Hyannis, which would be the command center for the search. Carlson and Rialto sat side by side, each caught up in his own thoughts, each filled with chagrin because they had missed Clint Downs by only hours. Rialto was mentally analyzing what he would do if he were in Clint and Angie's position. I'd get rid of the van and the rental car, and I'd also get rid of the child, he decided. With every cop in the country on the lookout for her, Kathy's too much of a liability. If only they have the decency to leave her where she can be found quickly.
Every cop on the Cape is on the lookout for this van, Angie thought, biting her lip as she drove nervously along Route 28 from Chatham. But the marina is only a little past the town line into Harwich. Once we dump this wreck, we'll be okay. Geez, to think I wanted this kid. What a mess she ended up causing.
With her nerves on edge, she turned left off Route 28 and drove the winding road toward Nantucket Sound. Most of the houses along the road were in darkness.
Probably closed for the winter. It's a good spot to dump the van, she thought. I hope Clint realizes that.
She went around a final bend with Clint right behind her.
The Pied Piper wouldn't have the nerve to get too close, she figured. I guess by now he knows that I'm no dope.
The pier was directly ahead, and she was just about to drive onto it when she heard the faint, brief tap of a horn.
Stupid Clint. What the heck was he blowing a horn for?
Angie stopped the van, and livid with anger, watched as he got out of his stolen car and rushed up to her. She opened the door.
You want to kiss the brat goodbye?
The odor of acrid perspiration was the last thing she remembered, as Clint's fist flew through the space between them and pummeled her into unconsciousness.
As she slumped over the wheel, Clint put the car in gear and placed her foot on the accelerator. He closed the door just as the van began to move along the pier. He watched as it reached the end, where it balanced for an instant, then dropped out of sight. Phil King, the clerk at the Shell and Dune Motel, kept his eye on the clock. He went off duty at 10 and was anxious to be on his way. "Only 10 minutes to go," he noted with anticipation. There was a small television set behind the desk, company for whoever was working the late-night shift. Remembering that the Celtics were playing the Nets in Boston, Phil flipped on the set, hoping to catch the score. Instead, he caught a breaking news story. Police had confirmed that Kathy Frawley had definitely been seen on the Cape that morning. Her abductor, Angie Ames, was driving a 12-year-old dark brown Chevy van with Connecticut plates. The announcer gave the license plate number. Phil King did not hear it. His hand trembling, he grabbed the phone and dialed 911. When the operator answered, he shouted, "Angie Ames is staying here! Angie Ames is staying here! I saw her van drive out of our lot not 10 minutes ago!" Clint watched the van disappear. Then, with grim satisfaction, he got back in his stolen car and made a sharp U-turn. In the beams of his headlights, he caught the startled look on the face of the Pied Piper who was walking toward him. "Just like I expected, he's got a gun," Clint thought. "Sure he was going to share with me. Real sure." He drove straight at him, then watched with glee as the Pied Piper dropped the pistol he was holding and jumped out of the car's path. Clint gripped the wheel. "I've got to get out of here fast," he thought. "I can't waste any time." The suitcase with the money was on the floor of the back seat. The thought of it and what he could do with $1 million kept Clint from dissolving into panic as he drove to the outskirts of Hyannis. 20 more minutes and I'm at the bridge, he thought. The sound of a police siren made him cringe. Can't be me. I'm not going too fast, he thought, then watched aghast as one police car swerved ahead of him and cut him off, while another pulled up behind him. Get out of the car with your hands up! The command came from a loudspeaker in the squad car behind him. Clint felt rivulets of perspiration run down his cheeks as he slowly opened the car door and stepped out, his thick arms high over his head. 2 policemen, guns drawn, approached him. You're out of luck, one of them said amiably. The kids didn't like the movie and left in the middle of it. You are under arrest for possession of a stolen motor vehicle. The other cop shone his flashlight in Clint's face, then did a double take. Clint knew he was comparing him with the description the police undoubtedly had of him. You're Clint Downs, the cop said positively, then angrily demanded. Where is that little girl, you bum? Where's Kathy Frawley? Margaret and Steve and Dr. Harris and Kelly were in the police chief's office when the news came that Angie Ames had registered under her own name in a motel in Chatham, and that the clerk had seen the van pull out only 10 minutes ago. Was Kathy in it? Margaret whispered. He doesn't know. Dr. Harris was holding Kelly now. Suddenly she began to shake her. Kelly, wake up! You must wake up! She looked at the police chief. Get a respirator. Get one now. The Pied Piper had watched as the squad cars cut off Clint's stolen vehicle. He doesn't know my name, but as soon as he describes me, the FBI will be on my doorstep, he thought. And to think, I didn't have to come here, he reproached himself. Lucas hadn't told him who I am. He forced back the burst of blinding anger that made his hands tremble so much that he could hardly grasp the wheel. I've got $7 million, less the bank cut, waiting for me in Switzerland, he thought. His mouth dry, his throat choked with terror, the Pied Piper turned off Route 28 North. Even before a handcuffed Clint was led to a police car, the Pied Piper was on Route 28 South, heading for Chatham Airport. We know your girlfriend left the Shell and Dune Motel 20 minutes ago. Was Kathy Frawley with her? I don't know what you're talking about, Clint said, his voice a monotone. You know what we're talking about, FBI agent Frank Reeves of the Boston office snapped. He, Rialto Carlson, and the Barnstable police chief were in the interview room of the Barnstable Police Department. Clint, listen to me, Carlson urged. We believe that Kathy Frawley is very sick. If she dies, you've got 2 murder raps going. We know your pal Lucas didn't commit suicide." "Lucas?" "Clint, the twins' DNA must be all over that cottage in Danbury. Your friend Gus told us he heard 2 children crying when he was on the phone with Angie. Angie charged the clothes she bought for the twins on your card. A Barnstable policeman saw her this morning with Kathy. So did a waitress at McDonald's. We've got all the proof we need. Your only chance for any kind of leniency is to come clean now." "They have me cold," he reasoned. "I won't give up the Pied Piper yet, but maybe there's another way to avoid having a murder charge thrown at me." He waited a long minute, quickly rehearsing his story, then said, "I didn't want to keep the other kid. That was Angie's doing. The night we dropped them off, she shot Lucas and left that phony note. She's crazy. Then she took off with all the money and didn't tell me where she'd gone. She phoned me today and asked me to meet her up here. I told her that we'd ditch the van and get off the Cape in the car I'd grabbed, but it didn't work out that way." "What happened?" Rialto asked. "Angie knows the Cape. I don't. She knew a marina not far from that motel where we could drive the van down the pier and let it go over into the water. I was following her, but then something went wrong. She didn't get out of the van in time." "The van went off the pier with her in it?" "Yeah." "Was Kathy in the van?" "Yeah. Angie didn't mean to hurt her. We were going to take her with us. We wanted to be a family." The police chief grabbed the phone after Downs described the location. "The Seagull Marina," he ordered. "Get diving equipment. Get a boat." "We've got all the airports covered," Rialto thought, as he rode with Reeves, Walter Carlson, and the Barnstable police chief down Route 28 toward Harwich. "Downs claims he's not the Pied Piper, but says he can give him to us as a bargaining chip in case anyone tries to slap him with the death penalty. Once the Pied Piper knows we have Downs, he'll realize it's only a matter of time until Downs gives him up. He has $7 million stashed somewhere. The only thing he can do now is to get out of the country before it's too late." Kelly had been rushed with Dr. Harris to Cape Cod Hospital, but Margaret and Steve had insisted on getting in a squad car and driving to the marina. "I wish they hadn't come," he thought. "They should not have to watch Kathy being removed from a car that has been dragged up from Nantucket Sound." The traffic scrambled out of the way of the caravan of police cars. In only 9 minutes' time, they were turning off Route 28 and racing down the narrow road that led to the marina. The Massachusetts State Police were already there. Through the murky fog, spotlights were shining on the pier. With a squeal of brakes, the squad car stopped halfway down the pier. The men tumbled out and began racing ahead. At the end of the pier, they stopped and looked down. The back of the van was sticking out of the water, the wheels caught by a heavy linked chain. The front wheels, however, were already in the water, and heavy waves were smashing over the hood. In an instant, Steve Frawley was at the edge of the pier. He looked down, then ripped off his jacket and dove into the water. He came up by the side of the van. "Get the spotlight inside the car," Reeves barked. Margaret Frawley had run up as well and was standing at the edge of the pier. Steve was looking inside the van. "Kathy's on the floor in the back," he shouted. "There's a woman in the driver's seat. She's not moving." Frantically, he tugged at the back door and realized that it was impossible to open it. He grasped the door handle with one hand and again slammed his fist against the window. A splintering, crashing sound erupted as the glass finally gave. Heedless of his broken and bloody hand, Steve pushed the rest of the glass out of his way and thrust first his arms and then his head and shoulders inside the van. The final wheel was free of the chain, and the van started to lurch forward into the water. The Coast Guard boat reached the pier, and as it pulled up beside the van, 2 men leaned over and grabbed Steve around the waist and legs, dragging him back into the boat. His arms were tightly wrapped around a small, blanketed figure. As he fell against his rescuers, the van tipped over the edge and disappeared into the churning water. "He's got her," Rialto thought. "He's got her. If only we're not too late." Margaret's cry, "Give her to me! Give her to me!" was drowned out by the wail of an arriving ambulance. "Mom, I've been listening to the radio. I hear that there's a good chance Kathy is alive. I just want you to know, I had nothing to do with Steve's kids being kidnapped. My God, do you think I'd do anything like that to my brother? He's always been there for me." Nervously, Richie Mason looked around the departure lounge at Kennedy Airport. "Mom, I've got to go. I've been offered a new job that really is going to be great. I'm flying out right now to the company headquarters in Oregon. Love you, Mom. I'll stay in touch." "We are beginning the boarding process for Continental Flight 102 to Paris," the announcement began. "Our first-class passengers and those needing assistance." With a last furtive glance around the departure lounge, Mason presented his ticket and walked on the plane to settle in seat 2B. At the last minute, he had decided to skip picking up the final shipment of cocaine from Colombia. With the FBI questioning him about the missing kids, instinct warned him it was time to get out of the country. Luckily, he could count on his 22-year-old fellow baggage handler, Danny Hamilton, to pick up the suitcase with the cocaine and keep it for him at his apartment. Since he couldn't be there to meet the courier, Danny had agreed to do it for him. He still hadn't figured out which distributor he could trust to pick it up from Danny and forward his payment to him, but he'd make that decision later. Little did Richie know that when agents focused on the kidnapping had questioned his co-workers at Newark Airport just a little while ago, Danny Hamilton had broken down and nervously admitted to helping Richie hide the cocaine shipments that were coming into the airport. The hostess had already given the departure speech. Let's go, he thought as he sat with his head down and his fists clenched. Then his mouth went dry as he heard footsteps racing up the aisle. They stopped at his seat. "Mr. Mason, will you please accompany us quietly?" Richie looked up. 2 men were standing there. "FBI," one of them said. "There must be a mistake," the stewardess protested. "This is Mr. Stephen Frawley, not Mr. Mason." "I know what it says on the passenger manifest," FBI agent Allen said pleasantly. "But right now Mr. Frawley is on Cape Cod with his family." "We have stabilized Kelly, but even though her lungs are clear, she still is having difficulty breathing," the doctor in the pediatric intensive care said gravely. "Kathy, though, is much worse. She is a very, very sick little girl. The bronchitis has developed into pneumonia, and she has obviously been given heavy doses of adult medicine, which has depressed her nervous system. I wish I could be more optimistic, but—" Steve, his arms heavily bandaged, sat with Margaret next to the crib. Kathy, almost unrecognizable with her short dark hair and the oxygen mask on her face, was lying perfectly still. The alarm monitoring her respiration had already gone off twice. Kelly's crib was down the hall in the pediatric wing. Dr. Harris was with her. "Kelly must be brought in here right away," Margaret ordered. "Kathy needs her." Norman Bond had stayed in his apartment all day Saturday, spending much of the time sitting on the couch and catching updates of the Frawley kidnapping on television. "Why did I hire Frawley?" he wondered. "Was it because I wanted to pretend I could start all over again? That I could turn back time and be in Ridgefield with Teresa? They think I had something to do with the kidnapping. I was such a fool to refer to Teresa as my late wife." Ever since the FBI had questioned him, Bond hadn't been able to get Teresa out of his mind, not for one single minute. Before he killed her, she had begged for the life of the twins she was expecting the way Margaret Frawley had begged for the safe return of her children. Maybe Frawley's other child was still alive. It's all about the ransom, Norman thought. Someone was counting on the company paying it. At 7 o'clock, he made himself a drink. He sipped it as he ran his hand over Teresa's wedding rings that he kept on the chain around his neck, the one that he had given her that she'd left on the dresser, and the circle of diamonds her rich, cultured second husband had given her. At 8:30, he decided to shower and dress and go out for dinner. As he was leaving his apartment building, he happened to glance across the street. 2 men were getting out of a car. The streetlight shone on the face of the driver. He was the FBI agent who had come to his office. In a sudden panic, Norman Bond darted uncertainly down the block, then dashed across 72nd Street. He did not see the vehicle that was making a U-turn. The impact of the truck hitting him was an explosion that seemed to rip him apart. He felt himself lifted into the air, then the awful pain as his body crashed against the sidewalk. He tasted blood gushing from his mouth. He heard the clamor around him and the demands for an ambulance. The face of the FBI agent was swimming above him. "The chain with Teresa's rings," he thought.
I've got to get rid of it.
But he could not move his hand. His lips formed her name.
Teresa.
Agent Angus Summers was kneeling beside Norman Bond. He put his finger on Bond's neck.
He's gone, he said.
Agents Reeves, Carlson, and Rialto entered Clint's holding cell.
They got the little girl out of the car, but she may not make it, Carlson said angrily. Your girlfriend, Angie, is dead. They'll do an autopsy, but you know what? We already think she was gone before she hit the water. Someone punched her hard enough to kill her. I wonder who that was.
Feeling as if he'd been hit by a cement block, Clint realized that it was all over for him. He bitterly decided that he wasn't going down alone.
Telling them who the Pied Piper is may or may not help me with my sentence, he thought. But I'm not going to rot in prison while he lives it up on $7 million. I don't know the Pied Piper's name, he told the agents, but I can tell you what he looks like. He's tall, I guess a couple of inches over 6 feet, sandy blonde hair, classy looking, early 40s. When he wanted me to dump Angie, he told me that I should follow him to Chatham Airport where he had a plane waiting.
Clint paused.
Wait a minute, he exclaimed. I do know who he is. I thought I had seen him someplace before. He's the big shot from that company that paid the ransom. He was on TV saying that they shouldn't have paid it.
Greg Stanford, Carlson said as Rialto nodded in agreement. Reeves was instantly on his cell phone.
If only we can grab him before his plane takes off, Carlson said.
With contempt and fury in his voice, he told Clint,
You better get down on your knees, you lowlife, and start praying that Kathy Frawley pulls through. The Frawley twins have been rushed to Cape Cod Hospital, the announcer on Channel 5 reported. The condition of Kathy Frawley is extremely critical. The body of one of the kidnappers, Angie Ames, has been recovered from the sunken van at the Harwich Marina. Her accomplice, Clint Downs, is under arrest in Hyannis. The man believed to be the mastermind of the kidnapping, the Pied Piper, is still at large.
They don't say that I'm on the Cape, the Pied Piper thought frantically as he sat in the departure lounge of Chatham Airport and watched the breaking news on television.
That means Clint hasn't described me to them yet. I'm his bargaining chip. He'll give me up in return for a lighter sentence. I've got to get out of the country now.
But the drenching rain and enveloping fog was temporarily grounding all the planes. His pilot had told him that he hoped that the delay wouldn't be much longer.
Why did I panic and come up with that crazy idea of kidnapping those kids? He asked himself. I did it because I was scared. I did it because I was afraid Millicent might have had me followed and discovered that I was fooling around with other women. If she had decided to dump me, I'd be out of a job, and I don't have a nickel in my own name. I did it because I thought I could trust Lucas. He knew how to keep his mouth shut. He'd never give me away no matter how much someone offered him. In the end, he still didn't give me away. Clint had no idea who I am. If only I hadn't come to Cape Cod, I could have been out of the country by now with all those millions waiting for me. I have my passport. I'll have the plane take me to the Maldives. There's no extradition there.
The door of the lounge burst open and 2 men rushed in. One slipped behind him and ordered him to stand with his hands spread out. Quickly, he frisked him.
FBI, Mr. Stanford, the other one said. What a surprise. What brings you to the Cape this evening?
Greg Stanford looked directly at him.
I was visiting a friend, a young woman. A private matter which is none of your business. By any chance was her name Angie? What are you talking about? Stanford demanded. This is outrageous. You know exactly what we're talking about, the agent replied. You won't be catching a plane tonight, Mr. Stanford. Or perhaps I should ask, would you prefer to be addressed as the Pied Piper?
Kelly, still in her crib and accompanied by Dr. Harris, was wheeled into the intensive care unit. Like her sister, she was wearing an oxygen mask. Margaret stood up.
Disconnect her mask, she said. I'm putting her in the crib with Kathy. Margaret, Kathy has pneumonia.
The protest died on Sylvia Harris's lips.
Do it, Margaret told the nurse. You can hook it up again as soon as I settle her.
Margaret picked up Kelly and for an instant held her head against her neck.
Kathy needs you, baby, and you need her.
The nurse rolled down the side of the crib, and Margaret placed Kelly next to her twin, with Kelly's right thumb touching Kathy's left one. It's where they were conjoined, Sylvia thought. The nurse reattached Kelly's mask to the oxygen. In silent prayer, Margaret, Steve, and Sylvia kept a heartsick vigil by the crib all night. Then, as the first light of dawn filtered into the room, Kathy stirred, moved her hand, and entwined her fingers in Kelly's. Kelly opened her eyes and turned her head to look at her sister. Kathy's eyes opened wide. She looked around the room, going from one person to another. Her lips began to move. A smile lit Kelly's face, and she murmured something in Kathy's ear. "Twin talk," Steve said softly. "What is she telling you, Kelly?" Margaret whispered. "Kathy said that she missed us very, very much, and that she wants to go home." Epilogue. 3 weeks later, Walter Carlson sat at the dining room table with Steve and Margaret, lingering over second cups of coffee. All through dinner, he kept thinking of the first time he had seen them, the handsome young couple in evening clothes who had arrived home to learn that their children were gone. In those next 9 days, they had become shadows of their former selves, pale and gaunt, their eyes red-rimmed and swollen. Now Steve's manner was relaxed and confident. Margaret, lovely in a white sweater and dark slacks, her hair loose around her shoulders, a smile on her lips, was a different person from the half-crazed woman who had pleaded with them to believe that Kathy was alive. Even so, Carlson noticed how, during dinner, her eyes often darted to the living room, where the twins, dressed in their pajamas, were having a tea party with their dolls and teddy bears. She needs to keep reassuring herself that they're both still there, he thought. The Frawleys had invited him to dinner to celebrate their return to normal life, as Margaret had put it. But now, inevitably, it was natural to let them in on some of the information revealed through the confessions of Greg Stanford and Clint Downs. He had not intended to talk about Steve's half-brother, Richard Mason, but when Steve mentioned that his mother and father had been up for a visit, he asked about them. "You can understand how tough it is for my mother to know that Richie is in trouble again," Steve said. "Smuggling cocaine is worse than that scam he was involved in years ago. She knows the kind of prison term he's facing, and like all mothers, she's trying to figure out what she did wrong to make him turn out like this." "She didn't do anything wrong," Carlson said bluntly. "He's a bad apple, pure and simple." Then, with a final sip of coffee, he said, "If there's anything good that came out of all this, it's that we know that Norman Bond killed his ex-wife Teresa. Her wedding ring given her by her second husband was on a chain around his neck. She was wearing it the night she disappeared. At least now her second husband can get on with his life. For 17 years he's held on to the hope that she's still alive." Carlson could not stop glancing at the twins. "They're as alike as 2 peas in a pod," he said. "Aren't they?" Margaret said in agreement. "Just last week we took Kathy to the hairdresser and got rid of that terrible dye job, and then I had them cut Kelly's hair so that now they both have the same pixie cut. It's sweet on them, isn't it?" She sighed. "I get up at least 3 times a night and check on them, just to be sure they're still here. We have a state-of-the-art alarm system, but even with that protection, I still can't bear to have them out of my sight." "That will ease," Carlson assured her. "Maybe not for a while, but it will get better in time. How are the girls doing?" "Kathy still has nightmares. But Dr. Sylvia has recommended a wonderful child psychiatrist, Dr. Judith Knowles. We'll be taking the twins to her every week. It will take time, but she assured us that they'll be fine eventually." "Is Stanford going to plea bargain?" Steve asked. "He hasn't got much to bargain with. He plotted the kidnapping because he was panicking. He was afraid his wife had found out about his philandering and was going to divorce him. If she had, he wouldn't have a penny. He was in on some of the company's financial problems last year and was still afraid of being caught. He had to have a backup fund, and Steve, when he met you at the office and you were showing pictures of the twins, he hatched his scheme." "Lucas Wool and he had a strange relationship," Carlson continued. "Lucas was his trusted driver when he had his little affairs. Then one day during his second marriage, Stanford came home unexpectedly and found Lucas jimmying the safe in which his wife kept her jewels. He told him to go ahead with the robbery, but he had to cut him in on the proceeds. After that, he sometimes would tip Lucas off on houses to rob. What I like about the way this played out is that he might have gotten away with all of it if he had trusted Lucas not to tell Clint who he was. That's what's going to haunt Stanford for the rest of his life when he wakes up every morning in a prison cell.
What about Clint Downs? Margaret asked. Has he confessed?
He's a kidnapper and a murderer. He's still trying to say Angie's death was an accident, but lots of luck with that one. The federal courts will deal with him. I'm sure he's had his last beer at the Danbury pub. He'll never get out of prison again.
The twins had finished the tea party and scampered into the dining room. A moment later, a smiling Kathy was on Margaret's lap, and a giggling Kelly was being lifted up by Steve. Walter Carlson felt a lump in his throat. If only it was always like this, he thought. If only we could bring all the kids home. The twins were wearing blue-flowered pajamas. 2 little girls in blue, he thought. 2 little girls in blue.